True Hallucinations by Terence McKenna. I am Terence McKenna, and this is True Hallucinations, a talking book produced by Sound Photosynthesis, copyright 1984. And introducing Nomad Band. Chapter 1. The Call of the Secret. At the present moment, the UFO is a true mystery. It is easier to say what it is not. Much of my thought of the dozen years past has been name-making and contemplation. Closely guarded by the chaotically jeweled angels, every angel is terrible, wrote Rilke, and at once sacred and profane, the UFO rises in my life as it may at some future point in human history. I have chosen a literary approach. The UFO is master of place and space, time and spirit, yet search for a simple form to convey this brought me to follow tradition, to write a chronological narrative. In early February of 1971, I was passing through southern Colombia on my way with my brother and friends to an expedition into Colombian Amazonas. Our route led us through Florencia, the provincial capital of the Departamento of Caquetá. There we paused a few days, awaiting an airplane to carry us to our embarkation point on the Rio Putumayo, a river whose vast expanse is the border between Colombia and her two southern neighbors, Ecuador and Peru. The day was especially hot, and we had left the oppressive confines of our hotel near the noisy central market and bus station. We walked southwest, out of town, perhaps a mile. Here were the warm waters of the Rio Hacha, across rolling pastures of tall grass. After swimming in the river, playing in deep pools the warm torrent had carved in the black basaltic stream bed, we returned through the same meadows. One more familiar than I with the appearance of Stropharia cubensis pointed out a single large specimen standing tall and alone in an old bit of cow manure. Impulsively and at my companion's suggestion, I ate the whole mushroom. It all occupied but a moment, and then on we trudged, tired from our swim, a tropical thunderstorm moving toward us along the eastern edge of the Andean Cordillera, where Florencia is located. For perhaps a quarter hour we walked on, mostly in silence. Wearily I hung my head, almost hypnotized by the sight of the regular motion of my boots cutting through the grass. To align my back, to throw off my lethargy, I paused and stretched, scanning the horizon. The feeling of the bigness of the sky that I have come to associate with psilocybin rushed down on me there for the first time. I asked my friends to pause and sat down heavily on the ground. A silent thunder seemed to shake the air before me. Things stood out with a new presence and significance. It came like a wave and passed like a wave as the first fury of the tropical storm burst over us, leaving us soaked. In the sodden retreat, the brief moment preceding our frantic withdrawal went unmentioned by me. I recognized my experience as being induced by the mushroom, but I was involved, I thought, in a deep jungle search for hallucinogens of a different sort, orally active DMT-containing drugs and yahe and its admixture plants. I filed the mushroom experience as something to look into another time. Longtime residents of Colombia assured me that the mushroom occurred exclusively on the dung of Cebu cattle, and I assumed that in the jungle of the interior, where I was shortly to be, I could expect no cattle or pasture. I put the thought of mushrooms from my mind as I anticipated the rigors of the Rio Putumayo descent toward our target destination, a remote mission called La Chorrera. Why had people like ourselves come to the steaming jungles of Amazonian Colombia? We were a party of 5, bound by friendship, extravagant imagination, naivete, and a dedication to travel and exotic experience. Eve, our translator, was the only member of the group not long an acquaintance of us all. She was an American like ourselves who had lived several years in South America and had traveled in the East, where I had passed her once in the Kathmandu airport. Another story. In Colombia, she was recently free of a long relationship and fell in with our group, having nothing better to do. She and I were lovers of some 2 weeks when we arrived at La Chorrera. The other 3 members of our party, besides myself, were my brother, the youngest and least traveled of us, a student of botany and a colleague of long standing; Vanessa, an old school friend of mine from the Experimental College in Berkeley, trained in anthropology and photography and traveling on her own; and Dave, another old friend of mine, a gay meditator, a maker of pottery, an embroiderer of blue jeans, and like Vanessa, a New Yorker. As for myself, just 4 months before this trip, my brother and I had endured the grief of the death of our mother. Previous to that, I had been traveling 3 years in India and Indonesia, had worked in Japan and then in Canada, where we had all held a reunion and planned this Amazon expedition to investigate the depths of the psychedelic experience. I deliberately do not wish to say much about any of us. Let me say, though, that we were miseducated, perhaps, but well-educated, certainly. Our differences arose out of the faith that each had in his own ability to understand the situation correctly. Often these descriptions did not agree, as is a common enough situation among strong personalities or witnesses to an unusual event. We were complex people, or we would not have been doing what we were doing. None of us were yet 24 years old. We had been drawn together through the political turmoil that had characterized years shared in Berkeley. We had sorted the ideological options and had decided to put all of our chips on the exploration of the potential of the psychedelic experience as the shortest path to the sort of millennium that our radical politics had taught us to hope for. We had no very good idea at all about what to expect from the Amazon. We had collected as much ethnobotanical information as was available. This data told us where the various hallucinogens were to be sought, but not what to expect when we found them. I have given some thought to trying to reconstruct how predisposed we might have been to our eventual experiences. I find in a letter written 11 months before our expedition that Dennis was even then the person with the clearest conception. He wrote to me in China in May of 1970 to say, "As to the central shamanic quest and the idea that its resolution may entail physical death, indeed a sobering thought, I would be interested in hearing just how likely you consider this possibility and why. I had not thought of it in terms of death, though I have considered that it may well give us, as living men, willful access to the doorway of the dead past daily. This I consider to be a kind of hyperspatial astral projection that allows the hyperorgan, consciousness, to instantly manifest itself at any point in the space-time matrix, or at all points simultaneously. A UFO is essentially this hyperspatially mobile psychic vortex, and the trip may well involve contact with some race of hyperspatial dwellers, Probably it will be an encounter similar to a flying lesson, instruction in the use of the transdimensional stone, how to navigate in hyperspace, and perhaps an introductory course in cosmic ecology tending. Retention of the physical form under such circumstances would be, it seems, a matter of choice rather than a necessity, though it could be a matter of indifference, since in the hyperspatial web, all existing physical manifestations would be open. I would say that time is not of the essence for the venture, except insofar as the culture depths of the tribes we are seeking are proceeding at an appalling rate. However colorful our fantasies, our operational interests specifically centered on DMT, dimethyltryptamine-type drugs, quite simply because their action, though very brief, seemed to us the most intense of the hallucinogens we knew. DMT is not an object of common experience, even among drug enthusiasts, and so a word must be said about it. It is a crystalline paste or powder in its pure synthetic form, and as such it is smoked in a glass pipe with no admixture. After a few lungfuls, the onset of the experience is rapid, 15 seconds to a minute. The hallucinogenic experience which it triggers lasts 3 to 7 minutes and is unambiguously intense. It is so bizarre and intense that even the most devoted aficionados of hallucinogens will usually pass it by. Yet, it is the commonest and the most widely distributed of the naturally occurring hallucinogens and is the basis, when not the entire component, of most aboriginally used hallucinogens in tropical South America. Naturally, as a product of plant metabolism, it never occurs in anything like the concentrations at which it comes from the laboratory. Yet, South American shamans, by predisposing themselves to its effects in various ways, do seek the same levels of reality-obliterating intensity achievable with pure DMT. Its strangeness and power so exceeds that of other hallucinogens that DMT seemed finally to define, for myself and my friends at any rate, the maximum exfoliation of the hallucinogenic dimension that can occur without serious risk to the organism. We thought, therefore, that our phenomenological description of the hallucinogenic dimension should begin by locating a strong DMT-containing aboriginal hallucinogen and then exploring with an open mind the shamanic states that it made accessible. To this end, we had sifted the literature on tryptamine drugs in the upper Amazon basin and learned that while yahe, or ayahuasca, the brew of Banisteriopsis caapi with the DMT admixture, is known over a wide area, just as are several kinds of DMT-containing snuffs, there was one DMT-containing hallucinogen that was severely restricted in its usage. Ukuhe is made from the resin of certain trees of the Myristicaceous genus Varola, mixed with the ashes of other plants and rolled into pellets. What caught our eye about the description of this drug was that the Witoto tribe, who alone knew the secret of making it, used it to talk to little men and to gain knowledge from them. These little people are one bridge between the motifs of UFO contact and more traditional strange doings in the woods involving elves and fairies. The worldwide tradition of little people is well studied in The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries by W.E. Evans Vance, a book which was influential on Jacques Vallée's UFO quest as well as our own. The mention of little men rang a bell, since in Berkeley, in my own experience smoking synthesized DMT, there had been the impression of bursting into a space inhabited by merry, elf-like, self-transforming machine creatures. The sense of being literally in some other dimension which this experience provoked had been the focus of our decision to concentrate on tryptamine drugs. After sifting the literature of the tryptamine hallucinogens, we came eventually to Richard Schulte's paper, Varola as an orally administered hallucinogen. His description of the use of the resin of Varola theodora as an orally active DMT drug was fascinating. So too was the fact that the hallucinogen seemed to be limited in its use to a very small area. Schultes was an inspiring voice when he wrote of Ukuhe, "Further field work in the original home region of these Indians will be necessary for a full understanding of this interesting hallucinogen. Interest in this newly discovered hallucinogen does not lie wholly within the bounds of anthropology or ethnobotany. It bears very directly on certain pharmacological matters, and, when considered with the other plants with psychotomimetic properties due to tryptamines, this new oral drug poses problems which must now be faced and, if possible, toxicologically explained." Based on Schulte's report, we determined to go ourselves to the vicinity of La Chorrera to seek Ukuhe, to abandon our studies, whatever careers might be ahead of such opinionated psychoactivists, to pay our own way to the Amazon, to see if the titanically strange dimensions that we had encountered in DMT trance were even more accessible via the DMT drugs which the shamans of the Amazon had developed. It was of these drugs that I had been thinking when I had no time for the Stropharia mushroom encountered in the pasture near Florencia. I was eager to press on with the quest for the exotic, barely reported Witoto Ukuhe. Or did I imagine that the search for Ukuhe would soon after arrival at La Chorrera be all but forgotten in the discovery of the mushrooms so abundant there and the strange power that seemed to swirl around those foggy emerald pastures? My first intimation of La Chorrera as a place different from other places came when we arrived at Puerto Leguizamo, our proposed point of embarkation down the Rio Putumayo. It is a place to be reached from Florencia and the rest of Colombia by airplane, as no roads make their way through the jungle to it. It is as tired and oppressive a South American river town as one could ever hope to see. William Burroughs passed this way in his search for Yahe in the 50s. He described it then as looking like some place after a flood. It has changed little. We were barely installed in our hotel and returned from the ritual registration of foreigners that goes on in the frontier areas of Colombia, when the matron of the hotel informed us that a countryman of ours was living nearby. It seemed incredible that an American could be living in such an out-of-the-way and thoroughly rural river town in Colombia. When La Señora remarked that this man, El Señor Brown, was very old and also a black man, it all became even more puzzling. My curiosity aroused, I left immediately in the company of one of the loutish sons of the hotel woman. New dimensions were added as we walked along. My guide could hardly wait for us to get out of the door of the hotel before informing me that the man we were to see was mal y bizarro. El señor Brown es un sanguinero. Un sanguinero, he said. I did not believe it for a moment. The horror that the rubber boom brought to the Amazon Indians in the early years of this century has lived on, a memory for the oldest people and a terrifying legend for the younger Indians. In the area surrounding La Chorrera, the Huitoto population had been systematically reduced from 40,000 in 1905 to about 5,000 today. I could not imagine that the man I was to meet had any real connection with those distant events. I suppose that this story I was hearing meant that I was to meet a local boogeyman around whom extravagant stories had grown up. We shortly reached a ramshackle and indistinguished house with a small yard hidden behind a tall board fence. My companion knocked and yelled, and soon a young man, similar to my guide, came and opened the gate. My escort melted away and the gate closed behind me. A large pig lay in the lowest, wettest part of the yard. 3 steps up was a veranda. Up on the veranda, smiling and motioning forward, sat a very thin, very old, much wrinkled black man, John Brown. It is not often that one meets a living legend, and had I known more about the person I confronted, I would have been even more amazed than I was. "Yes," he said, "I am an American. Yes, hell yes, I'm old, 93 years old. Me history, baby, so long." He laughed dryly, like the rustle of roof thatch when tarantulas stir. The son of a slave, John Brown had left America in 1885, never to return. He had gone to Barbados and then to France. He had been a merchant seaman and had seen Aden and Bombay. Around 1910, he had come to Peru, to Iquitos. There he had been made a work crew foreman in the notorious House of Arana, which was the main force behind the ruthless exploitation of the Indians of Amazonas during the rubber boom. I spent several hours with El Señor Brown. He was an extraordinary person, at once near and yet ghostly and far away, a living bit of history. He had been the personal servant of Colonel Whiffen, who explored the La Chorrera area around 1912. John Brown is described in Whiffen's now rare book, Explorations of the Upper Amazon. John Brown was the last person to see the French explorer Jean Robuchon, who disappeared on the Rio Caquetá in 1913. "Yes, he had a big black dog that never left him," mused Brown. John Brown spoke Huitoto, had lived with a Huitoto woman for many years at one point. He knew the area into which we were going intimately. He had never heard of Ukuhe, but in 1915 he had taken Yahe for the first time, and at La Chorrera. His descriptions of his experience was an added inspiration to continue toward our chosen goal. It was only after I returned from the Amazon that I learned that it had been this same John Brown who had exposed the atrocities of the rubber barons in the Putumayo when Roger Casement, then the British consul in Rio de Janeiro, came to Peru to investigate the atrocity stories. It was John Brown who returned to London with Casement to give evidence to the Royal High Commission investigation. José Estación Rivera, a Colombian historian, has told the story differently and implicates Brown in the murders, thus providing the basis for the Sanguinero story. I was impressed by Brown's sincerity, by the depth of his understanding of me, by the way that Roger Casement and a world nearly history a world known to me only from its brief mention in the pages of Joyce's Ulysses, lived and moved before me in those long, rambling conversations on his veranda. He spoke long and eloquently of La Chorrera. He had not been there since 1935, but I was to find it much as he described it. The fever-haunted old town on the lowland across the lake no longer stands, but the dungeons for the Indian slaves can still be seen, crumbling iron rings set deep in sweating basaltic stone. The house of Arana is no more, and Peru long ago abandoned her rights to the area of Colombia. But the old town of La Chorrera is ghostly indeed, and so is the broad trail, or trocha, that we would shortly use to walk the 110 kilometers that separate La Chorrera from the Rio Putumayo. Up to 20,000 Indians gave their lives to push that trail through the jungle. Indians who refused to work had the bottoms of their feet and their buttocks removed by machete. Walking those gloomy, empty trails, one seems often to hear the grumble of voices or the rustle of chained feet. John Brown's rambling monologue prepared me for the strangeness, and on the morning that our boat was leaving to carry us downriver, we stopped at his house on our way to the landing. His eyes and skin shone. He was the gatekeeper of the platonic world downriver from Puerto Leguizamo, and he knew it. I felt like a child before him, and he knew that too. Bye-bye, babies, bye-bye, was his dry farewell. Chapter 2, Into the Devil's Paradise. Did I say we were a party of 5? We were a party of 5 when we arrived at La Chorrera, but we were a party of 6 departing from Puerto Leguizamo. Ev and I were living together as much as a couple can live together when they sleep in a hammock every night and pile off a boat with 4 other people to hang their bed in the trees. And he was with us too, Sia. I must explain Sia. There is a phenomenon happening in South America which I didn't meet in India. It has to do with fringe religions, the New Jerusalem, whose devotees seem to be mostly fruitarian. There is a tribe of such people, Americans, who since 1962 or 63 have been drifting down through Latin America, chiseling on each other, living with each other, loathing each other, weaving intrigues. They communicated through Ouija boards with these things they called the beings of light, and a whole mythology was built up around reincarnation. According to them, everyone is a reincarnation. One person was the reincarnation of Rasputin, another was a refugee from the inner circles of the Hare Krishna cult who wore white robes and white rubber rain boots. He was the reincarnation of Erwin Rommel. And then the leader, the central mystery of the whole group, was Sia. He had been Ev's companion for 4 years. He was very strange and believed that he had been several prominent people reincarnate. I was in a peculiar dilemma. My categories were not very rigid either. I thought, aren't we all happy hippies? I had been in Asia perhaps too long, and I don't know that much about how the universe is put together. But among these people, it turned out that there were a lot of funny categories difficult to tolerate. If Sia didn't want you to do something, he would have a blank look for a moment and then announce that it had been revealed to him on the instant by the beings of light that you shouldn't, for example, peel fruit with a metal knife. The tiny minutiae of existence were controlled by these hidden forces. He had monkeys that were Christ incarnate. Sia traveled with animals, monkeys, dogs, kittens, parrots. He insisted that all the animals be vegetarian. So the animals were twisted and unhealthy. Their eyes were going around in circles, and he was telling me, this is Buddha, this is Christ, this is Hitler. It was not actually this demented. I exaggerate to give the flavor, but in Sia's head, I'm sure it was this loose. As we put off from Puerto Leguizamo, we were therefore 6. Vanessa, Dave, Ev, Dennis, and myself, and Sia. 6 people. Sia hated me. Ev had left him in San Agustin and come to Bogota, where they had kindly said we could have their apartment. In the 2 weeks while we were getting together the equipment for the expedition, Ev and I began a relationship, or the beginning of a relationship, which may have been a source of resentment for Vanessa. There was a lot of tension around all this. But I said, look, I like this woman, and she speaks Spanish. This was my best argument, appealing to reason. Now, are you seriously suggesting that we trek many days into the Amazon basin with our specious grip on the local language? It makes very good sense that Ev should come. Eventually, there was mutual agreement that she should come with us. However, in the meantime, Dave, who had not kept track of this intrigue, cabled Sia and invited him to meet us in Florencia and come with us into the Amazon. We piled on a vintage Colombian Air Force plane and then landed at Florencia, Dave, Vanessa, Ev, Dennis, and I, Ev's dog, and 10 tons of equipment, which was to be transported down the Putumayo. Sia was at the airport waiting, thinking that the woman he had lived with for 4 years had gone to Peru with the person in white robes and matching rubber boots. Actually, no. There was an emotion-fraught sorting out of all this at the airport fence. Later in town, Ev and I took one room at the hotel, leaving Sia to sort it for himself still further. With there seeming to be no possibility of grace on anyone's part, I was attempting to signal Sia that since he had last seen Ev, her life had taken a new direction and become something else. I was disconcerted and am a bit of a milquetoast, hating tension, so I chose to think that it was out of my hands. He came to our room and said, "Well, it looks like there's nothing here for me. I am planning to fly back to Bogota." Thank God, thought I. Then he went to his room and went into communication with the beings of light. He came back 2 hours later to say, "You can't find it without me." By this he meant the ukuhe. "You don't know anything about the jungle. I'm a man of the forest." He was into an image of himself as a man of the forest. With great reluctance I went along with this idea. When next we flew, it was on to Puerto Leguizamo, and we now had him, his dog, his cat, his monkey. Sia wore robes. He had a staff with flowing fajas. I had already determined that the boats leave Puerto Leguizamo very irregularly. I thought we would have to wait. Perhaps even up to 2 weeks wouldn't be unusual. The hotel is tiny, the food terrible. I figured we would rub up against each other. Then he would leave. He was being very unpleasant to Ev, and it was a strain for everyone involved. I had actually been with Ev only 2 weeks and thought, these people have been together 4 years. They've traveled to India together. What role should I be playing in all this? But it did not happen as I had anticipated. It turned out that there was a boat in 2 days. And so, in what seemed like hours, the arrangements fell together, and we paid the 600 pesos to secure our fare downriver. At dawn, the appointed morning, all our animals, cameras, I Ching, butterfly nets, plant presses, formaldehyde, notebooks, Finnegan's Wake, all the things that one must have to go into the Amazon, were piled at the river's edge on a tiny sailing boat that was to be our vessel. Ermito, our captain, indicated that we were to have the area on top of the cases of bottled fluorescent soda. We were informed that it was 6 to 12 days to where we wanted to go, depending on business. Puerto Leguizamo disappeared, and the river, the green bank, the shrill of insects and parrots, the brown water became our world. We made our way underpowered but slowly to the middle of the shining brown river, under an immense sky, under an immense sun. A delicious moment when one has done all that one can for a journey and is at last in motion, no longer responsible since giving that burden up to pilot or engineer, boatman or ground control. The world one is leaving has been truly broken away from, the destination still unknown, a favorite kind of moment, more familiar in the sterile environs of ocean-crossing passenger planes, and so how much richer here, surrounded by the cargo of sun-dried fish and brilliant gaseosas. I made a small space where I could sit cross-legged and rolled a joint. The flow of the river was like the rich smoke I inhaled, the flow of smoke, the flow of water and of time. All flows, said a beloved Greek. Called the crying philosopher. But why crying? I love what he says. It does not make me cry. What a luxury to be smoking again in the tropics, again in the light, away from the season and places of death, away from living under the state of emergency in Canada, on the edge of war-bloated, mad America, mother's death, and coincidentally all my books and art carefully stored, carefully collected, and shipped back, burned, fire and cancer, cancer and fire. Away from these terrible things, sudden fissures in the psychic landscape that open and swallow one's whole world. Monopoly houses, waxy green, go tumbling into fissures in an animated psychic landscape. And before all that, Tokyo, its Jovian atmosphere, the pretension of fitting into the work cycle. How inhuman does one become in an inhuman situation for a little while? Tokyo demanded the spending of money, the saving of which was the only way out. 10 months of deepening alienation that began with leaving tropical Asia and like a comet being drawn in to nearly brush its star, being drawn through Hong Kong, Taipei, Tokyo, and Vancouver, before being hurled over war-toiling America and on into the outer darkness of other wretchedly poor tropical countries. The flight from Vancouver to Mexico City passed over my mother sleeping in her grave for the first winter, on, over Albuquerque, only a pattern of freeway interchanges in the desert's night emptiness, on and on into what was then only an idea, the Amazon. Out on the river, the past could enter the stillness and exfoliate before the mind's eye like some dark rows of interlocking casuistry, forces visible and hidden, stretching back into one's past, migrations, religious conversions, discoveries make each a microcosm of the larger pattern of history on a scale of millennia. The inertia of introspection is toward memory, for only in memory is the past recaptured and understood. In the fact of experiencing and making the present, we are all actors, but in the lacuna, in the rare moments when experience in the present is a minimal thing, an indolent self-examining thing, then memory is free to speak and call forth the landscapes of our striving in other moments now past. Now, the now that is a time beyond the confines of this story, a now in which this story is past, I do not worry the past as I did then. It is now set for me in a way that it was not set then. Not set then because so recent, still to be relived in memory and learned from. 5 days of river travel lay before us, undemanding, freeing the mind to rove and scan. Two all-inclusive categories emerged in the world that was our vessel and crew, and ourselves out on a broad river whose distant banks were no more than a dark green line separating river and sky. Two categories, the familiar and the unfamiliar. The unfamiliar was everywhere, drawing inane analogies into common conversation. The Putumayo is like the Ganges. The jungle invokes Ambon. The sky is similar to the skies of the Serengeti Plain, etc. The illusion of understanding, a lame way of getting one's bearings. The unfamiliar does not give up its secrets in this game. The Putumayo does not become like the Ganges. The unfamiliar must become known as itself before it is correctly recognized. The familiar things are people. The people here appear as known quantities because they have been known in the past. So long as the future remains like the past, they will remain known quantities. Certainly this is not New York, Boulder, or Berkeley, but we are trying to become extra-environmentals, develop a sense of appropriate action that is never at a loss. It is the familiarity of these people that makes them windows in my imagination, opening onto the past. Dennis, of course. He is the time tunnel longest on a parallel track to my own. No need to mention genetics. Back our connection goes until lost in primal unlanguaged feeling. We grew up in the same household, shared the same constraints and freedoms until I left home at 16. But I held close to Dennis, and in the middle of my 21st year, returning from Seychelles to Bombay in the hold of the British Steam Navigation Company liner Karanja, racked with hives, heartbreak, and dysentery, I was weak, semi-delirious. 8 days of passage from Port Victoria, Seychelles to Bombay was then, 68, $35. In spite of being ill, I was obliged to travel the lowest class, or my funds would not carry me home. My bunk was a metal plate that folded down from the wall. Public toilets and the hammer of the engines. Bilge water sloshed from one corner of the passageway to the other. 1,500 displaced Indians from Kenya, victims of the Africanization, were traveling in the hold. All night long, the Indian women came and went from the toilets down my passageway, filled with bilge and engine throb. Without hashish, it would have been unbearable. After many days and nights of this, I awoke feverish in the middle of the night, the air redolent with curried food, excrement, and machine smells. I made my way to the exposed deck on the stern. The night was warm, a smell of curry not altogether lost even here. I sat down with my back against a heavily painted metal box of firefighting equipment. I felt my fever then lift and a great sense of relief come through me. The recent past in the Seychelles and in Jerusalem seemed then to release their hold on me. I had a clear space in which to turn toward the future and discern it. Unbidden then came the thought that I would go with Dennis to South America. It was a certainty. And so in time it happened, not immediately, not before much more wandering in the East, but eventually, by February 71, the prophecy was all around us. River, jungle, and sky enclose us and bear us toward La Chorrera. This boat very little like the Caranja, but its small diesel engine an echo of the larger engines further away in time. Yes, Dennis came with the first. These others, different histories. Vanessa and I had been together in the experimental college at Berkeley. She was from New York, the Upper East Side. Father, prominent doctor, older sister, a practicing psychoanalyst. Mother gives teas for the wives of UN delegates. Private schools. Then, in a gesture of liberal chic, Vanessa is supported by her parents in her choice of Berkeley as a university. She is intelligent, a slightly feral twist to her gawkish sexuality. Her brown eyes hid schemes and puns. We were part of a group at Berkeley, but in the fall of '68, I went to New York to try to sell the tortured manuscript that had been generated by my self-enforced seclusion in the Seychelles Islands. This was a rambling, sophomoric, electro-political diatribe that was to die a borning, fortunately. But in the less jaded light of autumn '68, I took that work and flew to New York, in which place I knew no one but Vanessa. She dug me out of a flop house on West 43rd where I had crash-landed and persuaded me to move up to the Hotel Alden on Central Park West. Musty, but stiff with a Yiddishkeit respectability. Our riverine departure for the heart of Comissaria Amazonas, followed by 3 years, the languid moment when she and I sat together at the outdoor restaurant near the fountain in Central Park. She with her Dubonnet and I with my Lowenbrow. In the eyes of the poor scholar and revolutionary that I then imagined myself to be, the scene seemed staged in its casual elegance. We were talking about Dennis, whom Vanessa had never met. He really is some sort of genius, I guess. Anyway, I'm his brother, and I am quite in awe of him, having seen it all from up close, as it were. And he had an idea that you think has great potential. Actually, that's putting it mildly. I think that he may have seized the angel of Gnosis by the throat and borne the beast to the mat. This idea that he has, that some hallucinogens work by fitting into DNA, is startling. It has a ring of truth that I can't ignore. The political revolution has become too murky to put one's hope in. So far, the most interesting unlikelihood in our lives is DMT, right? Reluctant agreement. Reluctant because the conclusion that it leads to is so extreme, mainly that we should stop fucking around inside the flaming madhouse of fascist America and go off and grapple with the DMT mystery. Because, you know, we are schooled in the Western cultural tradition and can readily see that this drug is some kind of outrage that properly understood might, you know that I think that it would, have tremendous importance for the historical crisis everybody is in. Okay, so say that I suspend my judgment. What's up? I'm not sure. How about a trip to the Amazon? That's where these drugs are endemic, and that's enough solitude for anyone. Maybe. I'm trying to get on a dig that will happen in the Gibson Desert next year. I understand, and I am committed to going to Asia in a few months, for who knows how long. No, this thing about the Amazon, if it happens at all, is off in the future, but you should think about it. And something else. He lowered his voice mysteriously. Right. The something else is flying saucers. They're mixed up in this somehow. It's pretty murky now. It doesn't matter yet. But DMT is somehow linked to the whole notion of saucers. Deep water. It's a hunch, but strong. Dave was something else. We called him the Flower Child. He was a delight-provoking, paradoxical amalgam of naivete and strong-willed insight. A Polish count, ambassador to the court of Great Elizabeth and friend of Dr. D, brightened his genealogy. I had met him during the summer of '67 in Berkeley. We had both been hitchhiking from the corner of Ashby and Telegraph, and when one kind soul picked both of us up, we became acquainted on the ride over the bridge. Since those days, Dave had graduated, both from the upstate New York commune he idealized and from Syracuse U in ethnobotany. In letters that passed between us when I was in Benares, he became determined to be part of the venture to the Amazon basin. He found in the jungles and mountains of South America a world even more spellbinding than he expected. To this day, he has not returned. Vanessa, Dave, and I gathered in Victoria, British Columbia, near the gnashing beast, but not yet of it. We lived there 3 months, ransacking articles, writing letters, maintaining constant correspondence with Dennis, who was in Colorado, amassing information on a near-mythical world that none of us had ever seen. I had wandered through Southeast Asia and Indonesia, viewing ruins in the former and collecting butterflies in the latter. Whether that gave me an edge in experience seemed unlikely. Vancouver Island, lost in swirling snow, fell behind as by a series of telescoping leaps the barriers to our entry into the anticipated magical world fell away until we come to this indolent moment. February 6, 1971. We are at last freed of our umbilical connection to civilization. This morning, under the uncertain skies which mark the Amazon during the dry season, we have at last gotten underway, part of a flotilla of gasoline and fruit soda suppliers who are on their way to La Chorrera and will certainly carry us as far as El Encanto on the Rio Paraparaná. Moving toward the absolute center of the geography of the secret, I am moved to ponder, as ever, the meaning of this truly strange search. I am having difficulty processing the intense content of my expectations. There can now be little doubt that given that we continue to press forward as we have, we shall reach a state of satisfaction. We have been so long seeking this thing, and it is so difficult to understand. Projections concerning who we will be or what we will do when this excursion is over are unconsciously based on the assumption that our experience will leave us unaffected, an assumption which is doubtless false, but its alternative can hardly be imagined. Later. 2 hours out of Puerto Leguizamo, upriver winds have caused us to tie up on the Peru side to await calmer weather. We are at Puerto Naranja. It is not shown on the Atlas Codazzi. The pattern of river travel immediately asserts itself. Following the channel means moving from side to side of the river, usually near one of the banks. The land is thickly covered by a dense canopy of jungle reminiscent of central Ceram or the coast of Ambon, of the Nubian forest. The dull drum of the engine, the cooing of pigeons, part of our cargo, like the sacred Ganga, the brown, smooth water of the Putumayo, soon flows through all our dreams and daydreams. Sia watches me fixedly. The familiar falls behind, the river is broad. The mystery for the present is in the strangeness of this place, the watery flatness. 5 days of the Rio Putumayo will put us at the mouth of the Rio Caraparaná. There is a mission there, San Rafael. We are looking for Dr. Horacio Guzman, mentioned in one of our papers as the source of an authentic sample of the ukuhe we are looking for. Guzman is an anthropologist working with the Witoto upriver from San Rafael at a tiny village charmingly called San Jose del Encanto. This village is situated at the beginning of a 110-kilometer trail through the jungle to La Chorrera. Not only can Guzman be helpful in our search, but he can help us hire bearers for the trek overland. Many days to anticipate this personage. In the meantime, the cramped world of this trading vessel is ours, the Fabiolita, selling plastic shoes, tinned food, and fishing line at the small clusters of houses on stilts that appear several times during each day of travel. We arrive, tie up, and while the jefe of our vessel makes negocios with the colonistas, I take my butterfly net and walk to the jungle, hoping to escape the stinging flies that swarm near the boat landings. Sometimes there are long, opinionated conversations, everyone animated and taking part, which is the operational front. Sometimes the silence falls among us that lasts for several hours, once each of us is comfortable watching the riverbank slide monotonously by or nodding on the edge of siesta. It is February 7th, 1971, a Sunday. Last night we arrived at an unnamed place and spread our mosquito nets and hammocks for the first time in the Amazon. 8 a.m. found us back on a rainy river under leaden skies. The moods of the approach to the secret are many. The air is delicious with oxygen, and the odors which reach us from the passing liana-hung forest change with the frequency and subtlety of a sonata. Brief stops at police inspections and ever more isolated riverside dwellings mark this day as well. Today, after 40 minutes early morning travel, we passed a shallow depression in a clay bank on the Peruvian side of the river. There, thousands of parrots were gathered around a salt source. The sonic shrill of their many-throated voice and their iridescent green bodies cleaving the air heightened the impression of moving in an aqueous Venusian world. We tied up opposite the lick, and some of our crew went across the river to capture some parrots to add to the traders' already large menagerie. With our own small monkey, the non-human population of this ark of fools numbers 2 dogs, 3 monkeys, a kitten, a donkey, a cock, a pig, and a crate of pigeons. Today is the day of the full moon, and tomorrow we will arrive at El Encanto. There, if present plans hold, we will meet Dr. Guzman. The tensions that divide us have also surfaced. Vanessa and Sia, who have very little in common, are warm friends. Is this because I have miffed Vanessa? It is not going well at all. Dennis is very quiet. Dave is worrying about the food. He is a chronic worrier and naive. He seems to have thought that one just takes off one's shoes and goes to an Indian brother and says that one wants to learn the secrets of the forest, and they say, "Come, my son, come with us and you will learn the secrets of the forest." Now that he is actually confronted with the Amazon jungle, he seems a bit taken aback. Animals are falling off the boat into the river once an hour. The captain of the boat hates us because we have to stop to drag these soaking monkeys out of the drink.
Born into a highly intellectual community, went to highly intellectual school. We read highly intellectual books according to highly intellectual rule. Don't you know what I used to know? Disappeared on the river like falling snow. Lord above, when it came to love, I was a highly intellectual fool. Respectable job which paid a highly respectable lump sum. Of my highly respectable friends and I lived in a highly respectable town. Don't you see what I used to be? Disappeared on the river just flowing free. Lord of strife, when I came to life I was a highly respectable chump. Go down to the river, finally understood. Go down to the river, can only do you good for nothing good. Can only do you good for nothing good. Stepped into a highly sensational society in my highly sensational shoes. I sang highly sensational songs along with highly sensational you. Just to prove that we still can move, meet me at the river, let's roll. That groove. Lord alive, are you here tonight and in a highly sensational mood? Go down to the river, finally understood. Go down to the river, it can only do you good for nothing good. It can only do you good for nothing good. It can only do you good for nothing good. It can only do you good for nothing good.
Chapter 3. Along a Ghostly Trail. Shortly after dawn the next day, our vessel left the broad course of the Putumayo and turned into the Rio Paraná for the last few miles of the journey to San Rafael, where the boat would leave us. The Paraná more correctly fitted my conception of a jungle river, it being only several hundred feet across at its widest point, with lush vegetation overgrowing the banks and trailing in the water. Its flow was so sinuous and unpredictable that we could seldom see more than a half-mile or so ahead of us. At mid-morning we arrived at a low bluff surmounted by a white flagpole and a few corrugated buildings, appearing lavish in a land of thatched huts on stilts. This was Mission San Rafael. We were correctly, if unenthusiastically, received by Padre Miguel. He was thin, Castilian, with deep-set eyes and a barely noticeable palsy that was the result of malaria contracted years before. He had been in the Amazon over 30 years. It was not possible to read from his face what he thought of us. He had seen many anthropologists, botanists, and adventurers pass through, but I sensed that our longer hair and loose manner made him uneasy. His uneasiness increased when I asked about Dr. Guzman. It was clear then, by the stiffening of the old priest's face, that my question had hit a sore point. Nevertheless, we were offered a ride to a point upriver, near a trail inland to San Jose del Encanto. Yes, Dr. Guzman is doubtless there. He passed through on his way to return to his language studies only 3 weeks before, and his wife was with him. The priest's gaze hardened. You may be assured of finding him. We were given lunch by the nun in charge, La Madre being the form of address to the #1 nun at these missions. While we ate, Ev questioned the priest more carefully concerning La Chorrera. Yes, the trail took 5 days for a fully loaded expedition to traverse. We anticipated the need for porters to help carry our equipment. Padre Miguel said that we would get some help in San Jose, but that now was the time of hunting, and men would be reluctant to leave the hunt to hire into an expedition going to La Chorrera. We were determined not to be overburdened with equipment on the last leg of the push to reach La Chorrera, so after lunch we sorted all of our equipment once again. Books were relentlessly left behind. Our plant and drug file was thinned down to only the essential articles. Excess camera and insect collecting equipment was stored. It all went into a trunk to be left in the priest's keeping until we should return. The chore finished, we stowed our lightened supplies in the priest's powerful speedboat, an immense luxury in a world where the paddled canoe is the standard transportation. In a few minutes we were tearing over the surface of the Brown River, the moving center of a cresting wave of tremendous mechanical noise. The priest looked considerably more human and at ease here, with his brown cassock beating furiously in the wind, his long beard trembling in the spray and the sunlight. After 40 minutes of this furious travel, we had gone a day's distance by canoe. Suddenly the priest turned the small boat at right angles to the flow of the river. We were making directly toward a long, low spit of white sand. The engine cut off at what seemed the last instant, and in a shattering silence we slid lightly aground on the sandbar. It was a spot seeming no less desolate than any other place we had passed in our wild ride. But the priest clambered up the bank and pointed out a broad trail, much overgrown with vines. It was a half a mile to the village, Padre Miguel explained as we moved our supplies into a jumbled heap on the sand. "I'm sure you'll be well received," called the priest from the river as he wheeled the little speedboat around. Then he was gone. Long after he had turned a bend in the river and the sound of his departure faded, the glassy surface of the river moved and sucked against the banks as a last reflection of this unusual commotion. Silence. Then a shrill wave of insect sounds swept like a drawn curtain through the area. Then again silence. There was jungle, river, and sky. There was naught else. For the first time we were not being conveyed through the jungle-river world with a seasoned expert in control. Now we were on our own, and we all became aware of it in that moment on that spit of sand on the shore of a jungle river, one of hundreds of such rivers. The mood could not last. We had to find the village and make whatever arrangements we could to move our supplies there from the river. We had to act before dark. There would be time later to contemplate our situation. No one wanted to stay with the mound of supplies, so we hid them in the bushes away from the shore and then started down the trail. Vanessa brought her box of cameras. I carried my telescoping fiberglass Lepidoptera net, bought in a collector's supply shop in Shinjuku as a present to myself for surviving a stint teaching English in 2 Tokyo English mills simultaneously. The trail was broad and easy to follow, obviously cared for. As we moved away from the river bank, the vegetation was less lush. We were walking through an eroded, scrubby brushland. The soil was lateritic, and where it was exposed to the sun, it baked and shattered into sharp-edged cubical fragments. At length we topped a long, slow rise and looked down on an assemblage of huts on sandy soil under a scattering of palms. Striking immediately was the fact that all of the houses were of the stilted, thatched variety, except for one near the center of the village. As we surveyed the scene below us, we were ourselves surveyed, and people began running and shouting. Some ran one way and some another. To the first person who reached us, we asked for Dr. Guzman. Surrounded by people giggling and whispering, we reached the anomalous house. It was made of leaves woven expertly between long arched sticks. It was windowless and rested on the ground looking vaguely like a loaf of brown bread. We all recognized it as a maloka, the traditional type of house peculiar to the Witoto people. Inside, resting on a hammock which hung between two smoke-darkened supporting posts, was Dr. Guzman. The immediate impression was of an unnatural gauntness, deep-set dark eyes, and skeletal, nervous hands. He did not get up, but gestured as an Indian would for us to sit on the ground. Only then, in seating myself, did I see beyond the hammock to the shadowed rear of the maloka. A woman sat cleaning pebbles from beans in a stone-polished Witoto pot. Only after we were all seated did she look up. She was plump, wearing khaki pants. She had blue eyes and even teeth. Seeming to address us all equally, Guzman spoke. "My wife shares my professional interests." "How fortunate. It must make it much easier," Vanessa offered. "Yes." The flat reply became an unnerving pause. I decided to face the issue directly. "Doctor, our apologies for disturbing your solitude and the local social environment here. We're anxious to push on to La Chorrera, and we hope that you will help us to arrange bearers here to go with us. Also, we are here with a special purpose. I refer to the Varroa hallucinogens that you reported to Schultes. I am telescoping my account, of course. It all took longer and moved less directly toward revealing its meaning. We talked for perhaps 20 minutes. At the end of that time, we had learned that Dr. Guzman would help us find bearers and depart, but that this would take some days. We learned that Guzman was an ardent structuralist, Marxist, and male chauvinist, that his involvement with the Witoto approached being a mania, that he was regarded by his colleagues back in Bogota as slightly bonkers. He gave us no encouragement that we would find the ukuhe, which he said was a secret of the man that was slowly dying out. At the end of this discussion, our small party and a dozen of the village people walked back to the river with us and helped us carry our gear to a run-down, unused hut on the edge of the village. As we set up camp, Annabelle Guzman approached us with several cups of steaming coffee and chatted with us as we worked. She seemed more relieved than dismayed by our presence, unlike her husband. As she talked, a picture emerged. She had gone to the London School of Economics, studied anthropology, graduate work in Columbia, meeting impassioned older men in similar profession, now living a pendulum life going between the striving, contentious world of the university in Bogota and the tiny village of San Jose del Encanto. Her husband's addiction to chewing coca was much on her mind. Like the males of the tribe, he was a coca enthusiast. He was quite paranoid from chewing it. When one saw him in the morning, he always had coca staining his lower chin. The tribe was very hard on women, so Annabelle had been told by Horacio that in order to integrate into this society, she had to take the women's role upon herself. This had to do with pounding yucca root with stones, and also making coca, which the women are not allowed to chew at all. The men lie around in hammocks and listen to transistor radios. The women live with the dogs and the children under the houses, and the men live in the houses. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the women are all sent to the sleeping place with the children and the dogs. The men all retire into the longhouse for storytelling and coca chewing until 4:30 in the morning. We lived with these people elbow to elbow. The fart is the most highly appreciated form of humor. There are 10,000 variations on the fart, and all are riotously funny. We stayed in that uncomfortable setting until the morning of the 13th of February. It took that long, nearly a week, to arrange 2 young boys willing to leave the hunting and help us carry our supplies over the trail to La Chorrera. We were grateful for the pause in travel, as the voyage on the Faviolita had left us rather worn. I spent part of each day collecting insects or writing or thinking in my hammock. We saw Dr. Guzman very rarely. He treated us with the same remote disdain that the other male leaders of the community affected. Not everyone was so shy. There were always several Witoto of all ages intently watching whoever of us was most active at any given moment. In one of his oddest moves, Dr. Guzman had asked us to answer any of the people's questions concerning the relationships prevailing within our group by saying that we were all brothers and sisters. This assertion brought the expression of amazement that any reasoning being would expect, and so I think that we were especially interesting to the people of the village because they were asked by their expert informant concerning all things in the outside world to believe that such a disparate group as we were all sibs. It was only one of the good doctor's peculiarities. Once, in the heat of the afternoon, when I was alone collecting insects in the forest, I came around a large tree to surprise Dr. Guzman, who was standing absolutely still, poised above a small ditch with a fish spear in his hand. We walked back to the village together, and as we walked, he told me his view of the world.
Never swim alone on the river.
Danger lurks everywhere.
Forms move beneath
Never
the
swim
surface.
alone in the river. Huge
the anaconda.
forms move beneath its surface.
The
There is
rivers
the
abound with
anaconda. The rivers abound
Snakes
with
are
them.
everywhere.
Snakes are everywhere.
Be aware of this as you make
Be
your way
aware
to
of this
La
as you
Chorrera.
make your way to La Chorrera.
The
The forest is
unforgiving of error.
unforgiving of error. I had spent many months in the jungles of Indonesia and had been collecting insects every day in these Amazonian forests as we had made our way to San Jose del Encanto. I had my own idea of the risks of the forest, not nearly so dark as the thoughts of the wildly gesticulating small man who strode raving at my side. He had apparently been ruling his wife with an iron hand, when we had just happened in on what was a very peculiar scene. He lived in a nightmare world of hallucination brought on by extreme coca addiction. His wife had not had any Anglos to talk to since arriving there. Naturally, she was wondering what was going on. She wasn't allowed to chew coca, and he was behaving like a male Witoto member of the tribe. I saw him freak out one afternoon. He was talking to some people. It is a very macho culture, and your woman is always expected to be right there. There was a small group talking, and it developed that they needed a machete. And he stood up and said, "Annabelle!"
Annabelle!
She didn't come. And he yelled again,
Annabelle!
"Annabelle!" He wouldn't go look for her.
Annabelle!
He was just standing there, and all the people were standing looking at each other. He kept calling, and finally she came.
Annabelle!
He was by that time white with rage, and he was
Annabelle!
shaking. "Get the machete!" he roared in exasperation. After about 5 days or so, Sia developed an abscessed tooth. His teeth were rotting out of his head, and we gave him all the codeine we had. It was intended to last us 3 months. There were incidents. A bushmaster, most deadly of vipers, was killed near the village and brought back and shown around. Incidents, say rather omens or ominous events. One morning an enormous tarantula, the largest I have ever seen, made a dash through the village, or so it seemed, since it was suddenly discovered very much in the middle of things. Had someone released it? 2 nights before we were to leave the village, a tree burst into flames near our hut. This seemed unambiguously unfriendly, and we hastened our plans for departure. We could not continue on without bearers, and only when the men came back from the hunting party would we get bearers. Guzman would tell us almost nothing. About the ukuhe, he said, Ridiculous. You're not going to get it. These people don't even speak Spanish. They speak only Huitoto. There were 40,000 of them killed here 50 years ago. They have no reason to like you, and the drug is super secret. What are you doing here? I urge you to leave the jungle while that is still possible. Finally, on the 15th, we departed, the 6 of us in the company of 2 Witoto adolescents. The Capitan of the village turned out to wish us a good journey. Even Dr. Guzman was smiling, delighted no doubt at the prospect of the village returning to normal after a long week playing host to a delegation from the global electronic tribe. There was no one more pleased to leave the village than I. As we strode along the wide trocha, I felt my spirits rise. At last we had put all the encumbering obstacles behind us. Only Sia remained to plague me. I decided, milquetoast or not, I was going to have to break the bubble, because it was becoming too odd. He was doing things. He insisted on going first. He was sharpening sticks and putting them into the ground. Fetishes. When we were going down the river, before we got to El Encanto, we were smoking weed all the time. He would just sit staring for hours and hours, and I finally understood that he was probably going to kill me, and that he was completely deranged. That, strange as it may seem, it was my fate that I was going to be bumped off by somebody's old boyfriend who was psychotic, who had somehow sneaked into this Amazon expedition. At this realization, I stopped on the trail and observed something to the effect that he was the world's most outrageous jackass. In other words, I just pitched the shit into the fan. We were going to punch each other out right there. Vanessa was yelling and shoving. Witoto bearers were standing around open-mouthed. It was a standoff. But as the day wore on, Sia decided to turn back. Actually, he had no money. He was also in terrific pain. There was no reason for him to be there. He was really disturbed and was capable of anything. The stress of isolation and bad food can push a healthy person to the edge. He did chew coca, but that didn't cut the pain. He needed medical attention. Around us, the jungle. Ahead of us, the secret. After Sia's departure, I hefted my butterfly net and felt very Van Veenish as we wended our way toward La Chorrera under the liana-tangled canopy of the climaxed Amazonian forest. Iridescent morphos would occasionally be surprised lounging languidly on broad leaves overhanging the trail. They would start upwards suddenly, an amazing show of watery, splendorous sapphire quickly lost in the gloomy heights. We set a brisk pace as we moved along. I turned over in my mind the seemingly prophetic lines of the apocryphal American poet John Shade. That rare phenomenon, the iridule, when, beautiful and strange, in a bright sky above a mountain range, one opal cloudlet in an oval form reflects the rainbow of a thunderstorm which in a distant valley has been staged, for we are most artistically caged. That night we made our camp at a thatch-roofed shelter with a marker that indicated we had come 25 kilometers during the day. We ate well that night, and in the morning we were back on the trail as the ground fogs of dawn departed. It was a day of hard work, carrying the heaviest loads by a method that allowed each person 2 hours on and then an hour off. It was quite a physical feat. I think that we were already feeling the effects of the phenomenon, but it is impossible to say. We didn't eat. The women announced that we would eliminate breakfast and lunch. It was their decision since they were doing the cooking, and it was impossible to make a fire because the Amazon jungle is so damp. It was too much of a chore. We would get up at 4:30 in the morning, have coffee, and walk 25 kilometers until about 3:30 in the afternoon. It was an ass-buster, absolutely. It was up and down, up and down. We would arrive at a river to find no bridge. We would have to figure out how to cross. We had to be aware of the possibility of the bearers stealing something or deserting us. In spite of the exertion, it was a day of exquisite immersion in the sense of the truly immense and vibrant forest through which we were passing. All day long we pushed forward against our flagging energies. At last we reached a shelter similar to the one we had used the night before. It was set on the top of a small hill, just beyond a rude bridge arcing a small river. After dark, around the fire, we anticipated a total eclipse of the moon, said to be due that night. The Witoto bearers ate their own food apart from us, friendly but distant. I wondered if they, too, were aware of the impending eclipse. Sometime in the dead of the night, I awoke in my hammock, and after listening to the seething night, pulled on my boots and silently made my way to the bluff of the little hill overlooking the bridge. The river and the way along which we had toiled in the fading light of the late afternoon. Now all was transformed. The jungle eerily silent very suddenly. The moon washed orange-red, the eclipse in progress and near totality. The scene and the feeling was profoundly other. Alone in an immensity of jungle, we seemed the witness to the emergence of strange dimensions, the clash of unearthly geometries, lords of places unseen and undreamed of by man. A few miles away, rain was falling from a cloud standing still in the sky. Nearby foliage glistened black with orange highlights. Unknown to me in that moment was that the eclipse that had drawn me as a lone observer from my hammock to this eerie scene was at that same rough instant triggering a groaning shift of billions of tons of impacted rock along the San Andreas Fault in Southern California. Chaos was breaking out in the hell city of Los Angeles. In a pitiless cartoon, we may imagine the pop-eyed denizens in beehive hairdos pouring out under incandescent lights into choking pollution to wail their hysteria to mobile news teams. I knew nothing of it, and so returned to my hammock, oddly cheered and exalted. It had seemed a portent of great things. Toward the afternoon of the fourth day, the bearers were visibly in anticipation of arrival at La Chorrera. During one of our breaks, Vanessa pointed out a rainbow that lay directly over the path we were traveling. The appropriate jokes were made, and we hoisted our loads and hurried onward. In a few minutes we were walking through secondary forest, and shortly thereafter emerged on the edge of a huge clearing of rough pasture land. The mission buildings could be seen at the opposite side of this expanse. As we started across the open space, an Indian came to meet us. He and we spoke haltingly in Spanish. He spoke to our bearers rapidly in Witoto and then started off with us in the direction from which he had come. We passed through a wood enclosure and across a semi-enclosed courtyard. On the wall were paintings in tempera of absurd elves with pointed ears. We saw no children, and a sense of its being school vacation hung over the empty rooms and playing fields around us. We were led finally to the back porch of what was obviously the priest's house. A huge man, bearded and bearish, emerged in his shirt sleeves. Sebastian Cabot could have played him to perfection. A basically merry person, he nevertheless did not seem happy to see us. Why are these people always so withdrawn? Something about not liking anthropologists. But we are basically botanists. How can we put that across? Our reception was hospitable and correct. We asked no more, and as we hung our hammocks in the empty guest house to which we were shown, there was a sense of relief among us all at having reached our destination. Chapter 4, Camped by a Doorway. Most of the Amazon basin is alluvial deposit from the Andes. La Chorrera is different. The river narrows and flows into a crack. It begins to flow very rapidly. Then it flows over an edge, a lip, and there is a waterfall full of power. Not exactly a waterfall, but a chute, not a direct drop. This violent flume has made a sizable lake, very unusual situation for the Amazon. Very rarely can one rise above the treetops, but at La Chorrera there are actually hills and one can get up some altitude. There were no stinging or biting insects. It is a paradisical place. You push very hard and suddenly you are there, and it is beautiful. The mist drifting across the pastures, there are white cattle, the mission, the huge lake, the jungle, but white cattle, and therein lies a peculiar twist of the story. The afternoon following our arrival, at the edge of a large pasture cleared at the order of the succession of Spanish priests who had managed Mission La Chorrera since its establishment in the 1920s, I held and turned over in my hand perfect specimens of the same species of mushrooms whose lone representative I had eaten near Florencia. In the pasture before me were dozens of these mushrooms. After examining several, my brother pronounced them Stropharia cubensis, one of the largest, strongest, and certainly the most widely distributed of any of the known psilocybin-containing mushrooms. What to do? Our expedition's thinned-down drug and plant file was concerned with flowering plants, not with fungi. We had no data on the proper dosage of psilocybin, but collectively seemed to remember that in the Oaxacan mushroom rituals described by Gordon Wasson, the mushrooms are eaten in pairs, and several pairs are consumed. We determined to eat 6 mushrooms each that same evening. My journal entry for the next day spoke clearly. 23 February 1971. Are we indeed now in some way camped on the edge of another dimension? Yesterday afternoon, Dave discovered Stropharia cubensis in the damp pastures behind the house where we have hung our hammocks. He and I gathered 30 delicious psilocybin-saturated specimens in about half an hour. We all each ate approximately 7 and spent last night on an enormously rich and alive, yet gentle and elusive trip. In between strange lights in the pasture and discussion of our project, I am left with the sense that by penetrating the local psychedelic flora this way, we have taken a giant step toward deeper understanding. Multifaceted and benevolent, as complex as mescaline, as intense as LSD, the mushroom, as is said of peyote, teaches the right way to live. This particular mushroom species is unclaimed, so far as I know, by any Aboriginal people anywhere, and thus is neutral ground in the tryptamine dimension we are exploring. Through this unclaimed vegetable teacher, one can gain entry into the world of the elf chemists. The experience of the mushroom is subtle, but can reach out to the depth and breadth of a truly intense psychedelic experience. It is, however, extremely mercurial and difficult to catch at work. Dennis and I, through a staggered description of our visions, noticed a similarity of content that seemed to suggest a telepathic phenomenon or some sort of simultaneous perception of the same invisible landscape. A tight headache accompanied the experience in its final stages, but this was quick to fade, and body strain and exhaustion often met with in unextracted vegetable drugs is not present. This mushroom is a transdimensional doorway which sly fairies have left slightly ajar for anyone to enter into who can find the key and who wishes to use this power, the power of vision, to explore this peculiar and naturally occurring psychoactive complex. We are closing distance with the most profound event a planetary ecology can encounter, the emergence of life from the dark chrysalis of matter. Such were my impressions after only one exposure to the realm of vision over which the mushroom holds sway. The reference to strange lights in the pasture should be explained, since perhaps it has some bearing on some of what followed. After we had eaten the mushroom and an hour had passed and everyone had become comfortable with the pleasant plateau of hypnagogic imagery, someone initiated a discussion. It was Dave or Dennis. Dennis, I believe. He said that we were now loaded in the home territory of the secret, and so should not remain in the confined space of our dwelling, but move out into the foggy night, the warm enfolding fog over the pasture. Discussion. Not all should go. A delegation. Who should it be? Dennis nominated Dave and myself, calling Dave the least skeptical, me the most. Vanessa objected to me as most skeptical, suggesting instead that Dave and Dennis should go. I heartily agreed, not actually wishing to visit the dark and dewy pasture myself, and having no faith, so skeptical was I, in the transcendental potential of the errand. Off they went, first loudly proclaiming the total enveloping power of the ground fog, and then, in a theatrically absurd short time, and from off stage, they hollered out that they saw a hovering diffuse light in the pasture nearby. Investigation pursued. Hollering continues but fades. Light persists. Diffuseness persists.
Let's go over there.
I decided it was time for cooler heads to intervene. Off into the enfolding wettish night I went. I crossed carefully through the barbed wire, wet to my fingers, but warm seeming even at night, so steamy as Amazonas. Once united with Dave and Dennis, I found the situation far closer to their description than I expected. There was a dim light on the ground a few yards away. It seemed to retreat slightly as one walked toward it. We moved in its direction for several dozen meters in a series of short advances. At that distance we felt far from our companions back at the house and enveloped in dense, drifting fog. We can follow this light, but we better not get too far away or we will get lost because we don't know the area at all. It was Dave pleading for a retreat, but we continued to follow it. Sometimes it would seem as though it was just 20 feet ahead of us. It seemed as though it was hovering in the air, but then it seemed as if it had fallen into the grass. The light would come filtering back through the grass. We would run forward, and then it would be ahead again in the air. Finally, we decided to go no farther. As we turned to depart, I seemed to see a flickering in front of the diffuse light that to my mind suggested someone dancing before a fire. Thoughts of UFOs left me, and I recalled instead the ominous incidents preceding our departure from San Jose del Encanto. Was this a shaman dancing around a small fire? Was it something to do with us? No understanding was ever shed on this incident, but the general eeriness of it anticipated all that was to follow. But the words of my journal entry are revealing. I speak matter-of-factly of gaining entry into the world of elf chemists. I call the mushroom a trans-dimensional doorway and link it to a transformation of life on the planet. A younger, more naive, more poetic self is revealed, a more intuitive self at ease with proclaiming wild unlikelihoods as hallucinogenically derived gnosis. Very little has changed. Then I was eager to be convinced by demonstration, and demonstration was given. I was changed, and was obviously eager to be changed. Now, years later, and with years of reflection on these things, I can still discern in that earliest experience many of the motifs that have persisted through the years and remained mysterious. At one point during the evening, Dennis and I both seemed to be able to see and describe the same hallucination. Off and on over the years, this has happened several times with psilocybin, and the wonder of it does not change. Even in those early mushroom experiences at La Chorrera, there was an aura of the animate and the strange that focused in the idea that the mushroom was somehow more than a plant hallucinogen, or even a shamanic ally of the classical sort, that it was in fact a kind of intelligent entity, not of Earth, alien, and able to present itself during the trance as a presence in the inward-turned perceptions of its beholder. In the days following our lives, the lives of my brother and myself underwent a tremendous and bizarre transformation. It was not until Jacques Vallée had written of the absurd element that is invariably a part of the situation in which contact with a UFO occurs that I found the courage to again examine the events at La Chorrera, to try to fit them into some general pattern. I have told various parts of our story over the years, never revealing the entire incredible structure to any one listener because of what I knew it seemed to imply about our mental condition during the time of the experience. Any story of UFO contact is going to be incredible enough by itself, but central to our story are the hallucinogenic drugs that we had been experimenting with. The very fact that we were involved with such drugs as a method of triggering UFO contacts would make any story we might eventually have to tell seem highly dubious to anyone not sympathetic to the use of hallucinogens. There were other difficulties with telling this story. The events at La Chorrera generated a great deal of controversy and subsequent bitterness among the participants because several ideas of what was taking place were represented, each basing itself on data unavailable or deemed ipso facto irrelevant by the competing interpretations. We were poorly prepared for the events that overwhelmed us. We began as naive observers of something, we knew not what, and because our involvement with this phenomenon went on for many days, we were able to observe many aspects of it, and I was able to satisfy myself that generally the method of approach which is told of here is effective for triggering whatever it is that we call the UFO contact experience. It may also be dangerous. The journal entry above refers to our first Stropharia trip at La Chorrera. It occurred on the 22nd of February, 71, only a little more than 24 hours after our arrival at La Chorrera, following the 4-day walk through the jungle from San Jose del Encanto on the Rio Caraparaná. That entry makes it clear that I was spellbound. It was the last thing that I could bring myself to write for several weeks, though I did not realize it as I sat writing in the sunlight that morning. I was suffused with contentment. I knew only that the mushroom was the best hallucinogen I had ever had, that it had a quality of aliveness that I had never known before. It seemed to open doorways into places that I had assumed would always be closed to me because of my insistence on analysis and realism. I had never had psilocybin before, and was amazed at the difference from LSD, which seemed more abrasively psychoanalytic and personality-oriented. In contrast, the mushroom seemed so full of merry elfin energy that casting off into the drug trance was made more enticing. Nothing of the magnitude of the forces even then gathering around our small expedition was sensed by me. I was thinking in terms like, it's great that these mushrooms are here. Even if we don't find ukuhe or yahe, we will always have them to fall back on, and certainly they are interesting. Our plan was to spend about 3 months slowly getting to know the botanical and social situation among the Witoto, living traditionally in a village about 14 kilometers down a trail from the mission on the Igara-Paraná at La Chorrera. We knew Ukuhe was secret, and we were in no hurry. So the day after our first mushroom experience was spent checking our equipment after the rigors of the overland walk and generally relaxing in the casita to which Father Jose Maria, the Capuchin in charge, had kindly shown us. We gathered more mushrooms that afternoon and dried them near the cooking fire. That evening I pulverized them and made them into a snuff. It was delicious, like some chocolate-related essence. We all snuffed it, and it was generally thought a success. I felt elated, very pleased with everything, and impressed with what an extraordinarily beautiful place we had come to be in. We decided that we would take mushrooms again that night. It was a different sort of experience. As we sat around waiting to get stoned, there was a lot of nitpicking going on between Vanessa and Dennis. Up to this point, Dennis had not come forward as a personality at all. Finally, he had apparently had enough of Vanessa and said, "You know, you're pretty weird, and I'm going to tell you why." I was amazed because as he talked, he gave perfect expression to my own thoughts on Vanessa. There was no tension in the situation for me. Someone else was rapping it down to her how she was out of line. But then, after a few minutes, I felt very odd, because I felt like Sia. Weird. I feel like this other person. I don't know what this guy feels like, but I feel the way I imagine he must feel. We were trying to smoke some grass, and then I said, "Smoking makes it easier to hallucinate. Smoke to get higher." Dennis was having trouble with the matches, fumbling and fumbling. "What's the problem? Just light the match." "Would you light the match?" We were all crossed up, and so we came down. It was disappointing. The next day was spent relaxing, catching up on insect and plant collecting, washing clothes, and chatting with the priest and brother in residence. Through them, we put out the word that we were interested in people who knew things about medicinal plants. That afternoon, a young Witoto named Basilio came to the casita, and having heard of our interest from the priest, offered to take us to see his father, a shaman with a local reputation. Basilio assumed that we were interested in yahe. It is the better-known hallucinogen in the area. It is generally available for the asking. The ukuhe was a much more sensitive subject. At La Chorrera, a month or two before we had arrived, there had been a murder, actually several murders and attempted murder. It all had to do with ukuhe. Supposedly, a shaman had murdered one of 2 shaman brothers by painting the top rung of a ladder with the DMT resin. When the victim had grabbed the rung, the resin had absorbed through his fingers, and he had gotten vertigo and had fallen, breaking his neck. The shaman whose brother had been killed struck back by causing an accident. The alleged murderer's wife, daughter, and grandchild had been in a canoe above the Chorro, and unaccountably unable to reach the shore, they had been swept over it. It was said they were victims of magic. Only the wife had lived through it. It was not the time to be asking about ukuhe. Basilio insisted that the yahe was a day upriver at his father's maloka, He had a small canoe, so only 2 of us could go with him. After consultation, it was decided that Ev and I should go. We left at once for the river, and I took my film canister of snuff with us. Calm was the day and blue the sky. An extraordinary peace and depthless serenity seemed to touch everything. It was as if the whole earth was softly exhaling its exhilaration. Had such a mood developed no further, it would have passed into being but a pleasant memory. In the light of later events, I now look back on that afternoon of deepening contentment and almost bucolic relaxation as the first faint stirring of the current that was shortly to sweep me toward unimaginably titanic emotions. Our new Witoto acquaintances were very kind, a different sort from the Witoto of San Jose del Encanto. We were shown their cultivated yahe plants and given cuttings and a bundle of the vines so that we could make our own ayahuasca. Basilio described to us his own single experience with yahe when, several years before, after days of fever from an unknown cause, he had taken it with his father. He described the yahe as a cold water infusion, rare for that area, where vigorous boiling usually plays a part in the preparation. After soaking the shredded yahe for a day and a night, the unboiled water had become hallucinogenically potent. There had been many fences to cross in the visions, a sense of flying. The father had seen the bad air from the mission that had weakened his son. The mission was recognized as a place of ill omen. After this experience, Basilio recovered his health and was less often at the mission, he told us. It was all very interesting, our first exposure to field conditions, and accorded well with our data on yahe usage and beliefs in the area. We hung our hammocks in a small hut near the main Maloka that night. I dreamed of fences and the pasture back at the mission. The next morning early we were rowed back to the mission by Basilio. Our collections of Banisteriopsis were reason for pride, but again I felt the elation whose depth could not be found. Peculiar, I muttered to myself as we swung inside of the mission, overlooking its lake, and placed on a sunny hill with a row of date palms sweeping up from the boat landing. Very peculiar. Chapter 5, A Brush with the Other. Returning to our friends, we learned that in the few hours that we had been gone, some teachers expected to arrive to teach in the mission school had finally appeared. They had been ferried in by a bush pilot, the notorious George Solikis, who served as La Chorrera's emergency link to the outside world and who brought the mail once a month. We were out of lodging, for it had been the professore's quarters that we had been staying in. Not precisely out of lodging, the priest having offered us the temporary use of a run-down hut that stood on stilts on a small rise below the mission, but well above the broad lake that is caused by the Chorro, which gave La Chorrera its name. The word means narrow channel or chute. It was in this small hut, instantly christened the Knoll House, that we proposed to live while we arranged to move further into the nearby jungle and away from the somewhat confining atmosphere of the mission. We rested, passed a joint around, and planned our next move. In conversations with the brother, Dave and Vanessa had learned that there was a quite sturdy Witoto house unused and lying down the trail toward the village where our hopes for Ukuhe centered. It normally stood empty, but was now occupied by the people who had brought their children to the mission for the beginning of the school year. It is the practice of the Witoto to leave their children in the keeping of the padres for 6 or more months out of the year, the effect of which on the social self-image of the children is easily imagined. Children were coming from all directions, being brought by their parents who would then return to their own villages until time to reclaim the children. These times of gathering at the mission at the beginning and end of the school year are high points of the Witoto social swirl and an excuse for soccer games and night bailes, for the Witoto are inveterate dancers. We were in the midst of such a gathering time, but in a few days all the families would leave and there would be ample empty housing in the jungle. Dave, Dennis, and Vanessa had already inspected one place and determined it to be ideal, close to good insect and plant collecting, and definitely in the jungle itself. We transferred our equipment to the knoll house and reslung our hammocks. It was cramped, but would do until we could move into the forest. Then, almost in a collective motion, we set out in the early afternoon to the pasture behind the mission. Find the mushrooms. That was the thought on everyone's mind. We returned at evening to the house, each with 6 or 8 carefully chosen specimens. These we ate, and then, as the evening's trip deepened, we smoked joints rolled out of shavings of the freshly gathered Banisteriopsis caapi. The caapi smoke was delicious. It smelled like light incense, and each toke synergized beautiful slow-motion volleys of delicate hallucinations, which we immediately dubbed vegetable television. Each burst of imagery would last about 15 minutes and subside. Then it was time to take another hit of the caapi smoke. The effects persisted a couple of hours. We triggered it repeatedly and excitedly discussed it as an example of the sort of things that sophisticated shamanic technicians have been whipping up for each other's amazement since the late Paleolithic. Our conversation drifted toward and around the possibilities of violations of normal physics and the psychological versus naive realist views of shamanic phenomena, especially the obsidian liquids that ayahuasqueros are said to produce on the surface of their skins and use to look into time. The question of whether or not such things are possible is actually a more gut issue in disguise. The issue of whether what we moderns have remaining to learn about the nature of reality is really not very much and will require only light fine-tuning of our way of looking at things, versus the idea that we know very little and our understanding is very crude, missing the point entirely about the nature of our situation in being. Conversation waxed hot and heavy. Ev, Dennis, and I, passionate defenders of the latter view, Vanessa and Dave insisting on a psychological reductionist approach to the unusual events. Ideology forgotten, they then denounced the passion of our commitment as obsession, and we responded by saying that they repressed the real power of the unconscious, and that if they were with us trying to vindicate some behaviorist, materialist view of man, then they would be in for a surprise, and so on. Tension had simmered under the surface for weeks, and the life of an expedition is full of stress and aggravated difference. But I believe that the real point of tension even then was the sense of something in the mushroom experience that was pulling everyone toward it, or at least precipitating a situation where one had to decide whether to go deeper into a dimension whose outline ahead of us could not be seen. Each trip was a learning experience with an unexpected conclusion. The 3 of us were delighted, psychedelic, ready to strip down and climb into the alchemical fountain and take the measure of the thing from the inside. Call it Faustian, call it obsessed, that was our position. I called it continuing the program of investigations that brought us to La Chorrera in the first place. For Vanessa and Dave, the reality of the dimension we were exploring, or rather our growing insistence that somehow it was a dimension with elements more than psychological, was operating like a threat. There we were, a group sharing a common set of symbols, completely isolated in the jungle, struggling with an epistemological problem upon whose solution our sanity would eventually seem to depend. And so, and in short, Dave and Vanessa withdrew from us, withdrew from the excited speculative conversations with their intimations of the possibility of being overwhelmed from the unseen. There were no arguments or scenes, but a tacit and mutual understanding that a fork in the road had been reached and that some of us were committed to going deeper into the idea systems of the mushroom trance, and some were disturbed by the sudden depth of things and preferred to pass on this occasion. The cramped knoll house and the polarizing of two approaches toward further tripping combined to inspire Vanessa to expand her checker-playing contacts with the police garrison of 3 very displaced young Colombians. After several closely fought games, she had a full-fledged invitation to relieve our crowded conditions by moving with Dave into an unused riverside house nominally in the care of the police. Later, this house, which was at the river landing of La Chorrera, would be the site of my own UFO encounter, but that was in a future long days away from the afternoon of our vegetable television trip when Vanessa and Dave took down their hammocks and moved down the hill to the promptly named Riverside House. It was a beautiful day and their departure was friendly. They would spend more time in the water now, Vanessa laughed. It was the 6th day of our residence at La Chorrera. We had taken the mushrooms 3 times. We were healthy, relaxed, and delighted with ourselves for having come so far in such good shape. There were insects and plants to collect and the lake beneath the Chorro to swim in. My new relationship with Ev seemed promising and well launched by then. We were being lulled by the warm tropical sun in the deathless blue sky. Something was about to happen. After the departure of our 2 friends, we each lay in our own hammock, lost in thought as the heat and insect shrill built toward midday. My journal entries had already ceased, my busy writing now replaced by long flights of reverie, dizzying and beautiful, the faint traces of the deepening of the contact, though I did not then recognize it for that. Another warm night was upon us, and we slept long and well. When the morning ground fogs had burned away, this new day was revealed to be as pristine and as flawless as the days always seemed to be in this marvelously beautiful jungle-isolated settlement. Each day seemed like a pearl born from the warm and starry night preceding. We used that day to explore the lake edge in the direction of the Chorro. It is an extraordinary landform. The Chorro, with its abrupt narrowing of the Igala-Paraná and sudden terrible increase of power and speed, is impressive enough. But the lake into which the Chorro empties its waters is no mere catch basin for the rapids. Rather, it is the site of some ancient geological catastrophe that shattered the basaltic layer deep beneath the Earth's surface, peeling back a great hole and laying thousands of house-sized rock fragments on the cliff-edged northern side of the lake. The mission is perched on the top of this basaltic knoll and is the highest point in the immediate vicinity. We made our way along the bluffs leading to the Chorro, their steepness increasing finally to the point that we could go no further, but at that distance the ground was shuddering with throbbing reverberations of the millions of tons of water cascading through the rock walls of the Chorro nearby. Unusual ground-clinging plants seemed endemic there in that turbulent atmosphere of mist-whipped sand and thundering noise. The feeling of being so small among such sharply shattered stone and close to such energy was eerie and somewhat disturbing. I felt a very considerable amount of relief as we climbed hand over hand up the bluffs and made our way back through the meadows and pastures that the mission had cleared over the years with the free labor of the Witoto children. Once back on level ground, and still well within the aura of sound made by the Chorro, we rested. There, on the point of land overlooking the entire surrounding area, the mission had established a small cemetery. Within the rudely fenced hexagonal area, perhaps 24 graves, many of them obviously of children, were eroding away. The shocking red of the lateritic soil was laid bare here. It was a place touched with sad loneliness, even on a perfect sunny day. Our respite finished, we hurried away from the odd combination of emptiness, solitude, and the distant roar of moving water. Our walk, and exposure to so much sun and stone, sent us as if by instinct toward the unbroken green wall of the jungle across the pastures behind the mission. Broad sandy trails led to the system of Witoto, Bora, and Muinani villages that are the indigenous component of Comissaria Amazonas, the rest being a few missions, police, and unclassifiables, traders mostly, and ourselves. We wandered down the trail, checked on our home to be, and found it still occupied. Returning through the pastures under a spectacular sunset, we gathered more mushrooms, enough for Ev, Dennis, and me to each take more than we ever had before. How much? Perhaps 20 mushrooms apiece. It was during that walk through the pasture that I noticed for the first time, or at least mentioned for the first time, that everything was very beautiful, and I felt so good that there was a strange sense of being in a movie, or somehow larger than life. Even the sky seemed to have a slight fisheye lens effect, as though everything was slightly cinematic. What was this? Was it a slight distortion of space brought on by accumulating levels of psilocybin? Psilocybin can induce similar kinds of perceptual distortions. I felt 10 feet high, just a touch of the superhuman. It was odd, but very pleasing. Back at the Knoll house, we kindled a fire and boiled rice for a light supper. Rain was falling intermittently. After dinner we smoked and waited long, thinking that Vanessa and Dave might visit. Finally it began to drizzle a bit harder, and so we drew ourselves forward and each ate a large pile of mushrooms. The onset of the stropharia was rapid and the hallucinations very vivid. But after an hour or so, the experience did not seem to be particularly different from the earlier trips, in spite of the larger dose. We had come out of our reveries and were conversing softly about our reactions. Dennis complained that he felt blocked from a deep connection by concern for our father in Colorado, whether or not our last messages to him before setting off down the Rio Putumayo had reached him before he went on his vacation. Dennis seemed melancholy, a state of homesickness in combination with a hallucinogen, I supposed. I tried to reassure him, and we talked softly in the darkness for several minutes. He said that his trip consisted of many things, a suffusing inner heat and a strange audio buzzing that gave him, so he said, insight into audio and linguistic phenomena that I had experienced on DMT and described to him before. I asked him to imitate the sounds that he was hearing, but he seemed to think it not possible. While we talked, the drizzle had lifted somewhat, and we could faintly hear the sound of a transistor radio being carried by someone who had chosen the let-up in the storm to make their way up the hill on a small path that passed a few feet from our hut. Our conversation stopped, and we listened as the small radio sound drew near and then began to fade. At that moment, Dennis gave forth with a very machine-like, loud, dry buzz. His body became stiff in the few seconds in which this occurred. After a moment's silence, he broke into a frightened series of excited questions.
What happened?
What happened? And, most memorably, I don't want to become a giant insect. He was very disturbed by what had happened, and Ev and I both talked to him and attempted to calm him. It was obvious that what to us had seemed only a strange sound had had far different effects on the person who made it. I understood his predicament because it was familiar to me from DMT experiences, where a kind of glossolalia of thought that seemed to me the very embodiment of meaning seemed mere gibberish when verbalized and heard by other people. Dennis spoke of tremendous energy in the sound and said that he had felt it like a physical force of some kind. We discussed it for several minutes, and finally Dennis decided that he wished to attempt the effect again. This he did, but for a much shorter time. He again reported that the subjective experience was of great energy being unleashed. He said that he felt as though he might leave the ground if he directed his voice downward. We discussed the effect in terms of sound possibly having a synergistic effect on metabolizing drugs. Dennis vowed that from the inside it felt like the acquisition of a shamanic power of some sort. He began pacing around and wishing that Vanessa would appear out of the gloom with her skepticism, which he felt would crumble when confronted with his testimony of the reality of a strange effect. I told him that she would only think of it as a strange sound in combination with a drug she was growing uncertain of. At one point he became so excited that we all three left the hut and stood looking out into the pitch darkness. Dennis was contemplating going immediately to find Vanessa and Dave to discuss with them what had happened. Finally, a bewildered Ev and I convinced him to return to the hut and leave it all for the morning. Once back in the hut, there was more talk and attempts to figure out what was going on. I felt Dennis' amazement was perfectly reasonable. My own encounter with the audial and linguistic powers of the tryptamine drugs had been what had originally sent me looking into hallucinogens and their place in nature. It is an incredible experience to see all that you believe about reality changed around by these compounds. It is edifying, and excitement is a reasonable reaction. My brother and I had been close over the years, and especially close since our mother's death, yet there were experiences that I had had while traveling in Asia that we had not yet shared. To calm us all, and to argue with the universality of the kind of experience he had just had, I told the following story. Chapter 6, Kathmandu Interlude. 2 years before, during the spring and summer of '69, I lived in Nepal and studied the Tibetan language. The wave of interest in Buddhist studies was just beginning, so that those of us in Nepal with Tibetan interests were a tightly knit group. My purpose in studying Tibetan was different from that of most Westerners involved with the language in Nepal. They were nearly all interested in some aspect of Mahayana Buddhist thought, while I was interested in the religious tradition that antedated the introduction of Buddhism into Tibet in the 7th century. The indigenous pre-Buddhist religion of Tibet was a kind of shamanism, closely related to the classical shamanism of Siberia. Tibetan folk shamanism is called Pön, and it continues to be practiced today in the mountainous area of Nepal that borders Tibet. Practitioners of Pön are usually despised by the Buddhist community, being thought of as heretics and generally low types. My interest in Pön and its practitioners, the Pönpo, arose out of an interest in Tibetan painting. It is a commonplace of such painting that the most fantastic, extravagant, and ferocious images are drawn from the pre-Buddhist substratum of folk imagery, the terrifying, multi-armed and multi-headed guardians of the Buddhist teaching, called Dharmapalas, with their aureoles of flame and light, are autochthonous Pön deities whose allegiance to the late-arriving Buddhist religion is maintained only by powerful spells and rituals which bind and secure these forceful demons. It seemed to me that the shamanic tradition that spawns such outlandish and fantastic images must have at some time had the knowledge of a hallucinogenic plant. Shamanic ecstasy in Siberia was attained through the use of Amanita muscaria, and R.G. Wasson has made a good case for the use of the same mushroom in Vedic India. Since Tibet is situated roughly between these two areas, it did not seem impossible that before the coming of Buddhism, hallucinogens were part of the indigenous shamanic tradition. Amanita muscaria was only one of several plants that might have served as a hallucinogen in ancient Tibet. Pegamen harmala of the Zygophyllaceae is another hallucinogen. It, like Banisteriopsis caapi, contains the hallucinogenic alkaloid harmine in considerable quantities and is probably a hallucinogen by itself. Certainly in combination with a DMT-containing plant, of which the flora of India boasts several, Arundodonax, for example, it should yield a strong hallucinogen whose composition would not differ chemically from the ayahuasca and yahe brews of Amazonas. My interest in Tibetan painting and hallucinogenic shamanism led me to Nepal. I had learned that there were refugee camps in Nepal and near Simla in India, whose populations were nearly entirely outclassed Pönpo, unwelcome in the camps where Buddhist refugees were housed. I wanted to learn from the Pönpo whatever they still retained of any knowledge of hallucinogens that they might once have had. I was convinced that the original source of the fantastic images in Tibetan painting must be a shamanic use of plant hallucinogens. I wished, in my naivete, to prove this idea and to write a monograph about it. As soon as I arrived in Asia, the enormity of the task and effort that it would require were seen more nearly in their correct proportions. My proposed project was actually an outline for a life of scholarly research. Naturally, I found that nothing could be done at all until I was familiar with the Tibetan language. I put aside all the ideas I had hoped eventually to research, and instead resolved simply to dedicate myself to learning as much Tibetan as I could in the few months that circumstances gave me in Nepal. I moved out of Kathmandu, away from the pleasures of the hashish dens and the social swirl of the international community of travelers, smugglers, and adventurers that had made Kathmandu its own. I moved to Bodhanath, a small village of great antiquity a few miles east of Kathmandu and recently flooded with Tibetans from Lhasa, people who spoke the Lhasa dialect that is understood throughout the Himalayas. The people of the village were Buddhist, and I made my arrangements to study with the monks there without mentioning my interest in the Pönpo, a tradition considered by them debased and pagan. I sought lodging and came to terms with Denbadu, the local miller and a Niwari. He agreed to rent a room on the third floor of his prosperous adobe house which fronted the muddy main street of Bodhanath. I struck a bargain with a local girl who agreed to bring me fresh water each day, and I settled comfortably in. I whitewashed the adobe walls of my room, commissioned a huge mosquito net in the market in Kathmandu, and arranged my books and small Tibetan bench inside. I was very comfortable and treasured my existence as a traveler and scholar. Tashi Yaltsin Lama was my teacher. He was a very kind and understanding Gelugpa. In spite of his age, he would arrive every morning promptly at 7 for our 2-hour lesson. I was like a child. We began with penmanship and the alphabet. Each morning after the Lama departed, I would study for several more hours, and then the rest of the day was my own. I explored the King's Game Sanctuary further east of Bodhanath and the Hindu Ghats at nearby Pashupatinath. I also made the acquaintance of the few Westerners that were living in the vicinity. Among those whom I met, there were an English couple of my own age. They were self-consciously fascinating. He was thin and blonde with an aquiline nose and an arch manner. He was the model product of the British public school system, haughty and urbane, but eccentric and often hilarious. She was small and unhealthily thin. Scrawny is the word I used to describe her to myself. She was from Somerset, red-haired and wild-tempered, cynical and like her companion with a razor wit. They had both been disowned by their families, were traveling hippies as we all were then. Their relationship was bizarre. They had stuck together from England, but the relaxing of tension which arrival in bucolic Nepal had brought had been too much for their fragile liaison. Now they lived apart, he at one end of Bodhanath and she alone at the other, and they met only for the combined purpose of visiting someone or of abrading each other's nerves. In that exotic setting they managed to charm me completely. Whether alone or together, I was always interested to pause from my studies and to pass some time with them. Naturally, we discussed my work at times, and since it involved hallucinogens, they were very interested, being familiar with LSD from their days in the London scene. We discovered that we had mutual friends in India, that we all loved the novels of Thomas Hardy. We became fast friends. It was a pleasant time. During this time, my personally evolved method for probing the shamanic dimension was to smoke DMT at the peak point of an LSD experience. I would do this whenever I took LSD, which was quite occasionally, and it would allow me to enter the tryptamine dimension for a slightly extended period of time. As the summer solstice of '69 approached, I laid plans for such an experiment. I would take LSD the night of the solstice and sit up all night on my roof smoking hashish and stargazing. I mentioned my plan to my 2 English friends, and they expressed a desire to join me. This was fine with me, but the problem was that there was not enough reliable LSD for them to take any. My own tiny supply had arrived in Kathmandu, prophetically hidden inside a small ceramic mushroom mailed from Aspen. Almost as a joke, I suggested that they substitute the seeds of the Himalayan Datura metal, for the LSD. Daturas are the source of a number of tropane alkaloids, scopolamine, hyoscyamine, etc., compounds which produce a pseudo-hallucinogenic effect. They give an impression of flying or of confronting visions, but all in a very hard to keep control of and difficult to recollect later dimension. The seeds of Datura metal are used in Nepal by sadhus, or wandering hermits and holy men, so their use was not unknown in the area. Nevertheless, my suggestion was made facetiously, since the difficulty of controlling Datura is legendary. To my surprise, my friends agreed that this was something they wanted to do. We arranged that they would arrive at my home at 6 on the appointed day. When the evening finally came, I moved my blankets and pipes up to the roof of the building. From there I could command a fine view of the surrounding village with its enormous stupa with staring eyes. The upper golden levels of the stupa were at that time encased in scaffolding where repairs necessitated by a lightning strike suffered some months previously were going on. The white-domed bulk of the stupa gave the adobe mud village of Bodhanath a Saussurian and unearthly quality. Further away, rising up many thousands of feet, I could see the great Annapurna Range. In the middle distance, the land was a patchwork of emerald paddy. 6 o'clock came and went, and my friends had not arrived. At 7 they had still not been seen, and so I took my treasured tab of orange sunshine and settled down to wait. 10 minutes later they arrived. I could already feel myself going, and so gestured to the 2 piles of datura seeds that I had prepared. They took them downstairs to my room and ground them in a mortar and pestle before washing them down with some tea. By the time they had returned to the roof and gotten comfortably settled, I was surging through mental space. We sat, and hours seemed to pass. When they seated themselves, I had been too distant to be aware of what was going on. She was seated directly across from me, and he further back to one side and in the shadow. He played his flute. I passed the pipe, and the hours passed. The moon rose high in the sky and full. I fell into long hallucinatory reveries that each lasted many minutes. When I emerged from a particularly long spell of visions, I found that my friend had stopped playing and gone away, leaving me with his lady. I had promised them both that I would let them try some DMT during the evening. My glass pipe and tiny stash of waxy orange DMT were right before me. Slowly and with the fluid movements of a dream, I filled the pipe and offered it to her. The stars, hard and unglittering, stared down from a mighty distance on all of this. She took the pipe and took 2 deep inhalations, sufficient for a person so frail. Then the pipe was returned to me, and I followed her into it with 4 huge inhalations, the 4th of which I held onto until I had broken through. For me, it was an enormous amount of DMT, and I immediately felt the sense of entering a high vacuum. There was a high-pitched whine and the sound of cellophane ripping as I was transformed into the radio intellect that is a human being in DMT ecstasy. I was surrounded by the chattering elf machines and the more than Arabian vaulted spaces that would shame a Bibiana. Manifestations of a power both alien and bizarrely beautiful raging around me. At the point where I would normally have expected the visions to fade, the pre-treatment with LSD synergized the situation to a higher level. With the translinguistic glossolalia of the DMT elf machines howling in my ears, I suddenly found myself flying hundreds of miles above the earth, and in the company of silvery discs, several, I could not tell how many. I looked down and realized that I was moving south, apparently in Earth orbit, over Soviet Siberia. Ahead of me I could see the great plain of Shan and the mass of the Himalayas rising up in front of the red-yellow waste of India. The sun would rise in about 2 hours. In a series of telescoping leaps, I went from orbit to a point where I could specifically pick out the round valley that is the Kathmandu Valley. Then, in the next leap, the valley filled my field of vision. I seemed to be approaching it in ground level at great speed. I could see the Hindu temple and the houses of Kathmandu, the temple of Swayambhunath to the west of the city, and the stupa at Bodhanath, gleaming white a few miles to the east. Then Bodhanath was a mandala of houses and circular streets filling my vision, and among the several hundred rooftops, I found my own. The next moment I slammed into my body and was refocused on the rooftop and the woman in front of me. Incongruously, she had come to the event wearing a silver satin full-length evening dress, an heirloom, the sort of thing one would have found in an antique clothing store in Notting Hill Gate. I fell forward and thought that my hand was covered with some cool white liquid. It was the fabric of the dress. To that moment, neither of us had thought of the other as a lover. Our relationship had functioned on a quite different level. Suddenly, all the normal sets of relations were obviated. We both reached out toward the other, and the impression I had was distinctly that of passing through her, of physically reaching beyond her. She pulled her dress overhead in a single gesture. I did the same with my shirt, which ripped to pieces in my hands as I took it off over my head. I heard buttons fly, and I heard my glasses land somewhere and shatter. Then we made love, or rather we had an experience that vaguely related to making love, but was a thing unto itself. We were both howling and singing the glossolalia of DMT, rolling over the ground with everything awash and crawling geometric hallucinations. She was transformed. Words exist to describe what she became. Pure anima, kali, leukothea, something erotic but not human, something addressed to the species and not to the individual, glittering with the possibility of cannibalism, madness, space, and extinction. She seemed on the edge of devouring me. Reality was shattered. This kind of fucking must go on at the very limit of what is possible. Everything had been transformed into orgasm and visible chattering oceans of elf language. Then I saw that where our bodies were glued together was flowing out of her cunt over me, over the floor of the roof. Flowing everywhere was some sort of obsidian liquid, something dark and glittering with color and lights within it. After the DMT flash, after the many orgasms with the transformed woman become myth and archetype, after all of this new thing shocked me to the core. What was it and what was going on? I looked at it, I looked right into it, and it was the surface of my own mind reflected in front of me. Translinguistic matter, the living opalescent excrescences of the abyss of hyperspace. Something generated by the sex act performed under such crazy conditions. I looked into it again and saw now a scene. The Lama who taught me Tibetan, who should be asleep a mile away. In the fluid I saw him, in the company of a monk I had never seen. They were looking into a mirrored plate. Then I realized that they were watching me. I could not understand it. I looked away from the fluid, looked away from my companion whom I could not look at. Her aura of strangeness was so intense. Then I realized that we had been singing and yodeling and uttering wild orgasmic howls for what must have been several minutes. It meant everyone in Bodhanath must be awake and about to open their doors and windows and demand to know what was going on. And what was going on? Good God! sense of discovery sobered me enough to realize that we must get away from this exposed situation, both of us completely naked and the scene around us one of total, unexplainable chaos. She was lying down, unable to get up, and so I picked her up and made my way down the narrow staircase, past the grain storage bins, and into my room. All the time I remember saying over and over to her and to myself, I am a human being. I am a human being. I was no longer sure. We waited in my room many minutes. Slowly it dawned that by some miracle no less strange than everything else that had gone on, no one was awake, demanding to know what was occurring. No one seemed even to have heard. To calm us, I made tea, and as I did this, I had a chance to assess my companion's state of mind. She seemed quite delirious, quite unable to discuss with me what had gone on only a few moments before on the roof. It is an effect typical of datura that whatever experiences one has, they are very difficult, usually impossible to recollect later. It seemed that though what had gone on had involved the most intimate of acts between two people, nevertheless I had been the only witness who could remember anything at all of what had happened. Pondering all of this, I crept back to the roof and collected my glasses. Incredibly, they were unbroken, although I had distinctly heard them break. With my glasses and our clothes, I returned to my room where my companion was sleeping. I smoked a little hashish and then climbed into the mosquito net and lay down beside her. In spite of all the excitement and the stimulation of my system, I went immediately to sleep. I have no idea how long I slept. When I awoke, it was with a start and from a deep slumber. It was still dark, and there was no sign of my friend. I felt a stab of alarm. If she was delirious, then it was very bad for her to be wandering alone around the village at night. I jumped up and threw on my jalaba and began to search, not on the roof, not near the grain storage. I found her on the ground level of the building. She was sitting on the earth floor, staring at her reflection in the gas tank of a motorcycle that belonged to the miller's son-in-law. She was still disoriented in the way that is typical, hallucinating persons present, mistaking one person for another. "Are you my tailor?" she asked me several times as I led her back to my room. When we were both once again upstairs in my quarters, I took off my jalava, and we both discovered that I was wearing what she delicately described as my knickers. They were quite too small on me, and neither of us knew how they had come to be on me. It was the capstone of an amazing evening, and I roared with laughter. I returned her knickers to her, and we went to bed, puzzled, reassured, exhausted, and amused. As this experience passed behind us, the girl and I became even closer friends. We never made love again. It was not really the relationship that suited us. She remembered nothing of the events on the roof. About a week after all this was history, I told her my impression of what had happened. She was amazed but accepting. I did not know what had happened. I christened the obsidian fluid we had generated love. L-U-V, something more than love, something less than love, perhaps not love at all, but some kind of unplumbed potential human experience very little is known about. It was this incident which rekindled my interest in the violet fluids which ayahuasca shamans are said to generate on the surface of their skins and use to divine and cure. Whenever I tell this story, it is the phenomenon of the liquid that I stress. That was what I accentuated to assure Dennis that night at La Chorrera. I did not tell the absurd part about waking up wearing someone else's underwear. It was damn embarrassing and absurd and contributed nothing to the story. At that time, I had never told anyone that part of the incident. It was a personal memory. I mention this because that absurd incident was later to be the focus of an instance of telepathy that was the most convincing that I have ever witnessed.
upon a line I met a lonely girl to whom I took a fancy. Thank you for the present tense, she said, I do believe I share your sympathies. Oh, the ocean blows so lovely. Oh, the wind that rolls so free. Birds are on the water, fish are in the air, they fly for me. Once upon a time I met a pretty girl to whom I took a fantasy. Once upon a climb I met a clumsy girl to whom I took a fancy. Thank you for the present, but she said, I do believe it's you who fell on me. Oh, the sunlight glows so softly. Oh, the moon will burn the seas. Clouds are in the harbor, boats are sailing backwards on the breeze. Once upon a time I met a pretty girl to whom I took a fantasy.
Chapter 7, A Violet Psychofluid. At the close of my story, we all went to sleep for a few fitful hours. In the dim light of dawn, Ev and I made our way to a cluster of huts about 3/4 of a mile away on the shore of the Agara-Paraná above the Chorro. We knew that Witoto, coming down the river to the mission to deliver their children to school, would stay in those normally empty houses. Our hope was to buy some eggs, papayas, or squash to supplement our diet of brown rice, yuca, and plantanos. Instead, we found only a small group of people, and the only item for sale was a grapefruit-sized, green, heart-shaped fruit filled with slimy, vaguely sweet seeds awash in a light purple syrup. I do not know even today what that fruit was. I have described it to botanist acquaintances and have never heard a satisfactory identification. And I have yet to encounter these fruits again. They were very inexpensive, and since we had come with the expectation of buying something, we spent 15 pesos and got nearly 50 pounds of this curious food. Even though I had been up most of the night plying the hallucinogenic ocean of mind, I felt fit and full of vitality. I hoisted a bulging costal, our entire buy, and set off back toward the mission at a brisk pace. I enjoyed this chore. The costal seemed light, almost a pleasure to carry along. Without pause even to rest for a moment, Ev and I returned to the mission and to Vanessa and Dave's riverside residence for our breakfast in common. When we left our own hut and went in search of food, Dennis had been deeply asleep. But now he was up and had apparently gone immediately to awaken Vanessa and describe to her his experiences of a few hours previous, experiences whose recollection was being excitedly told as we arrived at the house and set down the load. Throughout the making of breakfast, the events of the last evening were rediscussed and dissected. Vanessa and Dave were unmoved by Dennis's excited assertion that some extremely peculiar energy field had been tapped into and verified. At the end of breakfast, I suggested to Dennis that rather than arguing with people about the nature of the experience, he should go off by himself and write down all that he thought about the strange sound that he had made. He accepted this idea and made his way back up the hill to the Knoll house to be alone. And there he wrote,
28
February 1971.
I approach these pages with a peculiar sense of urgency, as a man might who had confronted an inexplicable phenomenon, as some impossible creation of dreams or unaccountable natural principle. The task facing such a man would be a very subtle one, that is, to describe the phenomenon as accurately as possible, My task is compounded by the fact that the phenomenon I must try to describe has itself to do with the very tools of description, i.e. language. This rather peculiar statement will begin to make more sense as we explore the concept more fully. Before going further, something tells me it is necessary to consider who I am. 24 hours ago, I thought I knew. Now, this has become the most perplexing question I have ever been confronted with. The questions leading from it will provide the answers that will allow us to understand and use the phenomenon which is so difficult to describe. This may be the last characters of crude language that I will ever apply to the description of anything, since the phenomenon begins at the edge of language where the concept-forming faculty gropes but finds no words. I must be careful to avoid not distinguishing between mere language, symbol, metaphor, and the reality I'm attempting to apply it to. Since any phenomenon is, to a point, describable in empirical terms, so too with this one. It has to do with controlling one's body chemistry in such a way as to produce very specific vocal and audio phenomena. The state becomes possible when highly biodynamic vegetable alkaloids, specifically tryptamines and MAO inhibitors, are introduced into the body under very carefully regulated parameters. This phenomenon is apparently possible in the presence of tryptamines alone, though MAO inhibition definitely helps to trigger it by facilitating tryptamine absorption. The phenomenon has now been triggered by 2 people within our immediate group. Terence has been experimenting with vocal phenomena under the influence of DMT for some years now. Until last night, when I triggered and experienced this sound wave for a few brief seconds under the influence of 19 Stropharia mushrooms, Terence was the only person I knew who claimed ability to perform this sound. But last night, after ingesting the mushrooms, we lay waiting in our hammocks. The heavy, poisoned feeling that commonly passes briefly over the limbs at the beginning of the Stropharia visions had by this time passed completely. It had given way, in me at least, to a warm suffusion of contentment and good feeling that actually seemed to burn away somewhere inside of me. Such feelings I have had before, both on mushrooms and just after DMT flashes. Then we began to discuss people far away and how we might attempt to contact them fourth-dimensionally. Not such a strange rap for us. But it was definitely at some point in time near to that conversation that I first heard the sound. Immeasurably distant and faint, in the region between the ears, not outside, but definitely, incredibly there, perfectly distinct on the absolute edge of audio perception, a sound almost like a signal or very, very faint transmissions of radio buzzing from somewhere. Something like tingling chimes at first, but gradually becoming amplified into a snapping, popping, gurgling, crackling electrical sound. I try to imitate these noises with my vocal cords, just experimenting with a kind of humming, buzzing vocal sound made deep in the throat. Suddenly it was as if the sound and my voice locked into each other, and the sound was my voice, but coming out of me in such a way that no human voice could possibly distort itself the way mine was doing. The sound was suddenly much intensified in energy and was like the sound of a giant insect.
While Dennis wrote, the rest of us swam indolently in the river and washed our laundry under a clear, infinitely blue and empty Amazonian sky. The background drone of the cicadas would occasionally rise in a coherent wave and sweep over the warm and shining surface of the gently drifting Igaraparaná, falling like electricity across the land in the heat of the equatorial day. Late that afternoon, Dennis came back down to the edge of the river looking for me. He found me washing out my tennis shoes on a large flat rock that the shifting height of the river had conveniently exposed just a foot or 2 above the waterline. Doubtless, whenever it was so exposed, it served as the favorite local laundry spot. Magic spot. Its magic at that moment still 14 days into the future. But there we sat and talked. It had been about 16 hours since the episode with the strange sound during the trip of the evening before. Dennis said that the writing exercise had been very useful. Great, and so what have you come up with? I'm not sure. I'm very excited. But whatever it is that is the cause of my excitement is also developing ideas in my mind nearly faster than I can write them down. Ideas? What sort of ideas? Ideas about how we can use this effect or this stuff or whatever it is. My intuition is that it is related to the psychofluids that Harner reported and to what happened to you in Bodnar. Remember how Harner implied that ayahuasqueros vomited a magical substance that was the basis of their ability to divine? This is like that, some sort of translinguistic stuff made with the voice. Matter that is hyperdimensional and therefore translinguistic. Is that what you mean? Whatever that means, but something like that, I guess. Gad! Why not? I mean, it's pretty nuts, but no more nuts than the shamanic magic that we came here looking into. No, I suppose not. But here's the thing. If there is something weird going on, then we should observe it and see what it is and try to reduce it to some coherent framework. Granted, we don't know what it is that we are dealing with, but on the other hand, we know that we came here to investigate shamanic magic generally, so now we have to go to work on this effect, or whatever it is, and just hope that we know what we're doing and have enough data to crack it. We are too isolated to do anything else, and to ignore it might be to squander a golden opportunity. Yes, you're right. So here we are, very much on the brink of deep water. We are having something like beginner's luck, you know, finding the others so accessible. The mushroom is doing this, or the mushroom and the yahe smoking. It is so hard to be sure. So many variables. There's a lot of synchronistic activity, too. Right, I feel on the brink of something tremendous. We must just observe our active fantasy closely and try to ride herd on what is developing. The good old Jungian method, that's all. Yes, ideally all of this could be distilled down to the point where some sort of test of the validity of the effect could somehow be set up. We talked at length there by the river's edge, ranging over the options and the possibilities. He was insistent in linking my experiences in Nepal with a very strange phenomenon occurring in Hivaro shamanism. The people take yahe, and they and other people who have taken yahe, but no one else, can see a violet fluid. It is described as violet or deep blue, and it bubbles and is like a liquid. One vomits it. When one vomits from taking yahe, this purple goo comes out of one's body. It can not only be vomited or regurgitated, but it forms on the surface of the skin like sweat. The Hivaro do much of their magic with this peculiar stuff. They say that they spread it out on the ground in front of them, and that one can look at this material and see other times and other places. By their reports, it is made out of something completely transnormal. It is made out of space-time, or it is made out of mind, or it is pure hallucination objectively expressed, but always keeping itself within the confines of a liquid. There is an instance in the teaching of Don Juan where the entity, Mescalito, holds up his hand, and Castaneda sees his whole past, a past incident in his life, in this hand. Supposedly, if this phenomenon has an empirical validity, what is happening is a very thin film of this projective transdimensional goo is there, and when you look at it, it is like perfect feedback. It is a mirror, not of your physical reflection, but of who you are. All this lies in the realm of speculation, of course. Does this stuff exist, or is it just a hallucination? Who can believe in a thing like that? Dennis felt strongly that it was connected with sounds. One could either stabilize the stuff or cause it to appear by doing something with one's voice. It was a strange idea because one could extrapolate it infinitely. What this stuff could be, that if one made it in 3 dimensions, then it would be anything. This ectoplasmic bubbling mind goo in the 4th dimension. It seemed possible to suppose that one might pierce the other dimension and have this stuff come boiling out. He talked a lot about it. We cut down the mushroom intake, except that I kept nibbling it. I was ecstatic. I thought his ideas were wonderful. I felt it was yet another idea from the tryptamine ocean that had floated up into our nets. What could we do with it? Recalling it now, some 8 years later, it is hard to be sure, having learned so much since, just what we did believe, just what level of sophistication we did have. Our mood was one of delight and light, the several mushroom experiences in that remote and beautiful place having led to a gently swelling euphoria. It was a very happy time. We were excited with the prospect of actually grappling under near-perfect conditions with the secret, as we called it then, meaning the spectrum of effects encountered in tryptamine-induced ecstasy. That had been the compass of our quest, the rose window topologies of the galactarian beehives of the dimethyltryptamine flash. We were not unused to the idea of the other, but we had only glimpsed it in brief flashes and in its manifestation as the lux natura. Everyone in our small expedition felt, I think, the sense of something opening around us, of the suspension of time as we turned and turned in a widening green world that was strangely and almost erotically alive all around us for thousands of miles. The jungle as mind, the world hanging in space as mind, images of order and sentient organization crowding in on all sides. How small we were, knowing little yet fiercely proud of what we knew, and feeling ourselves somehow the representatives of humanity, meeting something strange and other, something at the edge of human experience since the very beginning. A proud and eerie grandeur seemed mixed with our enterprise as those first days at La Chorrera went by. The next day, the 1st of March, passed uneventfully. Dennis worked on his journal, I collected insects, and Vanessa photographed around the mission. At evening we were all gathered again at the edge of the knoll where our small lodging stood. In silent communion with each other in the river, Ev and I sat looking out over the lake. It was Ev who noticed it first. The lake beneath the Chorro was flecked with foam generated by the rush of the water through the narrow channel at the upper end of the lake. The floating foam on the brown water served to mark the currents of the river, their many flows and counterflows. It was at this that Ev had exclaimed, for after minutes of watching the water flow by, suddenly a change had stolen over the moving marbled surface of the further side of the river. It seemed to have stopped. Just that, just simply to have stopped moving. The surface appeared frozen, yet the near half of the river was seen to continue as before. Dennis and Vanessa were called out of the hut, and they agreed that the effect was remarkable. I wandered away from a discussion of the time of day, the light conditions, optical illusions, and all the rest. I seemed to have no heart for these arguments. Each time they broke out, I found myself with some deep inner assurance that the situation was moving forward just as it should, and that everyone was playing a part and doing it very well. This mood of calm resignation was something new to me, perhaps enhanced by the mushroom, but developed during the month in Colombia preceding our trek into the jungle. As I walked, I looked for a place to sit down. Dennis had offered me his journal entry for that day to read. 1 March 1971.
1
Last
March
night I again
71.
triggered the phenomenon
Last
after
night,
having eaten
I
one
again triggered
mushroom
the
and
phenomenon
smoking
after
grass.
having eaten one
It was
mushroom
almost
and smoking
identical to the
grass.
first
It
experience.
was almost
A
identical to the
lifting,
first
pulsing
experience.
wave of
A
vocal
lifting,
buzzing,
pulsing wave of
growing
vocal
loud very
buzzings,
quickly,
growing
and
loud
picking up
very
shock
quickly and
energy
picking
as
up
it did
shock
so.
energy as it did
Though I
so.
could have prolonged the
Though I could have
sound
prolonged the
beyond
sound beyond a brief burst, I did not because of the energy. I am certain that soon it will become possible to trigger the sound completely without tryptamines or other drugs. It is becoming easier to plug in on each time, and I feel now that it is accessible at any time. It is clearly a learned activity that tryptamines can initiate and trigger, but it can happen without tryptamines once it is understood and mastered. We have thus far been able to establish the existence of peculiar vocal phenomena in 2 individuals subject to similar experimental controls. We must now attempt to understand what it is that the phenomenon could be. We must perform experiments with the sound and from our results develop theories to understand the processes at work. Terence has experimented with these sounds far more than anyone else, and I am the only other one that I know of, and he has discovered some interesting things. The DMT-initiated state, which allows prolonged bursts of this vocal energy, he describes as being one of seeing the levels of sound become more dense as they finally materialize into small, gnome-like, machine-like creatures made of a material like obsidian froth, which pours from the body, mouth, and sex organs as long as the sound continues. It is effervescent, phosphorescent, and indescribable. Here is where the linguistic metaphors become useless, for what the material actually is supralinguistic matter. It is a language, but not made of words, a language which becomes the thing it describes. It is a more perfect archetypal logos. We are convinced that through experimentation with these vocal phenomena, with and without the aid of drugs, it will be possible to understand and use translinguistic matter to accomplish any reality. For to say anything in this voice is to cause that thing to happen. Such a rash statement would be outlandish if it were not for our long and tedious speculations on the matter.
Statement would be
Our studies in the
outlandish if it
chemistry
were
of
not for our
mind,
long
the
and
metabolism
tedious
of tryptamine,
speculations on
the nature of thought,
Our
of
studies in the
consciousness,
chemistry of
history,
mind,
magic,
the metabolism
shamanism,
of
quantum and
tryptamine, the
relativistic
nature of
physics,
thought, consciousness,
metamorphosis in
history,
insects,
magic,
alchemical
shamanism,
processes,
quantum and relativistic
etc.,
physics,
together with the intuitive
metamorphosis
understanding of
in
acausal
insects,
events that we are deriving from the stropharia, allows us to venture a not entirely wild guess as to what this sound which takes form may be. Hallucinogens, by affecting the neural matrix, can produce changes in consciousness in the temporal dimension. Clearly, consciousness can work changes in 3 dimensions as well. On tryptamines, it is possible, under special conditions, to hear and vocalize a sound that turns through a higher dimensional manifold and condenses as translinguistic matter. That is, matter reduplicated upon itself through time, much as a hologram is reduplicated through space. The substance whose appearance the sounds initiate is tryptamine metabolized by mind through a higher spatial dimension. It is a hyperdimensional molecule carrying its trip on the outside of itself in this world. The hyperdimensional nature of this material is such that it is all material, concepts, events, words, people, and ideas homogenized into one thing via the higher dimensional alchemy of mind. Many questions occur concerning the phenomenology of this temporal hologram as fluid matrix. We speculate it is hyperdimensionally metabolized tryptamine, an alchemical phenomenon which is a correct union of tryptamine, a compound nearly ubiquitous in organic nature, with vocally produced sound mediated by mind. It is the mind that directs this process, and that direction consists of a harmonic attunement to an interiorized audiolinguistic phenomenon, which may be an electron spin resonance tone of the psilocybin molecule. When this tone is locked in on, a process which consists of vocally imitating the interior tone to perfection, the hyperdimensional tryptamine is produced. Is this substance mental, as an idea is mental? Is it as real as an ordinary liquid like water? Harner insisted that Jivaro shamans, under the influence of MAO-inhibiting tryptamines plus Banisteriopsis copy infusions, produce a fluorescent liquid by means of which they accomplish all their magic. Though invisible to ordinary perception, this fluid is said to be visible to anyone who has ingested the brew. Yahe is frequently associated with violet auras and deep blue hallucinations. This may indicate a thermal plasma, perhaps only visible in the UV spectrum. If this phenomenon is found to fall into the category mental indicated above, it would function as described, but with the limitation of not being tangential to ordinary space-time. It will still represent perfected understanding of the hyperdimension, Jung named the collective unconscious.
Thermal plasma, perhaps only visible in the ultraviolet spectrum. If this phenomenon is found to fall into the category mental indicated above, functioning as described, but with limitations of not being tangential to ordinary space-time, it will still represent perfected understanding of the hyperdimension Jung named the collective unconscious. Looking back from a vantage point of nearly 8 years on these notes makes them appear naive. At the time when I first read them, I doubted what I read, since it seemed to go against the grain of common sense, and at that time I could not really understand them. Today, after years of education pushed toward understanding the events at La Chorrera, these ideas seem as magically near and yet as far as they did then. We had a theory, and we had experiences, and we linked them through an experiment that is preposterous unless there is some seed of operational truth in the bizarre ideas born in that period. The years pass and the theories deepen. What you call time is actually man, the oracular voice of the mushroom ventured recently to tell me. So it is that years later I still pursue and still do not understand the angelic glossolalia that psilocybin makes possible for the thinking mind and the singing voice. Is it, I now wonder, an language of emotions that originates in that unexplored part of the brain that is a reflection of Broca's area, but which is on the other, non-dominant side of the brain? Could there be a language so intense and so emotional that no cultural conventions of meaning would be necessary to understand? A language of emotion so intense that though it would be conveyed by vocal sound, its richness would be so great that it would be the equivalent of a telepathic ray? Today I think so, and with the aid of psilocybin I labor carefully to perfect it. I believe that it is a subroutine of the human organism, an ancient shamanic art of using sound to convey incredible emotion, emotion so intense that its power is truly magical. Perhaps these ideas are no more than Dennis were then concerning the meaning of the powers of psilocybin. What unites the two perceptions is the sense of a nearby mystery of tremendous importance. Elusive as the mystery has been, that sense of its imminence has never left my experience. Mysteries are not unsolved problems. They are things which in their very nature are mysterious. I would have not believed such a thing possible had I not been shown. Later that same evening, Ev, Dennis, and I smoked a joint of Santa Marta Gold before turning in. It was a calm, perfectly clear night when we sat down and began our ritual. Ev commented on the clarity of the night, and we all stared together for a moment out into the galaxy, the night awash with millions of stars. We smoked in awed silence. Perhaps 5 minutes went by, each of the three of us lost in our own ideas. The reverie ended with Dennis's exclamation, Look how quickly the air conditions have changed. Now there is a ground fog just springing up. The condition thickened and spread outward, becoming finally a general fog over the whole area. We had come from depthless, clear night sky to dense fog in a few minutes. I was frankly amazed. Dennis was the first to offer an explanation, with a certainty that seemed as puzzling as the thing itself.
It's some kind of barometric instability that our burning joint was able to push over some critical threshold.
You must be putting me on. You mean to tell me that the heat of our joints started water condensing into visible fog right near us, and that was like a chain reaction to all of the supersaturated air nearby? Who could believe it? Yes, that's it.
Yes,
and what
that's
is
it.
more, this is
And what's
happening
more,
for
this
a
is happening
reason.
for a reason.
Or rather something. Perhaps
Maybe the mushroom is using it as an example. It is a way of showing us that small instabilities in the system can trigger large general
fluctuations. This rap of Dennis's was very unsettling to me. I could not imagine that his explanation was correct or exactly what was going on. It passed through my mind then for the first time that he might be spacing out mentally. I used no psychoanalytical jargon in thinking about it, but I noted a reaction in myself to what he said that included the idea that he might be unfolding into a mythopoetic reality. By this time the fog was impenetrable, and we all retired for the night, but not before Eve related that in the silence before the appearance of the fog, she had had a hallucination with her eyes closed of a strange elf-like creature rolling a complicated polyhedron along the ground. Each facet of this polyhedron seemed, she said, like a window onto another place in time or another world. It's the stone, I breathed. The lapis philosophorum, glimpsed in the Amazonian night, seemingly a great multidimensional jewel in the keeping of a telluric dwarf. The power of the image was deep and touching. I seemed to feel the hopes of the old alchemists, the puffers great and small who had sought the lapis in the cloudy swirling of their alembics. I had never seen or imagined the mystery of the stone thus, but in listening to Eve's description of what she had seen, an image formed in my mind that to this day remains with me. It is the image of the stone as hyperdimensional jewel become UFO, the human soul becomes starship. It is the universal panacea at the end of time. All history, the shockwave of this final unveiling of the potential of the human psyche. These thoughts, these reveries seemed then like the stirring of something vast, something dimly sensed, stretched out over millions of years, something about the destiny of mankind and the return of the soul to its awesome and hidden source. What was happening to us? The sense of the peculiar was nearly palpable. Dark oceans of time and space seemed to swell and flow beneath our feet. The image of the earth hanging in space was everywhere emotionally superimposed on the situation around us. And what was that situation, really? I slept, thrilled and uneasy at the edge of sleep, then deep sleep and deep dreams from which nothing remained in the morning save the sense of yawning interstellar space. Chapter 8, The Opus Clarified. The morning of March 2nd, 1971, dawned crystalline and hot at La Chorrera. It was the much-anticipated day when Eve, Dennis, and I would at last be able to take possession of the house in the forest that was now finally vacated. There was more than the usual amount of excitement associated with our frequent moves this particular morning. For 3 days, Dennis had been saying that the energy of the phenomenon we were involved with was so great that we should not go any further unless we had the greater isolation that the forest house provided. In all of this recent surge of speculation, our original ethnobotanical intentions had not been completely forgotten. Far from it. Our immediate intent was to use ayahuasca as an MAO inhibitor and a problem-solving drug, and to brew and take the Banisteriopsis caapi that Ev and I had gotten from Basilio a few days before. Our move began shortly after dawn in order to avoid the heat of the day. The trek to move ourselves and our equipment to the new home involved going through the pastures, which we had not seen since our mushroom experience 2 days before. The Stropharia seemed to be everywhere. There seemed not to be a cow pie without its golden flush of perfect mushrooms. I promised myself that as soon as we had squared away the new hut and otherwise settled in, that we should again take the mushrooms. As it happened, Ev and I spent the rest of the day following the move, clearing the ground around the hut and pulling large tree roots out of the sandy soil and stacking them in the sun to dry out and serve as the fuel for the fire we anticipated building in order to brew up our yahe. We seemed to glory in physical exertion. Energy and light seemed to fill everything. Dennis, who had been rather withdrawn and snappish with everyone since his experience and its mixed reception, had wandered down the forest trail in the direction of the Witoto village 13 kilometers away. He had taken his notebook. In the middle of the afternoon, he returned. He was very excited, and he had completed writing out the preliminary notes for what became the experiment at La Chorrera. It was the only written record of his ideas that was actually made at the time, and as such is the only piece of written primary evidence that we have about how we both viewed what we were doing as we were doing it. These notes do not, of course, represent the final form of our theorizing about these matters. Refinement of these ideas has been constant since their creation. These notes are not to be taken at face value at all. The scientific basis of our work is elaborately described in The Invisible Landscape. That work represents our considered composite opinion as of 1975. The present work is the story of the growth of those ideas through time and shows the fallacies and myths spun into the fabric of the first conception of these ideas. But how complete the vision was and how finely worked its detail, the working understanding that is represented in these notes of my brother's, are the operational basis of the effect that we did trigger on the 5th of March. His notes were our working myth, and they did have great effectiveness. They are not, however, for the reader faint of heart. They are like the words of a magical incantation. Magicians will wish to linger over them. The rest of us might wish to skim over them and hurry on with what is, even without the theory, a ripping good story.
2 March. Further experiments with the audio warp phenomenon yesterday raised some interesting new questions and enhance our ongoing understanding. I chose the term audio warp because my experience thus far, coupled with what I have been told, leads me to believe that this all has to do with vocally generating a specific kind of energy field which can rupture three-dimensional space. I do not understand if the field is electromagnetic, but it seems to bend space in such a way as to turn it upon itself through a higher dimension. Here is how it is done. One must take enough psilocybin to allow the sound to be audible. This sound we understand to be the ESR of the resonating psilocybin alkaloids within the mushroom. The presence of rapidly metabolizing high-energy tryptamines within the yahe acts as antenna that sensitizes the neural matrix to the spin resonance energy of the Stropharia psilocybin. It is this principle that allows the signal to be made audible. It must then be amplified via the tryptamine admixture antennas to what is felt to be its fullest amplitude. Then, via vocal sound, this energy is placed into the harmine complex within the body and within the mushroom, which has been, in some small part, cooled to absolute zero, the temperature at which molecular vibration ceases through absorption of the psilocybin ESR pulses. Once this ESR wave has been audibly detected, it will be possible to amplify it within the neural circuits by channeling it through the harmine complex. That is, by imitating the psilocybin ESR with the voice, causing the amplified sound to strike a harmonic tone with the harmine metabolizing in the brain, thereby exciting the harmine ESR. Since harmine complexes are merely further down the same biosynthetic pathway that converts tryptophan into psilocybin, it is possible to consider the ESR tone of psilocybin as a harmonic overtone of harmine and vice versa. Using harmonic overtones, it is possible to sound a tone which will cancel one or more of its octaves reflected in harmonic scales above and below it. This is easily demonstrated on a cello. Suppose a tone, say the open string A, is sounded. The sound is a wave vibration of air molecules caused by the string which acts as a resonator. The tone is heard most loudly in the key in which it was sounded, but it also sounds every other key of A in the octaves above and below it. It is possible to cancel out the original tones by touching the string very lightly at certain harmonic points. When this is done, the overtones in the higher and lower registers become audible. If one understands the theory of harmonic resonators well enough, one can determine which overtones will be resonated if certain points on the string are touched. When this understanding is applied to molecular ESR resonation, it remains essentially the same in principle. When the ESR tone of the psilocybin is heard via tryptamine antenna, it will strike a harmonic tone in the harmine complexes being metabolized within the system, causing its ESR to begin to resonate at a higher level. According to the principles of tonal physics, this will automatically cancel out the original tone, that is, the psilocybin ESR, and cause the molecule to cease to vibrate. However, the ESR tone that sustains the molecular coherency is carried for a microsecond on the overtonal ESR of the harmine complex. This leaves the momentarily electrically canceled and superconductive psilocybin suspended in a low-energy electromagnetic field generated by the harmine ESR. In so doing, it will regain its original, but now superconductively amplified ESR signal, which will permanently lock it into a superconductive state. As this phenomenon proceeds, it will automatically trigger the inverse of the initial process. The psilocybin superconductively charged by mind will harmonically cancel the ESR resonance of the harmine within the brain. The energy of the harmine psilocybin complex ESR will be absorbed instantly into the matrix of the mushroom. This will cause these molecules, metabolizing within the body and bonded to neural DNA, to instantly drop to absolute zero. Clearly, this harmine psilocybin DNA complex must immediately separate itself from the cellular matrix. There is great danger at this moment, but pathways exist to deal with it. We will find that these molecules condense out of our bodies accompanied by a sound. This sound will be the harmonic ESR tone of this complex amplified superconductively and broadcasted frozen into the superconductive matrix of the mushroom. The superconductively charged psilocybin acts as an antenna which picks up the amplified ESR signals of the complex and condenses vibrational signals into a superconductive matrix. The opus can now be briefly summarized. The mushroom must be taken and heard. The yahe must be taken and charged with the overtonal ESR of the psilocybin via voice-imparted amplified sound. The ESR resonance of the psilocybin in the mushrooms will be cancelled and it will drop into a superconducting state. A small portion of the physical matter of the mushroom will be obliterated. The superconductively charged psilocybin will pick up the ESR harmonic of the yahe complex. This energy will be instantly and completely absorbed by the higher dimensional tryptamine template. It will be transferred to the mushroom as vocal sound and condensed onto the psilocybin as a bonded complex of superconductive harmine psilocybin DNA. The result will be a molecular aggregate of hyperdimensional superconducting matter that receives and sends messages transmitted by thought, that stores and retrieves information in a holographic fashion in neural DNA, and that depends on superconductive harmine as a transducer energy source and superconductive RNA as a temporal matrix. This aggregate will be a living and functioning part of the brain of the molecular singer who creates it. It will be composed of higher dimensional matter, that is, matter that has been turned through the higher dimension via the process of canceling its electrical charge with a harmonic vibration, transmitting that vibration across space from superconductive transmitter to superconductive receiver, and then recondensing that vibration onto a superconductive template, the charged psilocybin in the mushroom, until the harmine psilocybin DNA complex condenses into a superconducting molecule. A molecule that is hyperdimensional matter would, by this theory, remain so as long as it remains in a superconducting configuration, probably forever, since it is powered by its own ESR energy. It will then be responsive to commands via endogenous tryptamine ESR, thoughts. It will be keyed into our collective DNAs, and it will contain harmine as a superconductive transceiver and power source.
It was his idea, and it seemed to me a magnificent one, that the body is like an undiscovered musical and scientific instrument whose potential lies all around and within us, but of which we are unaware. He said that the mind, through an act of will, could use the singing voice to interact with the brain as though it were a color organ and a holographic library all wrapped into one. Dennis pointed the way toward a kind of Orphic science where the great advances would be made using only the interaction of the quaternity of singing voice, mind, brain, and imagination. More, however, than a chant-induced collective synesthesia was promised. He was saying that the laws of acoustics and low-amperage bioelectrical phenomena could be manipulated to give the experimenter a doorway into exploring states of matter and realms of physics of high energy and low temperature that are currently, at least, supposed to be the exclusive province of researchers totally dependent on extremely technically sophisticated and powerful instruments. It became possible for a moment to dream that the powers of shamanism derived from a millennium-old knowledge of microphysics and bioelectronics that was actually far in advance of our own. Perhaps the shamanic traditions of this planet are the keepers of a path of understanding that uses the human body, brain, mind as its cutting edge, and which leaves the present state of the art which our own scientific method has achieved a very poor second. This is really an old idea, the siren song of Pythagoras, that the mind is more powerful than any imaginable particle accelerator, more sensitive than the most powerful radio or optical telescope, more powerful in its grasp of information than any computer, that the human body, its organs, its voice, its power of locomotion, and its imagination is a more than sufficient means to the exploration of any place, time, or energy level in the universe. It was this idea that he would set out to prove, to realize in the actual hardware of this dimension a roving lenticular vehicle which he was convinced could be generated out of his own body DNA and things present at hand in the Amazonian environment, the mushroom and the ayahuasca. Chapter 9, A Conversation Over Saucers. As Dennis came into the camp that afternoon, he hailed me excitedly. He thrust his notes into my hands, and I read what you, dear reader, have just also read. And I felt the themes of the strange place we had come to crystallize. I felt again the sense of something in the sky, calmly omniscient but closely observing us. I returned to the beginning and read it all over again. I had no basis whatsoever to judge what I was reading. My brother's scientific speculation seemed to have acquired a life of its own. He was like a great all-knowing computer. Indeed, later this theme would emerge even more explicitly. I listened to him explain his idea. He was very deeply into it. Ideas were coming out of him like spaghetti out of a rasher, thousands of words about all these strange things. He said, "You know what we could do?" And then he laid down the rap, which is now enshrined as the central doctrine of the opus. He called it hypercarbylation, something that you can do using different kinds of vocal sounds. For instance, if you pluck a string, it will sound in the octave in which it is struck, but it will also sound in octaves above and below its key. It has what are called harmonic overtones. If you strike the chord and then quench it, you can hear the harmonic overtones. It was something which had fascinated Pythagoras. Dennis pointed out to me that one can use two sounds to cancel a sound if they are exactly the same in relation to each other. This same principle can be used to still molecular motion. In very localized areas, one can produce low temperatures with audio cancellation. Dennis felt he had figured out a way to do something using psychoactive compounds, psilocybin, the tryptamine complex, and then the harmala compounds, the beta-carbolines which occur in yahe. He said that if you look at the molecules of the progressive cyclicizing of the beta-carboline family, what you find is that the electron spin resonance of these molecules moving from one to the other is in fact a harmonic overtone. This is interesting because Claudio Naranjo reported that 50% of his subjects that took harmine in Chile reported a buzzing in the head. It was not associated with other kinds of psychedelics. It seemed to be uniquely associated with these harmine compounds. The Jivaro shaman also report a buzzing in the head. Dennis' idea was that when one takes yahe, when it is metabolizing through one's neural matrix in the brain, a sound is heard. This is a complicated theory about the enzyme dynamics by which one is able to hear this sound, but that is the gist of it. Not all compounds have an electron spin resonance. They have to have a free ring. All compounds with a free ring will resonate. The hallucinogens we were interested in have free rings, and DNA is also able to resonate. It is a phenomenon of molecular structure. During the process of metabolizing the alkaloids in yahe, a relationship is formed with the tryptophan metabolites in the brain. A sound is heard that is characteristic of the interaction. Once the sound is heard, it can be imitated. What you have is a vocal sound. Dennis insisted he could do things with this sound. He said that he would be in effect emitting an amplified spin resonance, an amplified ESR modulated sound that he would hear coming from these compounds in his brain. Making this sound would set up a series of harmonic vibrations above and below it in other compounds also metabolizing in the brain. Now, from this theoretical basis, he took flight. When he cancels the sound, if he is in the correct relationship to the molecule he is directing sound at, its temperature will drop. Of many millions of this kind of molecules struck by this sound, a few dozen or hundreds will be in the correct geometrical relationship, and they will be frozen out, their molecular motions stilled, nearly instantly. Now, a peculiar property of low temperatures is that very high bonding energies appear. A molecule close to absolute zero will bond to anything. It forces its way into the structure. The harmine molecule, which is analogous to a little bell, gives a bell-like chiming sound. If we come on it right and cancel it, there is neural DNA active in the brain. The electrical configuration of harmine is enough like the molecular configuration of adenine, one of the bases in DNA, that it will replace it. It will bond through into the chain, and when it is bonded in, it has a ring. It's the same size as adenine, but slightly more complicated. It is a free resonance ring. He paused and then gathered his thoughts to continue. Now, the normal ESR of harmine is a simple signal. But the electron spin configuration of DNA is very, very complicated. It's a broad band. When the harmine goes in there, it will cease to broadcast its own resonation because it will have become very tightly bonded into the overstructure of the macromolecule. It will instead begin to broadcast the ENR resonation of the DNA. That's it. If you have followed this far, the rest is easy. DNA is what you are. The physical form is just a lot of juicily expressed reflections of enzymes set in motion and coded by DNA. Neural DNA is known to be non-metabolizing. It does not go away. The meat on your body comes and goes every year. Your skeleton is not the same one you had 5 years ago, but neural DNA is an exception. It is there for all time. You come into the world with it. It records. It's like a storage place for memory, not only our personal memory, but any entity or organism which has DNA in it. There is a way to find a connection to it. This is it. You put a radio into the DNA, and this ESR resonation will begin to flood your system because the bond will be permanent. There will be no way to disrupt it. It will tell you everything that can be known in the world of space and time, because it contains your own and everyone else's records. We are all connected through this magical substance, which is what makes life possible and which causes it to take on its myriad forms. All DNA is the same. It is the settings that are different. You get butterflies, mastodons, or human beings, depending on the settings. Or so you say, was my non-committal reply. For the moment, I simply did not know what to say. He stared at me, clearly expecting more. I believed in the infinite self-transforming power of the human mind and species, and I could suppose that there are parallel worlds and alternative dimensions. I could imagine any number of science fiction possibilities, provided I was not asked to believe that I was about to be personally present at their discovery or unleashing. But this is what he was saying, that we had somehow stumbled upon or been led to the trigger experience in the human world that would transform the ontological basis of reality so that the mind and matter would become the same thing and reflect the human will perfectly. How could anyone conceive of such a thing? We had come to La Chorrera with a belief that if life and mind are possible, then the mysteries of the universe might well be inexhaustible. Something very passive yet ever present was there, elaborating these ideas in our minds, something that we had thought of for some days as the mushroom. We talked several hours about these ideas, and what finally emerged was the idea that we needed a test, or at least Dennis maintained that a partial test of this idea could be undertaken to convince me. He thought that as the superconducting state became voice-stabilized, there should be a marked lowering of temperature in the immediate area. In our talking, we had left the area of the hut and drifted down the forest path. It would be possible to attempt to generate the effect of coolness right there on the spot, he supposed. We seated ourselves on the sandy path facing each other with the afternoon sun on both of us. After a couple of preliminary low mechanical buzzes, Dennis made a sound very similar to the sound that he had unleashed in the Knoll house 3 days before. This sound had an extremely peculiar quality, and as it rose in intensity, I looked down at the hairs on my arms and saw them rise as goose flesh formed and a wave of intense shivering swept over me. I yelled to him to stop. He stopped instantly and seemed much drained by the effort. I was quite disoriented. I frankly could not tell whether a real wave of very cold air had swept over me, or whether the particular sound had somehow made my body react as though it were being exposed to cold air. It was not lost on me that if the effect had truly generated a blast of cold air, then it had violated the known laws of physics. No, that was not lost on me. But I did not care to experiment further. The whole thing had an eerie aura about it, and if the effect was real, who knew what could come of pushing it too far? I was more confused than ever by my enigmatic brother and his burgeoning ideas and abilities. The whole thing seemed absurd, and yet very compelling, like a hypnotic game into which one becomes absorbed in spite of oneself. We returned to our camp and mentioned to all present that Dennis had generated the wave of cold air that he had predicted from the theory, but it was all sufficiently ambiguous that no one felt drawn to comment. It was already quite clear that two camps were emerging, one that wished no further part in these matters, whatever their validity, and one reflecting our own opinion that cautious experiment was indicated. A commonality of language was breaking down. After dinner, Vanessa and Dave returned to the riverside house, and the three of us settled into our first night in the forest since arriving at La Chorrera. Dennis was in a state of continual activity, amplifying his ideas and trying out new wrinkles on us. He retired into a world of very intense activity. He wrote his ideas over and over, the steps to do it and the theory of why it should work. He was spending lots of time alone writing, or he would come back and talk to us. He was on to something very strange. His word pictures caused reality to shimmer and wrinkle at the edges. He was really in touch with this bubbling obsidian fourth-dimensional fluid that we were going to bond into a usable tool and end history and go to the stars. My attitude was, fine, we'll try it. The atmosphere was drenched with the bizarre. Now we had arrived at the center of the Amazon, and we could feel something in the sky watching. We were happy heads trying to explore one last fairy tale, so we could be rationalists forever, and now we had come out here to encounter something enormous, something alive and very old and very strange, something peculiar in the extreme. I was quite uncreative in this period. I was taking the mushroom. I was ecstatic all the time. I would simply sit and listen to Dennis rave. It went beyond anything anyone I knew had ever dreamed of. We had set the evening of March 4th as the day we would test the full theory of the Harmine DNA bond. I noted with unusual satisfaction that this day corresponded with an idiotic pun that had stuck with me since earliest childhood. What day of the year is a command? Answer, March 4th. How fitting, then, I ranted and raved, how fitting that we will attempt to concretize the soul on that day. Absurdly, the coincidence of the date with that pun seemed part of a universal secret plan, unraveling to bring us to the history-culminating moment when man would march into a higher dimension. My own thoughts seemed to me to be nothing like the super-scientific theory formation that my brother was involved in. I was baffled by much of what was going on. I amused myself constructing a pipe out of the strange heart-shaped fruits that we had otherwise given up as inedible. From one of those fruits and a hollow reed and a bit of river clay, I constructed a water pipe that gave me great satisfaction. While the jargon of the ESR biophysicist whirled around me, I contemplated what I had achieved with 2 plants and a bit of mud. It seemed to me a marvel of ingenuity, and because the fruit was so strange, there was something about it vaguely unearthly. This pipe might have been fashioned from one of the fruits that gentle Weena offered the time traveler in Wells' epic. It was a weird and haunting object, and when it was smoked, the bubbling of the water beneath the thick rind sounded very like the beating of some great mammalian heart. Even Dennis paused to admire this pipe, and we determined that it would be used in our experiment when the moment came to smoke some of the Banisteriopsis caapi bark to boost the harmine levels in our blood. We were operating in a world where scientific method, ritual, and participation mystique were inseparably intertwined, inseparably because our own minds and bodies were to be the retorts of the psychoalchemical transformation that we were experimenting with. That day, March 3rd, we all pulled roots and stacked them in the sun. It seemed the most satisfying activity imaginable. Nothing could have seemed more right. That evening we made a tape of our intentions, but unfortunately our tape recorder was not in good working order, and that tape has proven impossible to salvage. It is a loss to be regretted, since the emotional content of what we were experiencing would come across most clearly from our own words. The taping session ranged over a number of themes. Hypercarbylation, for such we had named the process of altering the neural DNA and changing a human being into an eternal hyperdimensional being. Hypercarbylation, for such we had named the process of altering the neural DNA and changing humanity into an eternal hyperdimensional being. Hypercarbylation, for such we had named the process of altering the neural DNA and changing humanity into an eternal hyperdimensional being. Hypercarbylation, for such we had named the process of altering the neural DNA and changing man into an eternal hyperdimensional being. It was a process that we imagined associated with sexual generation. We spoke of it as the birth of an idea, in a sense whose literalness is not easy to convey to minds that have not brushed with schizophrenia. We hoped that mind, driven by will to the good, could enter into the process of generation and guide it toward the production of the imagination-modulated resurrection body, so dear to Origen and modern UFO enthusiasts. The dead. We believed that hypercarbylation was to be the shamanic defeat of death, that those doorways the dead enter through daily were finally to be thrown open to a hypercarbonated humanity that would then have freedom of movement to and from an eternity in which the species was a living reality. The presence of our dead mother, or Carl Jung, Newton and Bruno, Pythagoras and Heraclitus, was an overwhelming and all-inclusive intuition that we shared and could not ignore. There seemed to be an ideological lineage whose task was the shattering of the historical continuum through the generation of the living lapis of hypercarbonated humanity. All these visionary thinkers had worked on their part of this project. Now, as the secret work of human history, the generation of Adam's cosmic body lost since paradise, neared completion, these shades stirred and pressed near to our Amazonian campsite as we became the human atoms critical to the inception of the transformation of man into a galaxy-roving bodhisattva, the culmination and quintessence of the highest aspirations of spawning, star-coveting humanity. The psychologist will recognize this as a description of messianic ego inflation. Such it is, but we felt these things as anyone would feel them if they truly believed themselves to be in the position that we believed ourselves to be in. We wondered why us? To such questions the mushroom spoke in my mind without hesitation. Because you have diligently sought the good, and because you trusted no human being more than yourself. The emotional impact of these sorts of exchanges was intense beyond anything I have ever experienced. I felt humbly grateful to the point of tears. I felt exalted. We wanted to salvage paradise for humanity, and we thanked all gods and nature that our eccentric quest, out of all the lives and paths being lived on the earth, was placed by fate to be so near the cutting edge. Where the elder shamanism had failed, we would succeed. The rescue of the timeless pearl of human immortality from the well of death would, through the act of hypercarbylation, become a living reality for every person who had ever lived. All the pain and suffering and war and desperation would somehow be replayed and made right through the intercession of the mystery of higher dimensions and backward-flowing time. The wave of understanding that had been gaining since the 27th of January was now about to crest. The wave was so strong as to be nearly visible in everything around us. The lenticular shape of the approaching lapis seemed to be everywhere that I looked. Every shape and form around me was pregnant with its unearthly, opalescent depths. Before our small party of fellow explorers, Dennis and I wept and exulted, addressing the living and the dead with equal candor, saying things that should have been said years before, and things that could not have even been imagined only hours before. We knew that we were behaving bizarrely and were highly emotional, but the intensifying wave of understanding that had gathered itself around us explained all of this. It was, we were assured and assured each other, because ahead of us in time the experimental attempt at hypercarbylation had already succeeded. So many lines of probable fate were sweeping toward the staggering moment of culmination that its inevitability was already sending shock waves and distorted images of the millennium crashing backwards through time. Dennis recently reminded me that I assured all present that so inevitable had our experiment become that if we did not tend the fire and brew the yahe, then these things would be done by themselves. Dry wood rustling out of the forest, gathering itself into the ring of firestones, and there to burst into flames. The yahe spontaneously shredding and immersing itself in the waiting pot of water. At the time, this was an easy extrapolation from the hurricane of shamanic gnosis and synchronistic coincidences that was both confirming our success to come and at the same time distorting the very ontological basis of our reality as the inevitable chorro of time and necessity narrowed around us and the black hole of a hypercarbylation attempt strengthened its grip on us and drew us with ever-increasing inevitability toward the singularity in time where an unimaginable transformation awaited all on our planet. A transformation so beyond rational understanding that its scattered and distorted reflections were mysteries in the keeping of reason-flaunting religions that have haunted human thinking since the dimmest beginnings. Running through my mind then for the first time in years was a childhood carol long forgotten. O little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie. Above thy deep and dreamless sleep the silent stars go by. Yet in thy dark streets shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight. There was another aspect to the reveries in which I was immersed. This was something that I imagine is conventionally known as remembering previous incarnations. There was an influx of information about being another person in another time, but the time was fantastically ancient and the world portrayed without any historical validity. Perhaps these images come from the same depths that are the source, for some people, of the conviction that Atlantis or Lemuria once ruled a world no trace of which remains. My reincarnation memories were not of life as a citizen in one of those occult locales. Rather, my reminiscence was set in the mountainous heart of Central Asia. It was the age of these images that made me gasp, for even as the images filled my mind, an invisible presence was assuring me that this was a human existence lived out 8,000 years in the past. I recognized myself as a reflex of Tingi, the first shaman, a powerful magician and an inhabitant of Tibet 8 millennia ago. Not a primitive, but a technician of hallucinogens and crystals whose long gaze pierced into future time, even to the resolution of our little expedition poised on the brink of the perfection of the opus. It was as though I understood myself to be, on one level, the living reflex and tool of this eldritch ancestor, a super shaman actually in charge of the effort to recreate the ontological status that all shamans have always claimed, that of being able to travel to the stars and the places of the dead and return. That was the task of this Bön master, touching many events and minds in the long and meandering river of centuries. Such was the mood of the last tape. It told far more than I can remember. It was intimate and intense. I suppose that its loss was unavoidable, even as all that was happening to us seemed necessary, like the necessary fulfillment of prophecies.
Whoever issued up the tissue puts your brains with you straightly, a heartbreaking feedback. Got an angel place when he ordered one shot. Whoever points the gorge of your eyelids slightly, it painstakingly twice. Shot your dangerous face with the gorgeous gun of a sash. You've been away for far too long. Welcome to the whoever's doing his song. Whoever's doing it. Whoever conjured up the concert of your mountain, made yourself of the boarding house gossip blow. Track a spunky tongue monkey when he rapped that one cheap shot. Whoever labored for the favor of your walked up the shock of his lordly like strut light slow. Have to make a cut, his monkey junkie going slaps on one on his nut. You've been away for far too long. Welcome to the whoever's doing his song. Whoever scored the aura of your view, who is noodling green, go doodling blue to the bone, a good color with the finest stripes of a rising thunder. Welcome to the whoever's doing it wrong. Whoever's doing it. You've been away for far too long. Welcome to the whoever's doing it song. Whoever's doing it.
Chapter 10, More on the Opus. The next day, the 4th of March, dawned hot and clear. After we made breakfast, we did not tear down our fire, as would have normally been the case. Instead, we began to brew the carefully shredded Banisteriopsis caapi wood in several gallons of spring water. The fire made from the gnarled and now sun-baked roots burned furiously. The pot responded with an even rolling boil that is the correct condition for making the drug. All afternoon long we cooked and said little. Dave and Vanessa were to join us for a light meal early in the evening, and then they had agreed to withdraw from the group and allow the yahe taking and the experimental test of hypercarbylation to go on without them. I am sure that Dennis' mind, far more than my own, was preoccupied with the details of the test. During the days preceding, he had been often irritable, and this I took to be a part of the spectrum of effects accompanying whatever odd sort of mental unfoldment he was going through. While he was thus occupied with interior issues and vistas, I was the hawk-eyed guardian of the shamanic fires and procedures. There recently had been much discussion of fire and the role it must have played in forming the mental world of human beings. Once, as we sat staring into the campfire, Dennis had remarked to me that people have been looking into fires like this for thousands and thousands of years. The squeal of these coals is the release of ionized plasma, and into the flickering walls of waves of free electrons thus created, one can see into the past and the future. The fire is the place where the ideas come from. I was silent. I felt our ancestors then, seemingly present on the other side of the interface represented by the flame. What is happening to us? I asked it myself again, but said nothing, silence seeming more eloquent. Dennis wrote furiously part of the day as follows. March 4th. It is now possible to reconstruct the physical-chemical idea that has evolved in the process of understanding this phenomenon, i.e. the fourth-dimensional rotation of matter. I understand from examining the linguistic model we have constructed that the waveform ESR, interference that will accompany the work, operates in a somewhat different manner than I had thought. It can be explained thus. The psilocybin that occurs in the mushroom acts as an antenna for picking up and amplifying the harmonic ESR tones of all tryptophan-derived compounds of all living organisms within its range. Since the psilocybin undergoing metabolism is superconductive, this means that its range of reception is theoretically infinite, and the antenna does, to some degree, pick up a signal whose ultimate origin is the totality of living creatures. But since the psilocybin metabolism is carried on within the brain or mushroom at a very low voltage level, the antenna behaves as though its range was limited, even though it is superconductive. It seems clear, therefore, that the signal, which on the mushroom and in this ecologically dense area can be discerned so clearly, originates in the ESR resonation of the yahe plant, though perhaps all of the biosphere is picked up and broadcast amplified via the yahe superconductive transducer. This understanding will clarify precisely what will occur at the moment of fourth-dimensional warp, Ingesting the Yahe harmine will speed up the process of metabolism enough to amplify its ESR tone to an audible level. This ESR tone will harmonically cancel out the ESR tone of the psilocybin within the mushroom, causing it to lose its electric field and snap into a superconducting configuration. The Yahe ESR signal will have keyed the mushroom psilocybin into a superconducting antenna. It is then ready to have the psilocybin harmine DNA compound being metabolized within the body, condensed onto its charged template. A microsecond after the mushroom psilocybin has been superconductively charged, its amplified ESR wave will then cancel out the ESR signals of the tryptamines and harmine metabolizing in the body, as well as the genetic material. This will cause these compounds to drop into a superconductive configuration and bond together at the exact same time that they bond to the waiting mushroom template. This transfer of superconductive compounds charged within the body to a superconductive template prepared within the mushroom will not occur in three-dimensional space. No actual physical transfer will be visible, as the organically processed superconductive material will bond itself to the mushroom template through a higher spatial dimension. The result will be the work of works, that wonder which cannot be told, 4 dimensions captured and delineated in 3. The stone will be all things, but the elements which are bound together in hyperspace to form it are among the most common natural products, and the function and place of each in the stone can be understood. The stone is a solid-state hyperdimensional circuit that is quadripartite in structure. First, psilocybin, charged in the mushroom to act as a template on which the rest of the circuit is condensed. In the final stone, the psilocybin acts as a superconducting antenna to pick up on information diffused through space and time. Second, the superconductively charged harmine complex within the stone will act as its transmitter and energy source. It is interesting to note that the same energy that sustains the antenna circuits in superconductivity will sustain the whole of the device. The third component of the stone is the DNA bonded to and resonating through the harmine. It will constitute the hyperdimensional holographic memory of the device and will contain and explicate the genetic history of all species. It will be the collective memory of the device, and all times and places and conceivable forms will be accessible within its matrix. The fourth part of the circuit will be the RNA, which will also be superconductively charged. Through its function of self-replication turned through hyperspace, the RNA will be able to project a waveform, three-dimensional holographic image, and thus it will give form instantly to any idea. It will perform the same function it has always had, the process of replication through time, but henceforth replication will be subject in part to the whim of consciousness. Why I and my companions have been selected to understand and trigger the Gestalt wave of understanding that will be the unleashing of the hyperspatial zeitgeist is becoming more clear to me each moment, though I know I won't understand our mission fully until the work is complete. We will be instructed in the use of the stone by some infinitely wise, infinitely adept fellow member of the hyperspatial community. Of that I feel sure. It will be the taking of the keys to galactarian citizenship. I speculate that we will be the first 5 human beings to be instructed in its use. Our mission will be to selectively disseminate it to the rest of humanity, but slowly and in such a way as to ease the culture shock. It is also somehow appropriate that at least some segment of the species have an intimation of the implications and possibilities of this, the last cultural artifact. And so now, Against all probabilities and chance and circumstance, my companions and I have been given the peculiar privilege of knowing history will end. It would be a strange position to find oneself in if being in that position did not bring with it a full understanding of what forces it was that brought one there. Fortunately, as the phenomenon is an acceleration of understanding, one gains clearer insight into the forces that have bent space and time and thought and culture back upon themselves to focus them at this point. Now I can look back upon my life as spread before the scanner of memory and understand all those moments that foreshadowed this one. It is easy to look beyond the personal history to the events of history and discern therein the prefiguration of this last moment. As a phenomenon, it has always existed, and it will continue, for it is the moving edge of phenomenal understanding that was generated in the era before physics and has gathered momentum, a constant acceleration ever since. What we are moving toward in 3 dimensions is the passing of this wave of understanding into a higher dimension, the realm of the atemporal. As it happens, it will make this transition through one of us, but there will be no change in this cosmic order, or even a blip on the cosmic circuits, for the phenomenon has gathered constant momentum from the beginning, and it will flow through and beyond all dimensions with the same smoothness it entered, until finally it has moved through all being in all dimensions. Its joy will then be complete when in a vast amount of time it has constellated full understanding throughout creation. If we trigger the eschatology, we will appear to act in the role of the Antichrist, but the real Antichrist is history's distorted reflection of the Christ at the end of time, the cosmic Adam Anthropos. The eschatological Christ is Antichrist only from a historical perspective. It is interesting that among the Mazatecans the idea of Christ is linked to the mushroom. Is this syncretism or prophecy? That evening's collective meal with Dave and Vanessa at our camp with the Yahe infusion cooling in the background was less than successful, for by now positions relative to the phenomenon had polarized into irreconcilability. They arrived near the close of day and joined us in the hut for a smoke. Discussion led to an update and rehash of the experiment proposed for the evening. Dennis spoke. We will obtain a metabolizing living mushroom, dig up the shit around it, and physically move the whole thing to the hut. We want to do the bonding in the mushroom because we don't know what it would be like if it were done in our own bodies. It's wide open. With your voice, your mind, and a mushroom, these things can be done. That is all one needs. Accelerators, all of that? No. With the energy that is hundreds of times less than the energy in an ordinary flashlight battery, one can probably rend space-time apart. The air was heavy with charged ions. Dave was full of doubt. As he talked, there was the grumble of distant thunder far off over the jungle. Dave's objections to what we were doing were emotional and fearful, hardly what we expected from a colleague. We tried to be reassuring, but he became agitated and rushed out of the hut, perhaps, we thought, intending to walk back to the river house. Instead, we heard an exclamation of fear and a kind of moan, a yell for us. We all clambered out of the hut to find Dave white-faced and staring at the sky, pointing. The light of a first-quarter moon revealed the tattered sky, and directly above the path returning to the river was an enormous black thunderhead rearing its twisting and writhing form up through thousands of feet of moisture and electricity-saturated air. It looked like an enormous whirlwind with broad strokes of lightning flickering out of its lower portions, touching the tops of the jungle canopy with a roar that was as deafening as field artillery when it broke over us. Over the roar of the wind that was now whipping the jungle all around us into a wild frenzy, I heard Dennis yell, "It's a reflection of the approaching breakthrough. It says to me there is now no doubt we'll succeed." From Dave a moan as he sank unbelieving to the sandy soil as the first huge drops began to fall. I thought of King Lear. In the wake of an ear-splitting blast, we all fell back to the hut. In a few minutes the giant storm moved on, leaving only a chaotic and churning sunset. The sudden electrical storm and its impact on us was taken as an omen by all points of view. We assumed it was associated with a feedback of effects from the experiment, whose performance was now only a few hours ahead of us. Dave and Vanessa thought it a light dose of the wrath of God for having such Promethean aspirations. In returning to the hut to escape the onset of the storm, Vanessa had sprained her ankle by slipping from the notched log that served as the stepladder into the hut. "Is this the healing of my split tea that my astrologer foretold for this time?" Scorpio Vanessa asked of no one in particular. Dennis ate nothing. Ev and I shared a light meal with our guests. They wished us good night and good luck, and hobbled away toward the river. The three of us were then left alone, and there remained nothing for it but to make the test that Dennis had devised and whose anticipation had caused so much strain on our expedition. The yahe had been brewed. Through having seen ayahuasca brewed professionally by shamans in Peru since, I am sure that our brew was too weak to have had any major role in what happened. It was the mushroom that was the causal agent, if a causal agent could in fact be isolated. And mushrooms we had, both picked ones as well as specimens moved into the hut in situ in their manure bases. Living, metabolizing psilocybin and psilocin should be present, we thought. We had hung the chrysalis butterfly near the mushroom, so that animal tissue undergoing metamorphosis should also be represented in the target area tableau. What was science and what ritual? We did not know and could not tell. They had become fused. Chapter 11. The Experiment at La Chorrera. The night was absolutely black. A low-lying cloud bank had appeared, muffling the small world of La Chorrera and wrapping it in a bowl of all-absorbing velvet darkness. Following the storm, we had rebuilt our fire and had driven off several liters of water from our infusion of Banisteriopsis caapi, so it was much strengthened over what it had been before. We then added crushed leaves that Dennis had gathered that day near the Chorro, and which we were using as DMT admixture plants. We did this because we had tentatively identified these plants as Justicia pectoralis variety stenophylla, a plant commonly used as an admixture of yahe in the Valpais drainage. Now, years after that evening, I question both the concentration at which we brewed the Banisteriopsis and our identification of the admixture plant. There is no doubt that there was considerable harmine alkaloid in the infusion, but not so much as I later learned was necessary to provoke an unambiguous intoxication. The harmine alkaloids present were, in my opinion, boosted by the psilocybin accumulated in our systems, or rather, the MAO inhibiting effect of the beta-carbolines caused the residual psilocybin to emerge into consciousness as a deep hallucinogenic experience. While I completed the boiling, Ev and Dennis went to their hammocks and lay down to await the completion of the preparations. We laughed together and talked softly. Yet in spite of this, there was an undercurrent of tension as we approached the experiment into which so much of our energy had been poured. It was very critical. They were becoming very clumsy and seemed to find their bodies hard to handle. It was that which had sent them to their hammocks. I said that I would do whatever needed attention. Our little hut on its stilts looked in the flickering firelight like a small spaceship dropped into the howling jungles of an alien world. We all felt like we were approaching hyperspatial overdrive. There was a sense of immense energies accumulating. The effect was reinforced by the hammocks hanging like acceleration slings ready to receive a starship's crew. Dennis lay in his hammock, nearly unable to hold a pencil, but writing furiously in tight operational terms about the experiment just ahead. The mushroom is presently metabolizing within our bodies. This has
keyed in on the tryptamine template in the living mushroom, and it has been sensitized for the condensation of the harmine psilocybin DNA molecule. When the yahe is ingested, the harmine analog will start to metabolize within the body. The ESR of the pre-sensitized psilocybin circuit will immediately cancel the ESR of the harmine and cause it to bond superconductively to the DNA-RNA complex both in our bodies and in the mushroom simultaneously in a higher dimension. The bonding completed, the harmine DNA memory bank and drive unit will condense into the waiting charged psilocybin circuit in the mushroom. We will see this condensation as it will appear in the mushroom at the same instant that the bond is completed in a higher dimension.
We will see this condensation as it will appear in the mushroom at the same instant that the bond is completed in a higher dimension. Dennis explained that he was unable to move very well because something having to do with the backward flow of time and the ever-increasing constraints on the set of possible futures had rendered him nearly immobile. Only the mind, planning and computing, was free. I finished boiling the yahe. I ground the admixture plants and added them to the cooling brew. I moved the yahe into the hut, then the mushroom. Those things in place, we were ready to begin. Prior to this point, we had taken no hallucinogens for several days. The effects we were experiencing were not arising from that source. Something else was happening. Dennis was now narrating our countdown toward an omega point that none of us could really understand. We were completely transformed with the expectation that possibly we would witness the outbreak of the millennium. He said that time was appearing to slow down as we approached this point. As proof, or rather witness, to this amazing assertion, he called our attention to the candle that I had set upon a small shelf jutting from the wall of the hut. Unattended, its slight tilt had become slowly exaggerated so that now it hung at a crazy angle, defying gravity because, he said, time was passing so slowly that we could not see that it was actually in the act of falling. I walked closer to this apparition and bent toward the flame. It appeared still, absolutely frozen. My mind shot back to the moment above the river when it too had seemed stilled forever. The flame was uncanny. As deeply as I cared to look into it, I could see no movement of particles or gas. We, or I, seemed to have my usual freedom of movement, but the world around me was coming to a crystalline and eerie halt. It was Dennis who finally spoke. A series of quantized energy levels have to be broken through in order to bond this thing. It is part mythology, part psychology, part applied physics. Who knows? We will make 3 attempts before we break out of the experimental mode. We all drank the yahe, sending it churning through our guts. Dennis took only 1 mushroom so that he could hear the tone. Darkness was utter, and we had no clocks. It seemed hours since Dave and Vanessa had left us. All was finally in readiness. The living mushroom, the harmine brew, the harmine smoking mixture. After we each had taken half a cup of the yahe infusion, we settled down to wait. Dennis had been hearing the ESR tone that he deemed the sine qua non of what we were attempting for the past several days. After about 15 minutes, he announced that he could hear it more clearly and that it was gaining strength. He felt prepared to attempt the experiment at any time, he said. We agreed that each time during the actual making of the sound, we would extinguish the candle so that we would not have our minds burdened with any tryptamine-induced facial distortions that the odd yelling might cause. Years before, there had been episodes involving DMT and spasms of facial musculature that were fairly hair-raising for the observer, involving as they did the entities of Tantric Buddhism, the bulging eyes, the rolling and possibly long tongues, that sort of thing. Dennis rose up in his hammock then. The candle went out, and he sounded his first howl of hypercarbylation. It was mechanical and loud, like a bull roarer, and ended with a convulsive spasm that traveled throughout his body and landed him out of his hammock on the floor. We relit the candle only long enough to determine that everyone wanted to continue, and agreed that Dennis' next attempt should be made from a sitting position on the floor of the hut. This was done. Again, a long, whirring yodel, strange and unexpectedly mechanical each time it was sounded. I suggested a break before the third attempt, but Dennis was quite agitated and eager to bring it through, as he put it. We settled in for the third yell, and when it came, it was like the others, but lasted much longer and became much louder. It was like an electric siren wailing atomic attack over the still night jungle. Of our Amazon hut was silence, the silence of the transition from one world to another, the silence of the Gidneago Gap. And then the sound of the crowing of a cock, the cock at the mission. 3 times his call came, clear but from afar, seeming to confirm us as actors on a stage, part of a dramatic contrivance. Dennis had said that if the experiment were successful, the mushroom would be obliterated. The low-temperature phenomena would explode the cellular material, and what would be left would be a standing wave, a violet ring of light the size of the mushroom cap. That would be the holding mode of the lens, or whatever it was. Then someone would take command of it, whose DNA it is, they are it. It is a mind which can be seen and held in one's hand. It is indestructible. It is all space and time, the universe, but a monad, a monadic plasma which contains all space and time, including one's own mind. Dennis leaned toward the mushroom standing on the raised experiment area. Look! As I followed his gaze, he raised his arm, and across the fully expanded cap of the mushroom fell the shadow of his Ruana. Clearly, but only for a moment, as the shadow bisected the glowing carpophore, I saw not a mature mushroom, but a planet, the Earth, lustrous and live, blue and tan and dazzling white. It is our world. His voice was full of unfathomable emotion. I could only nod. I did not understand, but I saw it clearly, although my vision was only a thing of a moment. We have succeeded. I don't understand. And I did not. Let's walk to the pasture. I need to think. Ev was exhausted by the night's activities and probably glad to have us leave her in the hut with the encroaching dawn promising some sort of new day. As we let ourselves down the log ladder to the ground, I was struck by the scene of utter confusion that our activities had left behind during the last frantic hours of brewing the night before. Our huge fire was now only white ashes. The waste from the hay-making was piled beside it, looking like a mound of beached seaweed. Everything seemed strewn about. This we walked through, shaking the stiffness out of our bodies and stopping at the small stream that crossed the path to splash water in our faces. We had not spoken. It was Dennis who broke the silence. You are wondering if we succeeded. Yes, what happened? Your writing heard on this effect, so what's going on? Well, I'm not sure how, but I know we have succeeded. Let me try to understand this. As we walked on, my own mind was racing with questions, and as we walked along, Dennis' occasional comments were, it burst over me, answers to questions that I was thinking but not articulating. I stopped in my tracks. I clearly formed a question in my mind. Dennis, head bent beside me, began to answer without waiting for me to articulate my thought aloud. I was dumbfounded. Was this it, then, I asked, that he had somehow acquired telepathic powers? No, there was more to it than that. According to Dennis, the bonding of the Harmene into his DNA had given him immediate access to an enormous cybernetically stored fund of information, and this information was freely available to anyone in the world who looked into their mind and prefaced their question with the word, Dennis? The absurdity of the second half of this proposition struck me as utterly too much. But naturally, at his insistence, I made the test. I picked up a small plant growing at my feet and closed my eyes and asked, Dennis, what is the name of this plant? Immediately, and without any effort of my own that I was aware of, a scientific name, now forgotten, popped into my head. I tried the same thing again with a different plant, and to my amazement received a different answer. The experiment seemed to secure that something was giving answers in my head, but I could not tell if they were correct or not. I was shaken. When we had left the hut on this walk, I was sure that we had failed, and that we had to talk over revising our approach. I even felt relief, since the obsessive nature of it all had been a strain. But now, as we walked along, and I could hear a voice in my head that was answering, however inanely or inaccurately, any question put to it. I was less sure. Dennis was oddly preoccupied, yet he assured me that his effort had succeeded and that all over the world the wave of hypercarbylation was sweeping through the human race, eliminating the distinction between the individual and the community as everyone discovered themselves spontaneously pushing off into a telepathic ocean whose name was that of its discoverer, Terence McKenna. As I watched my mind and listened to my brother rave, I began to realize that the experiment had indeed unleashed some sort of bizarre effect. Why it was that I was able to make the leap from assuming that we were having a peculiar localized experience to the idea that we were key parts of a mankind-wide phenomena is an important unanswered question, speaking volumes about my susceptibility to suggestion at that moment. I was quite simply the victim of a cognitive hallucination, that is, rather than a visual experience of something not actually present, a hallucination that is a total shift of the highest levels of our cognitive relationship to the world. The psilocybin-induced cognitive hallucination made the impossible and unlikely seem probable and reasonable. I was becoming flooded with ecstasy as the realization came over me that we had passed the omega point and that we were now operating in the first few moments of the millennium. Both of us could feel the excitement in us rising toward the realization that the world was now somehow radically different, totally different in a fundamental way. Dennis spoke.
So, this must be it. We have not condensed the stone into visible space, but we have generated it in our heads. It does not immediately appear as a visible vehicle, but first as a teaching. The teaching we hear in our heads right now, later. The word will be made flesh.
Flesh. I could only stare at my brother. Who is he, and how is he able to know and do these things? I could only wonder.
Now, Mother and possibly lots of dead people will be showing up soon. Young, he will doubtless come, and Einstein too, and by God, I want to hear what they have to say.
We were embracing each other and laughing. I felt as though I was being led like a little child. For no reason I had ceased to question. Rather, I felt an urge to see other people and feel their immersion in the new heaven and the new earth. As I set out toward the river, I seemed to myself to be nearly weightless. I felt reborn. I felt full of energy and bursting with good health and vitality. Over a period of a few minutes, I had passed from weary, disgruntled skeptic to ecstatic believer. Looking back on it, I believe that for me this was the critical juncture. Why did I not question Dennis more closely? Was I somehow self-hypnotized? Did the unfamiliar setting, the restricted diet, strain, and expectations push me into a place where I was unable to resist participation of a sort in the world of my brother's bizarre ideation? Why was I unable to maintain my detached and skeptical viewpoint? In some sense, this willing suspension of disbelief is the crux of the matter, and, I believe, of many a close encounter situation. The other plays with us and approaches us through the imagination, and then a critical juncture is reached. To go beyond this juncture requires abandonment of will and habit. At that moment, the world turns lazily inside out, and what was hidden is revealed, a magical modality, a different epigenetic landscape than one has known, a landscape become real. The UFO is a creature of this previously invisible landscape. It is lord of the skies of the imagination, able to carry anyone with it who will but play, and then let the play deepen and deepen. As I walked along that perfect morning, no such soothingly objective thoughts came to me. Instead, I assumed that my body was metabolizing its way toward the resurrection body that we had expected to be part of the success of the experiment. I did not know what was happening in the world or far away, but I did know that since the moment Dennis had pronounced the experiment finished, I had felt an expanding and ever-increasing wave of energy and understanding unfold through my being. As I walked along, what seemed to me then a profound realization came over me. It was that we are all enlightened beings, that only our inability to see and feel ourselves and others as we really are keeps us from shedding our guilt and seeing ourselves as enlightened. I felt very good. I felt better than I had ever felt before, but I couldn't believe what seemed to be happening. It was about a 10 or 15-minute walk to Dave and Vanessa's place. By now it was about 7 a.m. The sun was well up in the sky, and it was a beautiful day. As I walked across the pasture, I would stop and say, "Dennis," and the response was instantaneous. It was just like thought. It confused me. I kept stopping and doing this, sitting down on the grass. "Is it all right? What is it? I don't know. I can't understand what it means." I walked on toward the river. As I walked along, I did some experiments. I said, "Terence, Terence." It was very much like talking to yourself. Then I said, "Dennis," and the thing was instantly there, just ready to do business. Then I said, "McKenna, McKenna," and it was still there. I realized that I couldn't reach it with my first name, but I could reach it with my last name. I could not understand what was going on. I was pondering these kinds of things when I arrived at the riverside house of Vanessa and Dave. They were still in their hammocks asleep, but crowded around the door, even this early in the morning, were a group of wide-eyed Witoto children. As I pushed my way through them, my gaze fell on each, and I thought, "You are enlightened, and you, and you." My arrival was the first event of the day for Dave and Vanessa. I told them that we had succeeded, that success was not a condensed hyper-object, but a teaching. I asked them to dress and come with me. While they were gathering their hammocks, they told me that during the darkest part of the night, Dave had awakened, hysterical, in a state not unlike the condition induced in him by the electrical storm the evening before. They had been very agitated during the night and could only attribute this to what we had been doing. I was interested in all of this, but seemed to hear it as from a long distance. I wanted to return to the forest and see what else would unfold. In my mind, I was recalling something else Dennis had said a few minutes before in the pasture. He had said that the demarcation between day and night, the dawn line, was now making a 24-hour sweep around the world, a sweep that began at the dawn moment when the experiment at La Chorrera was finished. Throughout the world, traffic and factories were coming to a halt. People were standing around and realizing that someone, somewhere, had broken through, that this was not a day like any other day. Dave and Vanessa followed me back to the forest, grumbling a good part of the way. When we had gone slightly past the place where I had parted from Dennis, we came upon something which could not at first be fitted into any set of expectations. This was Dennis' ruana and shirt discarded in the middle of the path. Next came a pair of pants, and then further on 2 sweat socks. And, though I was to learn this only later, his glasses and his boots had also been hurled away. Following this trail of cast-off garments led us back to the hut in the forest. There we found Ev and Dennis, both naked and sitting on the floor of the hut, discussing and doing the Ask Dennis meditation. With the comment that you cannot receive a proper initiation unless you are naked, Dennis insisted that we take off our clothes. Vanessa peeled, and Dave and I followed her example. The presence of the mushroom was there, and it seemed to be saying, "Take off your clothes. Throw everything away. Everything is breaking. All objects are no good to you now. Throw everything away. You do not need it anymore." We all looked at each other, glossy pubic hair and secret genitals now in the sunshine. I rolled a joint then. We sat in a circle and smoked. We told Dave and Vanessa about the teaching and urged them to try it with varying degrees of success, since a voice in the head is a very subjective thing. If one has it, there is no doubt. If one does not have it, it seems a very murky thing. Everything was very amicable, except that Dennis was showing a tendency to talk right through other people's comments, as if they were not present. It was as though he were on a different time track from the rest of us, since he really seemed unable to realize that someone else was talking. We thought that it was logical to untie our hammocks from the house and take nothing but our hammocks and go naked into the jungle, tie the hammocks in a tree, and then get into these hammocks. We would then explore the mode, because clearly you could do more than ask or answer questions. The door was standing open. God alone knew what one could do. I asked the thing in my mind what should be done, and had received instruction that we should visually meditate on our lives, and, starting from the present, trace back through our entire life, encountering and setting things right with every sentient creature that we had ever wronged. When we reached the end of this process, we would leave our bodies and be somehow free in the dimension of absolute freedom that seemed so near. Lying in our hammocks, we set out to meditate our way to hyperspace. I could see myself at La Chorrera, then going down the trail to El Encanto, up the river to Leguizamo, and back to Bogota, back to Canada, and at each point I would meet the people that I had lived my life with, and I would say, "We got it. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't offend you too much back there in 3D. It's all over now. It's all over." I could see people. Immediately I reached out for all of them. I seemed to be able to reach them. "We're in the Amazon," I explained to each, "and now we're going home, or someplace." The vision had an utterly bizarre quality. Tears welled up behind my closed eyelids. It was very peculiar. The voice of the teacher spoke in my head. "You've found it. This is it. It's all over now. There is no more. Within a few hours, the superstructure of human civilization is going to collapse, and your species is going to go to Jupiter and then to the stars. A day of high adventure dawns for man at last." At first, the images welling up behind closed eyes seemed to be deepening and growing more intense, but after an hour, it was clear that they were actually fading. One by one, we pulled ourselves out of the stupor that the morning heat and being in the hammock had induced. We were talking and talking, analyzing and analyzing. Dennis seemed most out of it. Dave and Vanessa, uncertain that anything at all had really happened, was distant, and I was feeling definitely immersed in the surreal perception that had been mine since the chaotic opening of the day. Something was wrong. Expectation was outrunning reality. Nothing had happened. It came out that no one could hear Dennis in their mind, except me. They were all actually wondering what was going on. We had entered the next phase, which was a period of confusion for all. Dennis was disengaging from reality. I would talk to him, and he didn't know anyone was speaking to him. He was still breaking into conversations because he didn't know anyone else was speaking. A visit to the priest's outdoor shower was suggested and seized upon, since we were all filthy and covered with the grime of fire tending. We gathered up our scattered clothing, and during this effort it came out that Dennis had thrown his glasses away, along with his boots and everything else. Disheveled and disoriented, we set off, searching unsuccessfully for the lost pair of glasses as we retraced our path to the mission. We were a group of people of many minds about the previous several hours, some assuming that this was a day like any other, others assuming that this was the first day of the age at the end of time. A group of Witoto gazed at us as we passed and then roared with appreciative laughter. They know what has been achieved," the voice in my head assured me. They were certainly beaming and chortling about something. On we walked toward the mission and its shower in the sunshine. Dennis would not stop talking. The consensus was building that we had a crisis on our hands, but it wasn't yet out of control. We agreed that Yahé is very peculiar, and thought that the passage of a few hours would smooth everything out. That was everyone's conclusion, except Dennis and my own. It was no longer really possible to communicate with Dennis. My conclusion was that something had happened, that he had done something, that some kind of odd principle had been manipulated. But it wasn't as we thought it was, and so we were cast we knew not where. I was calm. I was at least participating in the social situation. Even though there were tears of joy streaming down my face, I wasn't out of touch with reality. I said, "We'll wait for tomorrow. Dennis will come down." Everyone seemed to be finding their way back to their normal psychic equilibrium, save Dennis and myself. I was burdened with odd but wonderfully expanded perceptions, while his wandering ideas and wild eyes indicated that he was having some difficulty in getting his feet on the ground. After our shower and on the way back to the forest, I mentioned all of these things to him, but he replied in riddles and with mimicry of dead relatives so that I could get nothing out of him. I continued to assume that a night's sleep would set him right. I insisted that he rest in his hammock when we returned to the camp, which he did while the rest of us set things in order. Chapter 12, In the Vortex. It was decided that Vanessa and Dave would stay the night at our hut, so their 2 hammocks were left hanging along with our 3. It was a crowded situation. We dined well that evening, and except for the occasional oblique or plain incomprehensible comment from Dennis, the surface of things seemed to be restored. Vanessa's ankle remained bad, and much attention was directed toward this difficulty, almost in tribute to its being so palpable in contrast to most of what was going on. I felt utterly changed and made new, removed from everyone and content to let events unfold as they would, assured by the new thing inside of me that however things appeared, all was very, very well. The last rave of this long, amazing day came after dinner in the firelight, when from his hammock Dennis broke the silence to explain that this night in our dreams we would learn a series of things that would end with us severing our connection to our bodies long before morning. We would reassemble in our perfected astral forms on the bridge of a starship that was in geosynchronous orbit 22,000 miles above the Amazon basin. This was the second of the self-limiting prophecies that had been made since the experiment. The first had been the effort to meditate backward to one's birth, attempted that morning. In retrospect, I now see that this eschatological hysteria was one of the chief ways in which my thinking seemed radically different. Over the next weeks and years, there would be many more of these self-testing prophecies, many scenarios of the possible way the world might undergo eschatological transformation. 4 days from the experiment, 5, 7, 10, 16, 21, 40, 64, all were times awaited with hope and willful suspension of disbelief, and all came and went with the eschaton still all-pervading, still very elusive. The idea of a dimension-roving lens vehicle, once articulated, was never far away. His statement was also the first appearance of the UFO image in Dennis' thought since the experiment, a theme to be articulated in 1,000 ways in the days that were to follow. The equation lapis equals self equals UFO was the operating assumption of Dennis' long voyage of self-discovery and return. With these images of death in sleep and rebirth inside the starship ringing in our minds, we turned in, thoroughly exhausted. I stressed that the hut was crowded with hammocks strung from every available beam. It was difficult to move about without communicating that to one's neighbors through the tugging and twisting of the many ropes. We must have retired about 10 o'clock. I slept soundly until sometime many hours later that I took to be 2 or so. I rose to take the traditional middle-of-the-night piss that the use of condensed milk induces in the explorer. I sat up in my hammock, struggled for matches, and then lit a candle. In the silent night I heard the inrush of my own exclamation of amazement. An intense triple-layered corona of light was shimmering out from the candle flame for a distance of about 4 feet. It was an intense iridescent blue alternating with an equally pure orange. I was immediately reminded of the aura of light that surrounds the body of the resurrected Christ in the painting of that subject by Matthias Grunewald. I understood that he must have seen the same thing that I was seeing now, and later incorporated it into his resurrection. Simultaneously, as though I was having a yet deeper thought, I somehow intuitively understood that the distortion or polarizing of the light of the flame that I was seeing was an effect caused by the distortion of psychic space-time induced by our experiment and the nearby presence of the lapis. This thought was followed by another. Perhaps the temporal and spatial distance from the stone could be gauged by the intensity of the colors in the aura of light around a simple candle. The distortion from light from a candle to act as a detector of the philosopher's stone. I thought of Diogenes prospecting for the good. Was that what he was doing? I thought of the phrase, "It is better to light one candle than to curse the darkness," and I laughed. I awakened Eve, and she sleepily confirmed the colors around the candle, but it communicated nothing to her of what it communicated to me. She rolled over, and when I returned from going outside, she was snoring softly. As I climbed back to my hammock, I counted heads and noticed that everyone was present and seemingly completely asleep, I lay awake a long time, thinking. All seemed still. As breakfast unfolded the following morning, the 6th of March, it became clear that the restful sleep I had imagined we had all shared the night before had been anything but that. From Dennis, still disorganized but ample comments, it emerged that he had, or imagined he had, a very active night. Closely questioned, it came out that he was completely convinced that sometime during the night he had risen and dressed and then had a series of nocturnal adventures that involved going alone in the darkness to the thundering immensity of the Chorro over a mile away, then returning to climb and spend some time in a large tree near the edge of the mission before making his way back across the pasture and returning to his hammock strung among all the others. The thought of him wandering around during the night on those trails without his glasses, falling in and out of shamanic ecstasy, perhaps howling and otherwise paleolithically comporting himself, was too much for me. It was a breach of the collective cool, and even though I was 90% certain that it had never really happened, I was determined to eliminate all possibility of such rambles in the future. Dennis' story was an amazing description of a shamanic night journey. He said he had gone to the Chorro and meditated in the mission cemetery we had visited before. He had begun to return to camp when he confronted a particularly large moraceous tree near where the path skirted the edge of the mission. On impulse he had climbed it, not at all unaware that the ascent of the world tree is the central motif of Siberian shamanic journeying. As he climbed the tree, he felt the flickering polarities of many archetypes, and finally, as he reached the highest point in his ascent, something which he called the vortex opened ahead of him, like a swirling enormous doorway into time. He could see the cyclopean megaliths of Stonehenge, and beyond those ring stones, revolving at a different speed and at higher plane, the outline of the pyramids, marble-faceted and gleaming as they have not done since the days of pharaonic Egypt. And yet further into the turbulent maw of the vortex he saw, to mysteries ancient long before the advent of man, titanic, archetypal forms on worlds unimagined by us, the arcane machineries of sentient agencies that swept through this part of the galaxy when our planet was young and its surface barely cooled. This machinery, these gibbering abysses touched with the cold of interstellar space and eon-consuming time, rushed down upon him. He fainted, and time, who can say how much time, passed by him. He next found himself in the pasture, a few hundred feet from his newly discovered axis mundi. If he fell from the tree, it did not seem to have hurt him. Amazement, exultation, fear, and confusion were all present in his thoughts. The continuum seemed to be shredding and ripping itself to pieces before his eyes, time and space swirling the artifacts of 20,000 years of human striving into a vortex of apocalyptic contradictions. In that state of fear and exultation in the depth of man's destiny among the stars, Dennis returned to our camp and noiselessly returned to his hammock, or awakened there from a dream of the same thing. 24 hours had passed since the attempt to hypercarbylate human DNA. It was apparent that Dennis was not pulling out of the induced state of shamanic excitement as quickly as we had anticipated. Two choices presented themselves to explain the situation. The strain of the journey and the recent psilocybin tripping had contributed to activate a shamanic archetype in Dennis that had been latent all along, but which was now overt and carrying a strong transference potential to which I was succumbing by being unable to recognize my brother's condition as a potentially pathological state. This was the position that Vanessa and Dave leaned toward, and was the source of much of our difference of opinion on how to proceed. A second explanation takes a biochemical rather than a psychological approach. It says that Dennis had, through his unusual diet of drugs and the experiment he performed, inhibited some enzyme system that would normally return one from the heights of a hallucinogenic trip, but in this case had somehow become inoperative. The most likely candidate for this would be the MAO, monoamine oxidase system, which is responsible for rendering many hallucinogens into inoperative byproducts. The phenomenon of irreversible MAO inhibition is known to occur with some drugs, and is a condition that takes nearly 2 weeks to correct itself. However, the compounds in Banisteriopsis caapi are known to usually reverse their MAO inhibition in 4 to 6 hours. Nevertheless, as subsequent events showed, this explanation is doubtless some part of the true story. After years of thought, my own explanation continues to lean heavily on the second idea for an operational explanation. I do not believe that Dennis was predisposed to an archetypal submergence. I believe that he did, in a single moment, somehow bind all the MAO in his body, and that his long derangement was due to the lag time that was required to rebuild his MAO level from a complete and sudden depletion. I believe that this sudden depletion was caused by his experiment, and that vocally induced resonance canceling of the forces that normally operate in these molecules caused major changes in his body chemistry. In short, I believe that he induced an irreversible MAO inhibition in his body through the use of psilocybin and his voice and will. If this is true, then the implication for humanity may be every bit as great as we in our inflated state of mind supposed, since it hints at a means by which mankind might explore the parallel continuum whose interaction with our own existence is signified by the visionary experience. It may well be the effect that is the crack in a door that, once flung open, will lead us to all the worlds teeming in our dreams and imaginations. It is an effect to be studied and learned from. Today, years after the experiment, it still seems full of great promise. My continued interest in these matters is based on the personal belief that some unusual and still unconfirmed effect was at work in our experiment, something like the principle of resonance canceling that Dennis was so intrigued by. Breakfast of the second day following the experiment was closed with a hot discussion of whether Dennis had really gone to the Chorro or only dreamed that he had done so. As the rhetoric exhausted itself, Vanessa drew me away from the hut and walked along with me as I went to the spring for water. We were to have a talk, the gist of which was that, since there were wide differences in diagnosis of what was going on, so there were wide differences concerning what should be done. But since Dennis is your brother and you have strong opinions on the subject, I will defer in favor of what you think should be done here, at least for the moment. I was grateful for the margin of time contained in Vanessa's chosen course. The whole question revolving around Dennis's state of mind concerned how and especially when he would pull out of it. Any theory had to come forth with an operational prediction on that vital point. I understood from Vanessa's demeanor that we should be pretty much to ourselves in the forest house. We could expect her and Dave only as visitors, and already the possibility of retreat from the jungle isolation was being announced as a faint but growing theme. It all fell into place from the second day onward. Eve became a kind of liaison with the rest of the world of La Chorrera. She arrived in the late afternoon and departed each morning, cooking an evening and morning meal and being very game about it all, considering that she had only fallen in with our little group 3 weeks before. And thus was the stage set for the next 5 days, from the 5th to the 10th of March, the chaos at La Chorrera. During this time, Dennis very slowly got better. He became more coherent. He said that the experience had catapulted him to the edge of the Riemannian topology of the universe, that he had to come back in, and that he was regressing inward through level after level after level. Very strange things went on during this period. He could hear my mind working. He was telepathic, there was no doubt about it. He could do perfect voice imitations of our mother and father. He became all these people, doing it perfectly. And there was much more, a vision of 20th century history, building the lens, and the end of time. He said that the discovery of a higher physical dimension was ahead of us a few years in time, but somehow linked up to Egypt, to acacia tryptamine cults, to Tibet 8,000 years ago, to Punpo shamanic magic, all these ideas in constant circulation, and he talked and performed constantly. No notes exist from that period. So filled was I with the assumption that we were abiding in eternity that I felt no need to write at all. As the world seemed to me to grow more perfect, I determined at some point I would write a poem, but that moment never came. Nothing is coherent or connected from those 5 days. I remember that they were the most intense times that I have ever gone through, and that there was not an emotional or intellectual chord in the human register that was not rung again and again in 1,000 variations. In the notes made week after those times, I could only summarize those 5 days by labeling them absurdly: fire, water, earth, man, peace. I sat and Dennis raved. Without his glasses, his eyes were wild and unsettling to look into. Since the night of his contested shamanic ramble, I had formed the intention not to sleep, but to stand watch constantly, day and night. For the next 9 days, I neither slept nor needed sleep, though I know that such cases are on record. For years after the experience, the lack of a need for sleep for 9 days, which I personally underwent, seemed to me the most solid argument for the reality of the forces that we experimented with. For I did not merely not need to sleep, but was constantly thinking in a rich, calm, image-filled way that made my normal thought process seem a pale and jerkily animated shadow of the mental power that I felt throughout the sleepless period and long afterward. The time that we were moving through seemed made of the reflections of what had preceded it and what was to follow. The first night that followed upon my decision not to sleep was passed in deep reverie and a growing amazement that I was actually functioning without any apparent need of sleep. In the last of the darkness before dawn, at a time that I felt was exactly the time when we had performed the experiment 2 days before, I heard Dennis stir in his hammock inside the hut. Then I heard, low but strong and clear, the same ululating howl that had catapulted us into a new world 48 hours before. Three times it sounded, just as something in my mind assured me that it would. The last howl was drawn out as before. It rose and fell for perhaps a minute. Then, as it faded away, I again heard the cock crow drifting across the whitening air from the mission. Why did these things happen with such symmetry, as though a huge, ordered form was trying to surface in the very organization of the reality around us? Sunrise flamed across the sky, and another of those titanic days began, the thing in my mind stirring to meet the challenge to reason that each new moment seemed charged with. All that remains of those times are images and incidents, only metaphors acted as sustained themes. All was myth-making and image-making, mercurial, meta-leveled, ever-flowing. Chapter 13. At Play in the Fields of the Lord. Ev returned with Dave and Vanessa to the river that morning, and for the first time in 2 days, Dennis and I were alone, and the atmosphere was one of calm. I busied myself sorting through and arranging the equipment. Our campsite was again spick and span. Dennis was alternately calm or into long harangues on a supracosmic scale a la the Star Maker of Olaf Stapleton. He imitated, personified, described, and otherwise invoked immense Gnostic and Manichaean entities that were struggling on a cosmic scale, but not without humor, occasionally moaning out that he felt like an old man dying. Then he would collapse with laughter at this cleverness. I sat in my hammock and verbally participated as much as I could in all of this, though it was clear that Dennis had no difficulty in maintaining a conversation on his own. In fact, he seemed to have hit the main vein of the fountain of sprung verse. I closed my eyes for a moment, and there, fully formed beneath my eyelids, was the first of what I call teachings or messages. It was a beautiful recursive geometric form. The voice in my mind informed me that this was the Valentine curve. Obviously, the 4 petals of the curve looked somewhat like a valentine or a bleeding heart. I thought for an instant of the heart-shaped fruit I had fashioned into a water pipe. No obvious connection. The image slid. I went and got my notebook and drew the Valentine curve, at first crudely, later much more smoothly. It made me think of Basil Valentine, an alchemist, author of The Triumphal Chariot of Antinomy. I had read the book, but could remember virtually nothing about it. I thought, too, of Valentinian, Alexandrian Gnostic of the 2nd century, and his doctrine that the material world was the condensed emotion of the errant Sophia, who had selfishly created a universe without undergoing any union but with herself. The condensation of emotion into matter, the theme was hair-raising. It was the theme that had brought us to the Amazon, and alchemy was the gnosis of material transformation. Clues seemed everywhere. Everything was webbed together in a magical fabric of meaning and affirmation and mystery. Ideas of all sorts formed in my mind unbidden, and would lead inevitably to some further expansion of the set of themes that we had organized our lives around. The first day, the voice inside my head suggested that I set out the record I had kept for several years of my I Ching throws, it having been for several years my habit to throw the I Ching at each new and full moon, and to record the throws on a slip of paper which I kept inside the back cover of my copy. At the prompting of the inner voice, I went through this record of throws, looking for an instance when I had thrown the first hexagram. Finding that, I returned to the beginning of the list, looking now for a record of the second hexagram being thrown, and so on. My list of throws covered 3 years and contained about 80 throws and their changes. After about a half hour of this exercise, I had determined that according to my record, I had thrown all of the 64 hexagrams in the 3 years leading up to that moment. This mildly interesting unlikelihood was very significant seeming to me. It proved that I had a kind of secret identity that I was in the process of uncovering. It proved that I was somehow a reflection of the microcosm and had been chosen somehow to be in the situation in which I found myself. I was extremely agitated at this personal verification of the ordered pattern whose design I was discovering everywhere in my life. I composed myself, and then, at the strong prompting of the inner wave of understanding, I quietly burned the record of my I Ching throws. It was a very uncharacteristic thing for me to do. Dennis watched all of this and then delivered himself of but one of the many riddles that he was to propound over the next few days. What can you do with a hole in a stick that you can't do with a stick in a hole? He bellowed across the sandy expanse to where I stood by the fire. The answer involved the idea that a pipe was the vehicle of dimensional travel, and that was what you could do. And thus the first day of the reversal passed. A reasonable conclusion would have been to suppose that Dennis was toxically schizophrenic and that we should leave the Amazon. What muddied the water considerably was me, because I was comparatively normal except for one thing. I insisted that everything was all right and that Dennis somehow knew exactly what he was doing. It was okay, I insisted. He had done what he set out to do, and now people should try to relax. The reason I felt this way was because it had become very clear that though I had not known anything about how he had done the experiment or the theory, that from the dawn moment when we had piled out of our hammocks to look at the mushroom, something was very bizarre about me. Something had happened to me. It was true. I was in a very strange place. It was because of having close contact with the thing that was like a teacher. It let me know things. I knew things which I couldn't possibly know. Ev had gone through the experiment, but nothing at all had happened to her. The other people seemed very distant. They couldn't understand at all what was happening and preferred to reject us. Everyone behaved oddly. Everyone thought everyone else was crazy. But everyone, relative to their own normal behavior, behaved very oddly. The main thing the teacher said was, do not worry. Do not worry because there is something that you have to get straight about. Your brother will recover. Your companions will take care of him. Do not worry, but listen. You have to get this down. Within hours after the experiment, this started impinging on me, something that I must figure out. The next morning, Dennis seemed to me slightly more down to earth, but to a degree so slight over the day before that it was a matter of opinion whether he had made any improvement at all. I noticed with interest that while he seemed disoriented and his ideation was in structure as wild and woolly as ever, in content there had been a definite sort of improvement. On the day before he had seemed to be spread over so vast an amount of space and time that there was little to be identified out of the cosmic churning that he was undergoing. The day before, to find even our own galaxy in his mind had been impossible. On the second day, he awoke within the galaxy, and his visions and fantasies remained within it. Had that been the only instance of his telescoping back into himself, it would not be worth noting. But the fact was that each step of his return to a normal state of mind was accomplished this way. The day after he reached the confines of the galaxy, he entered the solar system, condensing through its planets over several days until he identified only with the Earth. Coalescing and condensing through the ecology of his home world, he came to think of himself as all humanity and was able to vividly relive all of its history. Later still, he became the embodiment of all the members of our vast and peculiar Irish family. Again, later, he was resolved down into only our immediate family, and from there to the resolution of the dualism involved in the question as to whether he was Dennis or Terence. And finally, and thankfully, he came to rest with the realization that he was Dennis, returned from the edge of the universe of mind, restored and reborn, a shaman in the fullest sense of the word. But that recovery was 20 days into the future from the morning of the 7th of March when we walked to the pasture, just as we had on the morning after the experiment. We walked to the top of a small rise on which grew a young tree. Ama, the Witoto word for brother, had become one of the many new nicknames that Dennis had created for me. Now, as we walked along, we kept our eyes open for mushrooms, as had become our habit, even though all thought of eating mushrooms was now behind us. Dennis strode ahead of me and made his way to this tree. Bending down and parting the grasses at the base of the tree, he pointed to the letters A-M-A carved in the bark. It was carving at least several years old. The incident was confusing. How had Dennis known the carving was there, and what did it mean anyway? He answered my questions by sweeping his hand toward the dawn horizon and announcing that this was the planet Venus, or the archetypal world of Venus. I had no idea which. These assertions that flew completely in the face of reason were very hard to take, and would enkindle in me brief stabs of despair for his state of mind, though most of the time I was able to convince myself that he was improving and returning from the unseen world so vivid to him that he could see nothing else. The idea of the recreation of the scattered self as an alchemical act with immense personal and historical significance was the tack that I used in trying to direct the developing fantasy of my brother. Each morning for several days after the 5th of March, we would walk to the pasture, and I would demand of him the stone. Neither of us perceived these goings-on through anything like the light of normal consciousness. The world seemed filled with a near-bending wonder and power that assured me that all things were possible, and that the course of things in the light of this were moving in the right direction. Be amazed at nothing. You are to receive the kingship of the Father. I watched my own understanding of the connections between what we were doing and classical alchemy move by vast intuitive leaps to implicate Gerhard Dorn, Robert Flood, and Count Michael Meyer. The 36th emblem of Meyer's Atalanta Fugiens is a wonderful visual pun that connects the cube of Stropharia cubensis with the UFO, the hyperobject seen in the sky. It was an image that was constantly before me through those times. John Dee, with his scrying stone and the hieroglyphic monad, is mixed up in the same set of images. Why? Did this circle get deeper into the mystery than did their contemporaries and competition? Nicholas Flamel and his wife, their legendary love affair and their unknown end. Mutus Liber, a couple working at a furnace. It almost looks as though they are drying mushrooms. Just how sophisticated did alchemy become before Enlightenment science scattered the adepts and rendered their control language inoperable? So that in the pasture each foggy morning, when I demanded of Dennis that he give me the philosopher's stone, it was both pressure upon him to reformulate his consciousness into a unity, and a thing which served as the focus for the transference potential that was so intense as to again and again threaten to engulf us. Not sleeping, being awake constantly, I was in the world of the developing situation at La Chorrera, but also in another world into which my brother had become psychotopologically enmeshed, a world of a dimensional vortex, beyond which seemed to be eternity, the land of the dead, all human history, and the UFOs. It was a world whose unseen cybernetic chroniclers spoke telepathically in our minds and revealed that we and all humanity were in the act of becoming once again able to go between these dimensions and our own, to re-establish the eschatological shamanism lost scores of millennia ago. At one point I picked up a stick, and in the sandy lateritic soil of our living area I scratched the shorthand symbol for "and." I called it the ampersand, and for me its binding fold in one corner of a quaternary structure was very satisfying. I began to imagine this symbol as the symbol of the hyperdimensional condensation come UFO. I spoke of it as the ampersand for several days. Then I called it the eschatron. This I imagined as a basic unit of time. The combination and resonance among the set of eschatons in the universe determined which of the possible worlds allowed by physics would actually undergo the formality of occurring. I also imagined that at the intuitively given end of time, all the eschatons would resonate together as a unity and thereby create an ontological transformation of reality. It was at this time that I had the first faint stirrings of thoughts that were to lead eventually to the quantified wave hierarchy of time that is so thoroughly discussed in the invisible landscape. These early intuitions bore no resemblance to the final theory. Good that they did not, for at that time I would have been completely unable to understand the theory that I was finally to propound. It took years of reading and self-education to keep track of the things that the internal voice was saying. It had a holistic and system-oriented way of approaching things that did seem to be slightly of another order, not enough to be alarming, but enough to again and again remind me that the ideas I was producing were coming fully organized from somewhere else, and I was nothing more than a message decipherer, hard-pressed to keep up with a difficult incoming code. Occasionally I would seem to catch the mechanics of what was happening to us in action, and from such experiences I concluded that whatever it was that was happening, part of it involved all the information that we had ever accumulated, down to the most trivial details, so that it seemed that something with overtones of being from outer space or from another dimension, was contacting us and doing it through the peculiar means of using every thought in our heads to lead us into telepathically induced scenarios of extravagant imagining or deep theoretical understanding of things or in-depth scanning of strange times, places, and worlds. The source of this unearthly contact was the Stropharia cubensis and our experiment. Our collective intelligence was not compromised, but what was compromised was the ability to reason, to give a coherent account of what was going on as paradox, coincidence, and general synchronistic strangeness began to asymptotically increase, and into the vacuum left by the collapse of reason rushed a staggering array of exotic intuitions about why things were as they were. On the morning of the third day following the experiment, Shortly after breakfast, Dennis announced a new teaching. This was that one could see any point in time by closing one's eyes, visualizing an 8, turning it on its side so as to approximate the sign for infinity, then mentally sliding the 2 closed rings over each other to form a circle, then shrinking the circle to a dot and thinking the word please and the target point in space-time. Usually I knew not whence these images came to him. However, this time I was amazed, for I recalled with perfect clarity that 6 weeks before, shortly before I left Vancouver, British Columbia, where I was then living, I had gone to a dentist as part of the standard pre-travel tune-up. While in the waiting room, I had read a several-months-old journal of some Canadian Education Association. In that journal, which I had not discussed with anyone, was an article, very short, about teaching machines and very young children. The picture this scenario with which the article opened, it may have even been called Picture This, was of a child looking at a figure 8 on a television screen, rolling it on its side, squeezing it together, etc. It was a bit of media flotsam that my brother, or something working through my brother, was able to lift right out of my mind weeks after I had forgotten it, something able to refashion and use the image in whatever absurd way that it wished. Chapter 14, Looking Backward. 2 months after all of these experiences, around mid-May of 1971, I was moved to try to sum up the particularly bizarre and possibly physics-compromising incidents that I could then recall. Here is what I wrote at that time, a time when I was concerned to refute the idea that schizophrenia was a magic word explaining all that we had undergone. I have almost 2 months' perspective on the events surrounding our experiments at La Chorrera, and though I can clearly recognize that both myself and my brother evinced the classic symptomatology associated with the 2 generally distinguished categories of process schizophrenia, I am unable to make the assumption that our experiment was therefore nothing but 2 simultaneously occurring instances of schizophrenia. Rather, and with the full knowledge that such a position argues that I may still be experiencing residual symptoms of the illness, I maintain that we were in fact dealing with an objective phenomenon that, though of a highly peculiar nature, inexorably bound up with psychic processes, does have its basis in the molecular ideas we were in the process of investigating. As empirical evidence of this viewpoint, I mention the following points which seem to me to set our experiment outside the realm of mental illness. The suddenness with which the symptoms developed following our actual experiment. Within a few minutes after we completed our pre-planned experimental procedures, my brother began to disengage himself from the continuum of shared perceptions, and at this same time I underwent a willing suspension of disbelief and began to experience the cybernetic unit that we had predicted would be a part of the effect we would cause if we were successful in our attempt to generate a superconducting genetic matrix harmine bond. The integrated or dovetail aspect of our shared disassociation, meaning that, though both of us were experiencing the symptoms of types of schizophrenia, the fantasy, the ideas, and the understanding which we were experiencing were shared, so that while my brother thought of me as the shaman messiah in all manifestations, I perceived him as the condensed mind lens making a return journey across the universe that might have been one logical outcome of our experiment. Each of us alone would have given the clear appearance of being deluded. However, each of us seemed to offer elusive proof of the correctness of the position of the other. I might add that though no one else could understand my brother's peculiar mental processes, I believed I could discern depth and an integrated understanding which seemed to be behind them. But at the same time, I understood that his apparent lack of integration was due to the fact that his thinking was moving backward in some fundamental way. In the same way that a film running in reverse seems to present a spectacle of wild and irrational confusion, yet manages in the end to have things in their proper places, my brother's ideas and physical movements seemed to me to be simply the exact reverse of logical expectations. Knowing that the brain seems to operate on the principle of a hologram, Dennis had speculated before our experiment that he might receive a reverse image of my brain-mind organization for a brief time during the experiment. In listening to his free associations after the reversal, I became certain that this had in fact occurred, but for a much longer time than we had anticipated. In fact, I still believe that our only error throughout this entire experiment and the events following it has been our inability to correctly predict the duration of the process. I believe that our understanding of the mechanisms of the process, aside from its duration, have been correct, though still incomplete. Time is still, in other words, the crux of this matter. At times, my brother's free associations consisted of incidents which I had experienced more than a year previously and more than 10,000 miles from where Dennis was then living, incidents about which I had spoken to no one. Dennis seemed to possess the ability to hear my mind working during the time after the experiment. I illustrate by recalling an incident when I was sitting outside of our jungle hut listening to his free associations, having noticed a few minutes before that his muscles were almost rigid with the enormous physical energy associated with some types of schizophrenia. I worried that he might at some future time resist my efforts to keep him from wandering away on his archetypal errands, which constantly motivated him to try to leave our immediate living area. It occurred to me that with such strength he could easily injure me or perhaps escape. While mulling this disturbing possibility for the first time, I noticed that Dennis had left his hammock and was standing in the doorway of the hut. In a perfect imitation of our father's voice, he consoled me with the spoken thought that Dennis is a good lad and would never do a thing like that. Another incident occurred 7 days after the reversal began. Dennis announced that at 11 o'clock that night, the good shit would appear. This was a reference to a kind of psilocybin-enriched hashish that Dennis claimed he had encountered a few months before in the States. This prediction of a material transmutation is not so odd when the alchemical concerns and ideas which led us into this experiment are recalled. After this conversation, Ev and I returned to the forest house for the night, and Dennis stayed at the river house. As was our custom, we smoked a bit of the local marijuana before turning in. During this process, a small fragment fell, still burning, from the pipe, and as I picked it up to return it to the pipe, the characteristic odor of Asian hashish was very noticeable. I examined the pipe very carefully, and though no change in the physical appearance of the smoking mixture had occurred, it was now definitely, to my own satisfaction and that of skeptical Ev, behaving exactly like hashish, a drug absolutely unknown in the Amazon in 1971. This phenomenon persisted for about 5 minutes and then slowly faded, leaving us to the rational continuum of normal behavior of materials. It is to be regretted that this transmutation occurred with a substance where any skeptic will be at ease in venting his scorn. We are all familiar with the facile view that potheads can't think straight. But to anyone with in-depth involvement with these two substances, the difference is unmistakable. This experience contained a number of parallels to the Njuli movement among the Lawangan people of Borneo, who in the early 1920s promulgated ideas centering around the claim that a piece of resin had suddenly become longer through the influence of a flute played nearby, and that the lengthening of the resin foreshadowed human immortality. Equally absurd and equally inexplicable was an incident that occurred on the morning of the 5th day. Dennis was sitting raving to no one in particular, with the normal camp life going on around him. I was sitting near the cooking fire, sharpening the expedition's buck knife. I listened while Dennis raved, scanning his ramblings for a hint of a message. Suddenly, I stopped my work. "Are you my tailor?" This in a strong English accent. That seemed familiar to me from somewhere. "All these reflections, see? It's me. But where is my tailor, my silly? Look at you. Why, you've got my knickers on." I blushed deeply. I looked at the ground and said nothing. I felt very boxed in. Dennis was imitating the conversation I had had with my little English friend after I had come looking for her and returned with her delirious to my room in Nepal more than a year before. The crazy conversation between she and I that I had never discussed with anyone save her was now booming out over our Amazon clearing in the mad voice of my brother. It was hardly the sort of situation in which I wanted to exalt his prowess as a telepath. I said nothing and waited squirming for his raving to drift off into incoherence, but I was impressed and convinced that he had somehow been able to completely penetrate not only my thought, but my nearly self-forgotten private memories. Most important among the features arguing more than a simple case of simultaneous schizophrenia is the idea model we have created out of the careful observation of things which happen to us. No one can argue that our theory of the hyperspatial nature of hallucinogenic drug states and the experiment we devised to test that theory yielded not only spectacular results, but a wave-particle theory of the nature of time. We took that theory and were able to construe it, using the energy maps of the I Ching, into a demonstrable idea that within its own terms explicates the nature of time and space. We turned an intuition into an idea model which explains the interconnection of physical and psychological phenomena from the submolecular level to the macrocosmic. Was this simply a creative outburst, or was it part of a close encounter with the UFO enigma? After the first mushroom experience at La Chorrera, we were involved with two ideas in particular. These were the motif of the teacher and the insect motif. Dennis and I could feel the overwhelming presence of some unseen intelligent entity which seemed to be observing and sometimes exerting influence in the situation to keep us moving gently toward a breakthrough. Because of the bizarre nature of the DMT flash, with its seeming stress upon themes alien, insectile, and interstellar, we were led to speculate that the nature of the teacher was somehow that of a diplomat anthropologist come to give us the keys to galactarian citizenship. We discussed this entity in terms of a giant insect, and through the insect trill of the Amazon jungle at midday, we seemed to be able to discern a deeper harmonic buzz that was the signal keying us to the entity in hyperspace. This sense of the presence of an alien third party was sometimes very intense, most intense from March 5th to 10th, and from there fading off gradually. This image of the insect teacher gave rise to numerous entomological speculations. We thought at the time that the process we were involved with was something like the process of giving birth to a child, but also much like the metamorphosis that occurs in the life cycle of insects, especially Coleoptera and Lepidoptera. We knew that tryptamine was somehow a major part of the solution to the enzymal mysteries surrounding metamorphosis. recalling certain unconfirmed reports of the grub of a Coleopterus species of eastern Brazil eaten by Indians there for the hallucinatory effect, noting that diffraction of the spectrum of visible light as it occurs in natural phenomena such as rainbows, peacock feathers, certain insects, and the colors that appear on the surfaces of some metals during heating, are all persistent motifs within the stages of the alchemical opus. In fact, the cauda pavones, the peacock's tail, is the brief stage which heralds the final whitening. By exotic intuition, I knew that the occurrence of such interface colors in nature indicated the presence of tryptamine-related compounds. Going further, I knew that the Lepidopterus New World genus Morphoia, which is characterized by a large wing area, usually entirely expressed in brilliant blue interphase coloration, would be an ideal group upon which to conduct research to illuminate this unstudied field. I knew that the enzymal process in insect metamorphosis received molecular tuning and control through resonation induced by the harmonic strum of forest insects that have neuroactive tryptamine in their bodies, acting for them as an antenna to the electron spin resonance signal of the collective DNA, just as it did for us in the experiment. This signal would, I thought, keep the entire class Insecta keyed in to the point of maximum symmetry in the evolutionary stream, thus explaining the remarkable durability of the insect adaptation, which stabilized its basic evolutionary strategy some hundreds of millions of years ago. Such things I was told quite conversationally by the voice in my mind. During this time, the iridescent black sheen which resulted when Stropharia cubensis grew in clumps and larger mushrooms shed spores on the caps of smaller mushrooms particularly caught my eye. Interestingly enough, this same metallic blue-black sheen was very noticeably present on the carapace of a large and shrill beetle, a member of the genus Buprestidae that I captured in the forest in the heat of the afternoon. It is known that the chitinous material which forms the outer covering of insects and spores is one of the most electron-dense materials in organic nature, being in this property similar to metals. My inner teacher urged that this specimen be analyzed for the presence of psychoactive tryptamines. If they were found, it would tend to confirm that the species responsible for the buzz of the forest, the Coleoptera and the cicadas, will in some species be found to contain the tryptamine compound necessary to allow them to key in on harmine present in local Banisteriopsis lianas and through them to the collective DNA network. I suppose that if a few of these species resonate, then other shrilling species could key themselves to the molecular signal, thus amplifying it and sustaining it through the forest for some hours of every day. Some of the life processes of the Insecta, I felt sure, must be regulated through a few species in this way. These unlikely and bizarre ideas unfolded themselves over those long, hot days while Dennis lay confined to his hammock and I squatted on the earth nearby. By the third or fourth day, I had learned enough of the new and peculiarly symbolic language that he was speaking, that I was more and more convinced that through it I could observe him making a gradual but progressive integration. Often then, long silences would fall between the raves, and we would each drift off into a world of private reveries. Several times on such occasions I looked down and noticed with a weird thrill that my unconscious fingers had been engaged in gathering small twigs and arranging them in patterns as though they were to be miniature fires. This unconscious laying of small fires by my busy fingers seemed to me most extraordinary. It was interpreted then as a literal overflowing of the organizing energies that were being poured into me from some unknown source, the same source that was supplying me with energy so that I could matter-of-factly eliminate the need for sleep. Occasionally Dennis would interrupt me to ask that I or Ev smoke a cigarette for him. Questioning uncovered his belief that in hyperspace the topology of all human bodies is continuous, and so he could just absorb what he needed directly out of our bodies. For 5 days life went on in that mode, with us sending amazingly few waves of interaction out into the real world around us. The morning of the 10th of March changed that. I had hardly been away from the hut and the short stretch of trail that separated it from the edge of the pasture for 5 days. So after breakfast on that particularly flawless morning, I chatted with Dennis and found him calmer and more lucid than he had been since the experiment. So composed and relaxed did he seem that I made the inevitable mistake of taking the situation for granted. I slipped away with Ev and the butterfly net for a relaxed stroll down the trail and deeper into the jungle. We were gone scarcely 40 minutes, but returned to the hut and the clearing to find them humming with a deserted air of emptiness that was heart-sinking. I was not afraid that Dennis would wander into the forest and become lost, as I was convinced that whatever his state of mind, it did not include that sort of thing. What I did fear was that he might focus others' attention on us and the borderline areas that we were investigating. Leaving Ev at the camp, I ran to the pasture and across it to the mission on the far side. As I ran, I was busy telling myself that he would probably just have gone down to see Dave and Vanessa, and that I would, of course, find him there. I was too preoccupied to notice that the bells of the mission, silent normally except on Sundays, had been pealing for some time. As I came over the rise that gave me a clear view of the river house and the lake below the Chorro, I saw Vanessa leading Dennis toward the river house. I could sense that the situation was more difficult than I had hoped. Vanessa was angry and had seized the situation to drive home her point. It seemed that Dennis must have bolted from his hammock the moment that Ev and I passed out of sight. He had gone straight to the mission, located the bell rope of the bell used to call the people to Mass, and had rung it furiously until the priest had found Vanessa and Dave, and they had none too gently persisted him to desist. Nevertheless, the already circulating rumor that one of our expedition had gone a bit off the deep end was not eroded by this sudden and totally public outrage. The delicate political balance I had established that had allowed me to have my way in the matter of treatment for Dennis was destroyed. Now Vanessa's idea that he should be moved to the river house was brought forth and endorsed by the priests and, I was told, by the police. Riding on the inner assurance that worry is preposterous, and seeing that I had completely lost control of the situation, I agreed to all suggestions. Vanessa had more news. An airplane was coming. It was not coming to take us out, but it would enable us to begin our withdrawal, since it would allow one of us to get a lift over 100 kilometers of jungle to San Rafael, where we had left the cache of equipment before making the overland march to La Chorrera. This was the only opportunity to fly rather than walk back to those supplies, and Vanessa pressed that we should take advantage of it. I agreed with everything. I assumed that soon the eruption of the millennium would obviate all such mundane concerns, but that was a fact that I would leave others to discover for themselves as they made their way into the ever-deepening dimension of the future. Dave had volunteered to go on the airplane. The decision was made almost at a moment's notice. He would reach our supplies and single-handedly undertake to have them and himself shipped up the Rio Putumayo and then back to Bogota. We would meet him back there when and if we got out by some means not yet clear. A bag was hastily packed. The airplane came skimming in, and then it was gone again, and we were 4. Vanessa and Eve became Dennis's nurses. He was moved to the river house, and I preferred to continue to live at the jungle house to avoid crowding. Dave was gone. The debate continued as to whether the direction in Dennis' raving was toward improvement, or whether it was only progressive drifting in the world in which he had become lost. Dennis' move to the river was a turning point, and from then hence the effects of the phenomenon unleashed were less in our minds and more in the world. Through it all, we were still after the lens-shaped object. What the teacher told me in the first few days after the experiment was, "You almost got it. You didn't quite get it." Or rather, it used the metaphor of condensation. It is condensing. It was like a perfect alchemical metaphor. The stone is everywhere. It is here. Dennis would say, "I can see it. It's 250 feet away, to the left, down near the water hole, hovering above the water." Each day it would get closer in. There were freak lightning storms. Slowly I noticed that meteorological phenomena tended to concentrate in the southeast. I began to look there, and whenever I did, I would see rainbows. Intuitions concerning what was going on ranged from the religiously profound to the utterly absurd. On the afternoon of the 12th of March, Dennis underwent a few hours when he was able to respond, however cryptically, to the questions we put to him concerning how things appeared to him. This all went on at the river house, and it happened that living around that house was a handsome rooster and his mate. He was perhaps the very cock that I had heard crow at dawn on the day of the experiment, and again 2 days thereafter. There was a perky alertness about this cock and hen that had received comment among us before. This particular afternoon, Dennis called our attention to the little hen, saying that if one thought of her as art, then the achievement she represented was immense. Who could make such a hen? Only the one who could have fashioned the peculiar world that we had fallen into, and that one is James Joyce. Over the next few minutes he proceeded to make his case that Finnegan's Wake represented the most complete understanding of the relation of the human mind to the time and space around it, and that, therefore, Joyce, at his death, had somehow been shouldered with the responsibilities of overseeing this part of God's universe. In this, Dennis was only following Wyndham Lewis, who made Joyce's ascent to eminence in the afterworld the subject of his novel, The Human Age. Jim and Nora, as Dennis called the newly revealed deity and his consort, were in and through everything at La Chorrera, particularly in the things that Joyce had loved. The little hen as the symbol of Anna Livia Plurabelle of the Wake was one of these things. It was Joycean humor that radiated outward from the path that he had followed. These ideas were absurd but delightful, and they led me eventually to reread Joyce and to accept him as one of the true pioneers in the mapping of hyperspace. They did not, however, shed much light on our predicament. From that view of life as literature, Dennis moved on. He reminded me that one of the alchemical analogues for the philosopher's stone that we shared in our private code of associations was a certain small silver key, a key to a box of inlaid wood with a secret compartment that had belonged to our maternal grandfather. I said that the ability to produce that key, which had been lost since our childhood, would prove the reality of Dennis' shamanic powers and their ability to materially transcend normal space and time. The conversation took the form of a question-and-answer session that ended with Dennis demanding that I hold out my hand, and then slapping his closed hand into my open one, letting out a loud, ludicrous squawk, and depositing in my palm a small silver key.
Then would you be convinced? Well, look at that!
At the time, I was thunderstruck. We were hundreds of miles from anywhere. The key before me was indistinguishable from the key of my childhood memories. Had he saved that key over all those years to produce it now in the middle of the Amazon to completely distort my notion of reality? Or was this only a similar key that Dennis had been carrying when he arrived in South America, but that I had somehow not noticed until he produced it? This seemed unlikely. He was confined to a room far from our stored equipment, and it was difficult to conceive of him becoming calm and organized enough to go to the baggage and carefully sort through it to the secreted key. This matter of the silver key, whether it was the original key or where it had come from, has never been satisfactorily settled. The original box was lost long ago, so the key was never tested. A final ironic note is added to the story by the fact that both Dennis and I were fans of the stories of H.P. Lovecraft, and so were aware of his story, Through the Gates of the Silver Key, a tale seething with many dimensions, strange beings, and a cosmic time scale. After Dennis had moved to reside in the river house, there was no longer any need for my sleepless watch at night. But the lack of a need to sleep prevailed. I actually looked forward each day to the time when everyone would retire and I would have before me long hours of delicious silent thought. Like the fox spirit of the I Ching who wanders eternally among the jeweled night grasses, I wandered in the pastures and on the trails around La Chorrera. Sometimes I would sit beneath the Ama-initialed tree for hours, watching vast mandalas of space and time turn and glisten around me. At times I would walk long strides, nearly loping, head thrown back, gazing at the every-colored stars. Effortlessly, the deeper something that shared my mind connected up the constellations for me and showed me the enormous zodiacal machine that must have come to the ancients with the same suggestive force. Understanding in the form of immersion in millions of images of mankind in all times and places, struggling with the insoluble enigma of being and human destiny. It was during those velvet, star-strewn jungle nights that I felt closest to understanding the tripartite mystery of the philosopher's stone, the UFO, and the human soul. There is something human that transcends the individual and that transcends life and death as well. It has will, motive, and enormous power. Under certain conditions, the manipulative power of consciousness moves beyond the body and into the world. The world then obeys the will of consciousness to the degree that the inertia of pre-existing physical laws can be overcome. This inertia is overcome by consciousness determining the outcome of the normally random microphysical events. Over time, the deflection of microphysical events from randomness is cumulative, so that eventually the effects of such deflections are to shift the course of events in larger physical systems as well. Therefore, the greater the amount of time consciousness has in which to make its effects felt, the greater the possibility becomes that the willed end will come to pass, as subtle pressure toward a given end accomplishes the series of micro-deviations eventuating in a non-random and anti-entropic situation. The secret, in short, of falling in love. Consciousness works the same way within the brain, but there matter and energy are in a more unbound and dynamic state than throughout the rest of nature. It is easy for consciousness to direct the electrical flow in the central nervous system, though we have no idea how this is done. It is less easy for it to move not electrons, but whole atomic systems spread far and wide in time and space. This may explain why it is easier to form a thought, but having one's wishes come true takes longer. There is an interphase between consciousness active in the world and consciousness active in the CNS and through the intermediary of the body. That interphase is language. In using language, consciousness informs the brain to inform the body to impart to the random motion of the air molecules near but outside the body a coherency. This coherency is supplied by consciousness in the form of a word. None of the physical laws operating on the air molecules have been violated because the coherent pattern of behavior of the molecules is due to an input of energy whose release was initiated by an act of conscious will. Language is thereby seen to be a kind of parapsychological ability, since it involves action at a distance and telekinesis, albeit voice transduced. Perhaps under the influence of psilocybin, an immense energizing of will could be vocally transduced into the world and do more than imprint a signal onto the random motion of air molecules. Perhaps instead a sign, visibly beheld, might be transduced and appear through appropriate shifts of refraction in those same nearby air molecules. Normal speech itself is sometimes seen to affect the refractive index of the air in front of the speaker's mouth. Perhaps this is an indication of the hidden potential of speech to go beyond its normal function of symbolizing reality to actually signifying it. A more perfect logos would seem to be the result, a logos able to regulate the activity of the ego as it exists in the sum total of the individuals living at any time. It is like a god. It is the human god. It is something that will happen to human destiny sometime in the future, and because it will happen, it is happening. Nothing is unannounced, and the ontological mode of the higher dimensions into which humanity is being propelled is being anticipated by the singularity which we call the UFO. Valet is correct. The UFO is teaching something through its reinforcement schedule. It is preparing us to confront the God facet of ourselves that our explorations into the nature of life and matter are about to reveal.
I'll be over. Make a pet deal. And family. Wild many Bells. Let me get back. Wild Carol what about Hamiel? Let me get you do area. Give baby ox. Sending me to the particular Jimmy. Honey, what about? Very slick. Keep it. Come on. What about?
Chapter 15, Saucer Full of Secrets. The 11th of March was the full moon. It passed uneventfully enough, meaning that I can now recollect little of what happened. I remained ecstatic, certain that all was for the best, certain that some definitive tipping of the hand by the thing we were dealing with was about to occur. The next day, in the late afternoon, Eve walked out to see me from the riverside house. She invited me to return with her to the river, for all of us to have dinner there together. She showed the strain of what we had all been going through. There was no doubt that whatever had happened to us, it was pushing all of us to the limits of what we could assimilate without wanting to resist it. As we walked back across the pasture, the atmosphere seemed to be even more alive and active with spawning clouds and drifting mist than usual. Eve pointed to the southeast where a black stratocumulus mass was seething and boiling up to great altitudes. We watched for a few moments, and it became like a vast mushroom cloud, the aftermath of a thermonuclear blast. The impression was very startling, and Ev recalled to me Dennis' words with regard to the mushroom. He said that it was the mushroom at the end of history, that the shape of the atomic cloud was a pun in physics and biophysics on the transformative powers of the Stropharead and its eruption into human history. As we watched, suddenly Ev gasped, for from the seeming base of the cloud had emerged what looked like a column of light. It was sustained and was not a bolt of lightning. It was hard to see how it could be a shaft of sunlight, since it was late afternoon, the sun in the west, and this was all taking place in the southeast. We watched it for perhaps a minute, and then it stopped abruptly. Ev was quite shaken. It was of an empirical order different than anything she had experienced at Chorrera up to that time. Arriving at the riverside campfire, we learned that Vanessa had been up at the mission to the radio, to the bush pilot who had whisked Dave from our midst. The pilot was willing to follow Vanessa's intent and think of us as a low-grade emergency, and would return in a few days to fly us out. I was unhappy with these arrangements, but there was nothing that I could do, though I knew that we, the gringo strangers, would lose face with the local people when our need for this airlift became known. Also, I had not the faith of Vanessa that all Dennis needed to return him to normal was to check him into the world of modern psychiatry with its harebrained reductionism and chemotherapy. But there was nothing to be done for it, and so we dined in silence, each lost in thoughts unshared. The evening's only moment of humor was provided by Ev's animated description of Dennis evading Vanessa's wardenship and slipping away from the riverside house sometime during the previous night and going to sit quietly in the house of some Colombian colonistas who awoke to find him there as unassuming as a piece of furniture. The story died away, and the unspoken dimension of it all returned to move in the minds of each of us. The next day we would pack all our equipment and move it to the river in preparation for a flight that could come at any time and would certainly not come announced. Already we were preparing to withdraw from the vortex at La Chorrera. The next day was the 13th. The camp in the forest, the hallowed-seeming spot where the transforming experiment had occurred, was dismantled. All the artifacts that set it apart from dozens of other Witoto huts were tucked away, and it was returned to its folk anonymity. Outside in a pile we left quite a cargo trove behind us, for the forced evacuation by airplane of the four of us plus the pilot left precious little room for any gear. Some insect and plant specimens would leave with us, the cameras, the notebooks on the experiment. That was to be it. The things that we left were quickly assimilated by the tolerant Witoto owners of the site of our attempt to probe hyperspace. We were all installed in the river house, ready to go with the airplane whenever it should appear. Everything seemed to be moving forward of its own accord. We swam in the river and sat on the rocks, scanning the sky and listening for the drone of the little amphibian. Thus the afternoon passed, with even Dennis quiet after an episode in the early morning in which he had methodically thrown the contents of his room out the window, to the point of ripping out the window frame and hurling it after everything else. Around 4 o'clock I was lying on the river bank, about 20 feet back from the river's edge. I was thinking about a walk to the river 2 days before, when each step nearer the water seemed to bring more rhyme and rhythm into my thoughts. From nowhere I seemed to remember an old Celtic saying that Robert Graves discusses, which says that poetry is made at the edge of running water. It had something to do with that, I believed, and I was pondering it. Vanessa and Ev were in front of me at the water's edge, washing. Directly across the river from us lay the southeasterly direction in which Ev and I had seen the cloud with shaft of light just 24 hours earlier. I was gazing in that direction when I noticed what I thought was the weak beginning of a rainbow, just a place low in the sky near the horizon where there seemed to be the faint touch of a spectrum. After a few seconds, I called down to the two women and asked if they saw a rainbow across the river. They glanced across the river for only a moment, and both said that they saw nothing. I did not persist, but instead I watched the sky in that spot. By this time I had stopped forcing my opinions on people because I was regarded as nuts, not incoherent, but that I couldn't be trusted or couldn't be relied on because I believed such odd things. That was my flaw, to believe odd things. I kept watching across the river, and I saw the thing intensify. I was extraordinarily interested in all that was going on. In this pastoral setting, it seemed to me that a great revelation was brewing. I watched, and I saw the colors deepen. The bow of a rainbow never formed, but the deepening of the colors in one spot was very definite. Again I inquired of the women if they saw the rainbow across the river. Again the light glance, and wonderful. Yes, we see it. Not much of one, is it? The clue-scanning part of my hyperactive imagination was upon this detail in an instant. Yes, first a cloud with a shaft of light, now a spot of spectrogrammatic color, steady in the same place in the sky. I had very strongly then sense of the eye in the sky, drawing close to my thought and watching with satisfaction as I understood the importance of the southeast, of watching, of focusing my attention on that spot. And in my mind the teacher said, "This is the place, this is the sign, watch here." I said nothing to anyone, but I formed the resolve to spend that sleepless night, not as I had spent the others, wandering the fields like the fox spirit or meditating at the Chorro. Rather, I would sit here, where the lake empties and the Igara Paraná resumes its languid course, here at the boat landing, 70 feet down a steep mud bank from the riverside house, sit through the night and watch. All night long I sat, reviewing the things that had passed, seeming to divide my consciousness and send it both backward through my family tree, but also forward into the future. I seemed to see all the years still ahead, some technique to emerge from this contact, careers pursued across space and time, and finally vindication as the world realized the truth of the transdimensional nature of the Stropharia visions and the true nearness of the world that they throw open. For it had become my belief that the contact with an intelligent and utterly alien species was beginning for humanity, that out of the long night of cosmic time, the novelty of novelty, the moment of contact between minds on utterly different planes was beginning. We were among the first. We had gone to the Amazon to explore the dimensions glimpsed in tryptamine ecstasy, and there, in the darkness of the heart of the Amazon, we had been found and touched by this bizarre and ancient life form that was now awakening to the global potential of a symbiotic relationship with technical humanity. All night long, strange vistas and insights poured through me. I saw gigantic machineries and worlds of vegetable and mechanical forms on scales inconceivably vast. Time, agatized and glittering, seemed to pour by me like living superfluids inhabiting dream regions of terrible pressure and super cold. It was an ecstasy, an end stasis that lasted hours and placed the seal on all of my previous existence. At the end, I was reborn, but as what, I knew not. In the gray of a false dawn, the wave of internal imagery faded away. I rose from where I had been sitting for hours and stretched. The sky was clear, but it was still very early, and stars were still dimly to be seen in the west. In the southeast, the direction toward which my attention had been focused, the sky was clear, except for a line of fog or ground mist lying parallel to the horizon, only a few feet above the treetops on the other side of the river and perhaps half a mile away. In other words, a line of light fog back from the river and slightly above the treetops in the middle distance. As I stretched and stood upon the flat stone where I had sat, I noticed that the line of fog seemed to have grown darker. It also seemed to be rolling in place or churning. I watched very carefully. The rolling line of darkening mist split in two parts, and each of these smaller clouds also divided apart. Now, after only a moment or two to execute the changes, I was looking at four lens-shaped clouds of the same size, lying in a row slightly above the horizon and only half a mile or so away. A wave of excitement swept through me, and then a wave of definite fear. I was glued to the spot, unable to move, as in a dream. As I watched, the clouds recoalesced over the next 2 minutes or so, in the same way that they had divided apart. The symmetry of this dividing and rejoining, and the fact that the smaller clouds were all the same size, lent the performance an eerie air, as if nature herself were suddenly to become the tool of some unseen organizing agency. As the clouds recoalesced, they seemed to grow even more dark and opaque. As they all became one, that cloud seemed suddenly to begin to swirl inward like a tornado or a waterspout. It flashed into my mind that perhaps it was a waterspout, something I have never seen. But even as the thought formed, I heard a high-pitched, undulating whine come drifting over the jungle treetops, obviously from the direction of the thing I was watching. I turned to give one glance at the riverside house 70 feet behind me up the steep hill. I was gauging whether I had time to run and awaken someone to get confirmation of what was happening. To arouse someone, I would have had to go hand over hand up the slope and consequently take my eyes off the thing I was watching. In the space of an instant, I decided that I could not cease observing. I tried a shout, but no sound came from my throat because I was afraid. The siren sound was rapidly gaining pitch. In fact, everything seemed to be becoming very much speeded up. The moving cloud was definitely growing larger, rapidly, moving straight toward the place where I was. I felt my legs turn to water and sat down, shaking terribly. For the first time, I believed all that had happened to us, and I knew that the thing was now about to take me. Details seemed to be solidifying as it approached me. It passed directly over my head at about 200 feet altitude, banked steeply upward, and was lost from sight by the edge of the slope behind me. In the last moment before it was lost, I completely threw open my senses to it, and I saw it very clearly. It was a machine with unobtrusive soft blue and orange light. It was saucer-shaped, rotating slowly, and as it passed over me, I could see symmetrical indentations on the underside. It was making the whee, whee, whee sound of science fiction films. My emotions were all in a jumble. First, I was terrified. But at the moment I knew that it was not going to stop, I felt disappointment. I was amazed, and I was trying to remember what I had seen as clearly as possible. Was it real in the naive sense in which the question is asked of UFOs and tables and chairs? No one else saw this thing, as far as I know. I alone was its observer. I believe that had there been other observers, they would have seen essentially what I have reported. But as for real, who can say? I saw this thing go from being a bit of cloud to being a rivet-studded aircraft of some kind. Was it more true to itself as cloud or aircraft? Was it a hallucination? Against my testimony can be put my admitted lack of sleep and our involvement with psychedelic drugs. Curiously, this last point can be interpreted in my favor. I am familiar through direct experience with every known class of hallucinogen. What I saw that morning did not fall into any of the categories of hallucinated imagery that I am familiar with. Also against my testimony is the inevitable incongruous detail that seems to render the entire incident absurd. It is that as the saucer passed overhead, I saw it clearly enough to judge it to be identical with the UFO with 3 half-spheres on its underside that appears in an infamous UFO photo made by George Adamski and widely assumed to be a hoax. I had not closely followed the matter, but accepted the expert opinion that what Adamski had photographed was a rigged-up end cap of a Hoover vacuum cleaner. But I saw this same object in the sky above La Chorrera. Was it in fact picked up as a boyhood UFO enthusiast, something as easily picked out of my mind as other memories seem to have been? My stereotyped but already debunked notion of a UFO suddenly appears in the sky. By appearing in a form that casts doubt on what it appears to be, it achieves a more complete cognitive dissonance than if its seeming alienness were completely convincing. It was, if you ask me, and there is no one else really that one can ask, either a holographic image of a technical perfection impossible on Earth today, or it was the manifestation of something which in that instance chose to begin as mist and end as machine, but which could have appeared in any form, a manifestation of a humorous something's omniscient control over the world of form and matter. It was not a mirage of the conventional sort. Years later it occurs to me that perhaps it was a kind of mirage still unknown to us, a temporal mirage. The ordinary mirage is an inverted image of water or a distant place. The cause is the distortion of light by alternate levels of hot and cold air. At Benares in India, I saw a triple image of the city suspended over the surface of the Ganges. But a temporal mirage is another matter. It is a lenticular image of a distant time and place, cause unknown. What makes the ordinary and temporal mirages members of the same class is that both types of mirages require the intercession of the human mind in order to exist. Certain areas of the world have local conditions which make them mirage-prone. Might the same be true of temporal mirages? Or perhaps the temporal mirage is a natural phenomenon, and the UFO is an artifact resulting from the temporal mirage being used or experimented with by some future technology. I believe that this latter may come close to the mark, and that this is what the UFO mystery is partially about. The UFO is a reflection of a future event that promises man's eventual mastery over time, space, and matter. The fact that we, in our clumsy attempt to probe these mysteries, were able to coax nature into throwing out this great burning scintilla of pure contradiction from the dark retort where she labors over the chemistry of the millennium is full of import. It meant to me that we were on the right track. The Stropharia cubensis mushroom is a memory bank of galactic history. Alien, but full of promise, it throws open a potential for understanding that will sweep away the petty concerns of earth and history-bound humanity. At La Chorrera, I had only the isolated personal conviction that our approach would be vindicated. Now, as our ideas are finding a small community that shares these intuitions, I am yet more sure that the answer to all of the mysteries we pose to disequilibrate our view of the world are to be understood by looking within ourselves. When we look within ourselves with psilocybin, we discover that man does not have to look outward toward the futile promise of the life that may circle distant stars in order to still our cosmic loneliness. We should look within. The paths of the heart lead to nearby universes full of life and affection for humanity. The UFO encounter marked for me the culmination of our work at La Chorrera. My contact with the saucer took place at dawn on the 14th of March. The following day at 11 a.m., the airplane arrived unannounced, but not unexpected. Vanessa had been anticipating it for 3 days. It was a matter of a few moments to clamber aboard after saying farewell to the priests and the police, all of whom had been most patient with our colorful party and its unusual preoccupations. Only in visions had my eyes recently rested on stuff such as the little airplane was made of, the highly polished acrylic surfaces of machines and things impervious to hard ultraviolet radiation, what the people of Amazonas call machete skin. It was a reminder of all that we were returning to. Dennis was on his best behavior, and beyond his commenting as we got aboard that an airplane was a partial condensation of a flying saucer, we said little. A roar of the engine, a hard pull back on the stick, and we and our legendary bush pilot were airborne. We circled the mission once before settling down to follow the Agara-Paraná back to the Putumayo and the version of civilization that Leticia would afford. What a tiny world La Chorrera is, left behind in the trackless jungle after only a glimpse of buildings and Cebu cattle resting in the green pastures looking like lumps of melting vanilla ice cream. Whatever we had touched and been touched by, it was now falling behind us. We stayed 2 days in Leticia, days in which Dennis showed marked improvement while the rest of us drifted into various stances of distance with regard to each other, almost an effort to compensate for the excessive intimacy our isolated expedition had made necessary. The oddest thing about Leticia was that we were hardly off the plane before we ran into Jack and Ruby, an American couple who just happened to be renting Ev's apartment in Bogota for a few weeks. I had thought the name combination weird when I met them 6 weeks before. Now the fact that they were practically awaiting us in Leticia heightened the strangeness. I could not quite wrap my mind around it. By the time we reached Bogota, Dennis was nearly completely returned to normal, lending weight to the idea that some sort of temporary chemical imbalance had been responsible for his reaction, rather than the emergence of a chronically unbalanced personality structure. He was very shaky and very bummed by any mention of fourth-dimensional superconducting bonds, Yahé, or shamanism. He said, "Look, I have had it." He had, too. He was merely normal, but I was just at the beginning of a years-long period of unusual ideation, the state of suspended disbelief that gave birth to the ideas concerning time that are set out in the invisible landscape. On the 20th of March, there was general agreement that Dennis was totally back with us. It was an occasion of great happiness, and we celebrated at one of Bogota's finest restaurants. It was an immense accomplishment to have been able to allow the reversal to work itself out without the aggravating influence of modern mental health care procedures. The ordeal in the wilderness that all shamans must face had been endured, a step on the path to knowledge taken. On March 21st, I made a journal entry, the first in weeks, and the only one that I was able to make for several more months. I said this: "It is now 17 days since March 4th and the concretizing of the ampersand. If I have more or less correctly understood this phenomenon, then tomorrow, the 18th day, will mark some sort of halfway point in this experience. I predict that tomorrow Dennis will return to the psychological set he experienced prior to March 1st, though it is possible that rather than a residual amnesia concerning events at La Chorrera, he will have instead a growing understanding of the experiment of which he was the creator. The past weeks have been harrowing and seemingly made out of so many times, places, and minds that a rational chronicle has been impossible. Only Finnegan's Wake gives some idea of the reality of the paradoxicum as we experienced it by virtue of being able to pierce beyond time's double face. In spite of earlier misunderstandings and misprojections concerning the cycles of time and number operating within the phenomenon, I now believe that in these 17 days we have experienced, albeit sometimes running backwards and certainly enormously condensed, enough of a full cycle to begin to foresee in some dim sense the events of the next 20 or so days. By observing the sequence of events in the first 20 days and then using the knowledge that these events are in effect running backwards, we may reverse the order of the last 20 days and have some idea of the approximate nature and direction of the opus. This journal entry makes clear that while Dennis was recovering from his submergence in the titanic struggle, I was quite in the grip of a struggle of my own. I was caught up in the construction of numerous charts which showed the kinds of themes that I was involved with early on in my search for a resolution of the experience via a theory of time. In those early speculations, I was involved with a mythic cycle of 40 days duration. It was only later when I began to be impressed with the specifically biological nature of the temporal cycles that I turned my attention to cycles of 64 days duration, and it was that which led me eventually to turn to the I Ching. In those early ideas, there was not a hint of the eventual theory in its operational details, yet the intent is clearly the same. However, the conception was much cruder, more personal, and idiosyncratic. Nearly the rest of that March was spent in Bogota, a dreary time, the urban dregs of a teeming modern city resting not lightly on our jungle-sensitive perceptions. Dennis seemed quite normal, though weakened and sobered by all that had gone on. There were no messages from Dave, and Vanessa had returned to the States. On the 29th, Dennis followed her example and flew to Colorado. I insisted that Ev and I go to Southern Columbia so that I could simply have time to reflect. This we did. I reviewed the whole incident at La Chorrera with no new insights and concluded that some sort of psychic gravity was pulling us home. On the 13th of April, 1 day short of a month after my encounter with the UFO, we re-arrived in Berkeley. It was a short and difficult visit. I was beginning to see the dim outlines of the I Ching wave theory, and the first maps of the I Ching hierarchy were done at that time. I kept myself away from people. I was totally immersed in my work. I had no interest or patience for anything else. I was in the grip of a creative mania more extreme than I had thought possible. Each conversation with someone, these matters seemed to open vast gulfs of misunderstanding. I saw clearly that I had to relearn epistemology, genetics, philosophy of science, the entire gamut of subjects necessary to discuss the areas that I now had such compelling concern for. As the time charts advanced, the implied termination of normal time, the idea of concrescent psychomatter, and the UFO that I had encountered at La Chorrera became identified with each other and with the eschatologies of certain religious traditions. The early, unquantified time chart seemed full of coincidence relative to my own personal life. In particular, the closed transition points in each section of the wave seemed to have special meaning for me. Positioning one of these points on the experiment at La Chorrera seemed to make other points in the past, the death of my mother, and points in the future, my 24th birthday, especially important. The paradoxes, the contradiction, and the absurdity of my most compelling interests in the eyes of other people made it necessary for me to work things out outside the sphere of consensual validation that my own society imposed. I understood that whether or not the effect that we were exploring was a general phenomenon in nature or an idiosyncrasy, it was obviously vitally important to me personally to let the forces that I had become entangled with play themselves out to the end. Resolved to return to La Chorrera, to its solitude and its strangeness, and to spend time there simply observing the thing that had come over me. I would write there. That was my resolve, and much of the invisible landscape the result. Chapter 16, Return. On the 15th of July, Ev and I again stood on the edge of the Amazon interior. My intention to return to La Chorrera was fast becoming fact. My journal begins again as we started down the Putumayo, a name that had by then come to suggest to me an etymology like the whore of illusion. Having left the vicinity of Puerto Leguizamo a few hours ago with our cargo of beer and cattle, we are once again enclosed by and moving through the dream that is the forests and rivers of the Amazon basin. This return, to continue the contemplation of the phenomenon in the pure medium of tropical nature in which we discovered it, marks a dedication to and an immersion in the phenomenon that, I imagine, anyone familiar with the events which overtook us in March finds incredible, and even, perhaps, not without an element of risk. I refer not to danger inherent in the jungle or to the inevitable hardships attendant upon travel in remote areas, but rather, and obviously, to the psychological stress inherent in confronting the phenomenon, strangely so much a part of oneself, and yet vast and other, away from the mitigating world of friends, and a world that is unaware or skeptical concerning our encounter with the phenomenon and the subsequent understanding which we derived from it. My first consideration in this area is to do all in my ability to eliminate the unexpected. My brother's crypto-schizophrenic reversal is ever in my mind in this regard. I believe we are dealing with something to which no vagueness or uncertainty of inner dynamics adheres. Careful thought and study can eliminate the possibility of the contact phenomena suddenly turning on us or otherwise behaving unexpectedly. The right approach to these things remains elusive. Again and again, the inner voice of the phenomenon has insisted that, since my brother's opus of hypercarbylation, nothing at all remains to be done, and that if something is required in the way of activity, then by virtue of the very nature of the contact, that something will be exactly what we are doing. Ev and I lived quietly at La Chorrera from August until November of 1971, and during that time I was able to completely indulge my submersion in the interior processes that I was experiencing. During this second residency at La Chorrera, the theme of ukuhe recurred. We had made the acquaintance of several of the Witoto people who regularly walked the path near our own hut, a few hundred yards down the same path from where the original experiment took place. Among those Witoto who stopped to exchange a word or watch me collecting insects was a sturdy older man named Demetrius. In my excited state of mind, the letters D, M, and T seemed to stand out in his name like a beacon. As soon as I could get him alone, I haltingly put the question to him. Ukuhe? Ukuhe? He was barely able to believe his ears. That this strange, weak creature, like something from another world, should directly inquire after a secret tradition of his people was incredible. I have no idea how many cultural conventions were overlooked, but after a bit more conversation, or what passes for conversation between people who share no common language, I was sure that he would try to help me. Days later, on my 24th birthday, I was brought a tarry goo wrapped in a little leaf packet. I was never able personally to obtain a hallucinogenic experience from this material, but later analysis by the chemists of the Karolinska Institute confirmed the presence of dimethyltryptamine. Demetrius had been as good as his word. By the time that life at La Chorrera had actually carried us through November 16, 1971, the date that the chart and the accumulation of coincidences had generated seemed to indicate as the critical date, I had begun to realize that the chart had too many variables to ever function as a predictive map of the future. It would be necessary, I realized then, to somehow quantify the various parameters of the wave so that judgments concerning it could be less subject to personal bias. The last piece of writing that I did at La Chorrera was done on the morning of the 16th. It was a kind of fable. Two old friends, Arabians somehow, yet more ancient, sit in a palace far older than themselves, set on a mountainside surrounded by vineyards, date palms, and citrus orchards. Insomniac and affable, they pass the long starry hours preceding dawn in the smoking of hashish and the propounding of riddles. Share my pleasure at this puzzle and its resolution, said the darker to the older, and he passed his hand across his companion's eyes. The older man then stood in the dream and watched the puzzle, a world of form and law, interlocking wheels and passion and intellect unfold. He passed into its species and empires, dynastic families and individual persons of genius, philosophers and catastrophes. He felt the texture and tone of all the being in the world his friend had created. He sought the secret pattern his friend, he knew, had surely hidden in his creation, for this was a game that they often played. Finally, in a great despotism, in an age of brash science and bright decadence, he saw himself divided into the persons of two brothers. Through time, through their wanderings and lifetimes which passed before him in a moment, he perceived the intricate and pleasing nature of the riddle. Understanding, he dissolved the myths and wheels of the dream fable with a laugh they shared, and then once more they passed their pipe before strolling into the azure garden where dawn would find them among the peacocks beneath the pomegranates and bending acacias. The important thing about the second trip to La Chorrera was that the teaching was more or less continuous, and what it taught after months and months was an idea about time. It is an idea which is very concrete. It has mathematical rigor. The teacher showed me how to do something with the I Ching that perhaps no one had ever before known how to do. Perhaps the Chinese knew how to do it once and lost it thousands of years ago. It taught me a hypertemporal way of seeing. The invisible landscape explained all this. It is not something that can be corralled within the confines of a conversation. It enables one to have as much of a certain kind of knowledge of the future as it is possible to know. The future is not absolutely determined. There is not, in other words, a future to see in which every event is determined. That isn't how the universe is put together. The future does not have that nature of already completedness, but it is conditioned. What had originally gotten me looking at the I Ching was the odd way in which my early simplistic notion of 64-day cycles of some kind of set of influences worked very well in my own life surrounding the time of the experiment. My mother's death was the first of these points in time that I isolated. Then I noted that my chance-formed relationship with Eve had begun 64 days after that, and the culmination of the experiment at La Chorrera had occurred another 64 days later. The notion of the hexagram year grew out of the idea of 6 cycles of 64 days each, a year of 6 parts, just as a hexagram has 6 lines. The personal worth of the idea was confirmed for me when I noticed that such a year of 384 days, if begun at the time of my mother's death, would end on my own 24th birthday on the 16th of November, 1971. I saw then that there were cycles and cycles of cycles. I imagined a 384-day lunar year, and then the thing of which it was only a part, a cycle of 64 times 384 days, and so on. The maps that I constructed and the eventual quantification of them that I achieved is told of in the invisible landscape, but what was not told there was the way in which these coincidences and my unconscious mind, or something in my mind, would guide me to discover the properties of the I Ching. What to make of the ocean of resonances that the time charts seem to show, connecting every moment of time to every other through a scheme of connection that knew nothing of randomness or causality? And what to make of the way that the chart and the fact of my discovering it seem to imply that the time in which we live was the focus of an ages-long and terribly important effort. These were inflationary images, and I recognized them as such, but the power and allure of them as a form of private entertainment was frankly irresistible. But more important than the central role the chart assigned to the time in which we live, and more puzzling than its personal idiosyncratic side, was the fact that, implicit in the structure of the chart, was an end of time, or a period when a transition of regime would take place that would transform the modalities of reality completely. I was familiar with the idea of eschatologies in a religious context, but it had never before occurred to me that regimes in physics might undergo sudden shifts that would reshuffle natural laws. There is nothing against it, really. It is simply that science, in order to function, must assume that physical laws are not context-dependent on the time in which they are tested. If this were not so, the idea of experiment would have no meaning, since experiments performed at different times might then give different results. Yet the theory that was nightly invading my dreams during those months, and that I was busy elaborating nearly every waking minute, was a theory of unseen parameters operating in time. Parameters symbolized by the hexagrams of the I Ching, but parameters that mold the possibilities offered by the laws of physics and chemistry into the actual realized world that is the integration of the potential possibilities into actual events. It is possible that, in a certain sense, all these states of liberation are nothing more than perfect knowledge of the contents of eternity. That if one knows what is contained in time, from its beginning to its end, you are somehow no longer in time. Even though you still have a body and still eat and do what you do, you have discovered something which liberates you into a kind of all-at-onceness which is very satisfying. There are other satisfactions that arise out of the theory that are not touched on in this formulation. Times are related to each other. Things happen for a reason, and the reason is not a causal reason. It is a reason which in physical terms is a quantum mechanical phenomenon. There is a wave which conditions events on all levels, and this wave is expressed throughout the universe on a number of extremely different, discrete levels. It causes atoms to be atoms, and cells to be cells, minds to be minds, and stars to be stars. In a certain sense, it is a kind of physics, but it is metaphysics with mathematical rigor. What I propose is not a belief in the sense of a religious conviction. It is a scientific proposition. Anyone is welcome to dismantle it. This is in fact what I have attempted to do. Years after I left the Amazon, I continued to elaborate this theory and to clarify my own understanding of the theory-forming enterprise generally. I succeeded finally in 1974 in completely mathematizing the I Ching time graphs. This made it possible to greatly refine the ideas of what constituted proof or disconfirmation of what the theory contended. My conclusion today on these matters is that the theory of the variable and cyclical nature of novelty's ingression into the world is a truly self-consistent and completely mathematical theory. It is true to itself. It has not been possible to find a bridge between it and normal physics. Such a bridge may be neither possible nor necessary. We may find that normal science indicates what is possible, while the time theory I propose offers an explanation for what is. It is a theory which seeks to explain how, of the things that are possible, some events and things undergo the formality of actually occurring. Therefore, the theory cannot be disproven from without. It can only be disproven by being found inconsistent within itself. Until the I Ching graph was quantified, its way of integrating seemingly meaningless and unrelated factors made it a thing very easy to become psychologically entangled with. Even after the 16th of November 71 came and went with very little shift toward the novel, either in my life or in the world, I continued to propagate the cycles of the chart forward into the future, looking for a date that seemed to have features related to the chart and thus that would be a good candidate for the emergence of a special event. Here is a part of my story that I find most puzzling. After the disconfirmation of November 1971, I looked at other future dates on which the 384-day cycles would end if I continued to assume that the 16th of November 71 was the end of one such cycle. That meant that the next ending date of the 384-day cycle would be the 4th of December 1972. I consulted several astronomical tables, but the date seemed unpromising. The closing date of the next 384-day cycles was immediately more interesting, as it fell on the 22nd of December 1973. I noticed this was the winter solstice. Here was a clue. The winter solstice is traditionally the time of the rebirth of the Savior Messiah. It is a time of pause when there is a shifting of the cosmic machinery. It is also the time of the transition of the sun from Sagittarius to Capricorn. I put no particular stock in astrology, but noted that Dennis is a Sagittarius and Eve a Capricorn. I consulted my star maps and added another coincidence, that where the ecliptic crosses the cusp of Sagittarius and Capricorn at 23 degrees Sagittarius is the very spot to within 1 or 2 degrees where the galactic center is presently located. Over 26,000 years, the galactic center, like all points on the ecliptic, slowly moves through the signs, but now it is on the cusp of Sagittarius and Capricorn on the winter solstice day. This seemed an unusual number of coincidences, and so I pressed my search. Consultation with the almanac of the Naval Observatory brought a real surprise. On the very day that I was searching, 22 December 1973, a total annular eclipse of the sun would occur, and the path of totality would sweep directly across La Chorrera and the Amazon basin. I was dumbfounded. I felt like a person in an eerie novel. This string of clues was actually real. I researched the eclipse to determine where exactly it would achieve totality. This would occur, I learned, nearly directly over the city of Belém in Brazil, in the delta of the Amazon River. This last fact carried me out of the realm of astronomical coincidence and back to the motifs of the trances at La Chorrera. Belém means Bethlehem in Portuguese. My perceptions, sensitive to any messianic possibility, seized on this. Belém is Bethlehem. It lies at the delta of the Amazon. Delta, the symbol for change in time. Delta, in Joyce and among graffiti artists throughout history, represents the vagina. Dennis was born in Delta, Colorado. Was it possible that all of our experiences could have been a premonition of an event at a time and place 2 years hence in Brazil? Was this why, absurdly, at the conclusion of the experiment at La Chorrera, the strains of O Little Town of Bethlehem had come echoing through my head? By late spring of 1972, I knew everything that I have just mentioned. Why did the chart point to the 22nd of December 1973, and why was there such a stream of coincidences pointing to that time? Had I known of the impending eclipse on some unconscious level? Had I known it would achieve totality over Belém? Why did the dates important to my life line up with that date according to the chart I had learned to construct in the wake of the UFO encounter at La Chorrera? I did not imagine that it was impossible that I had somehow known these things and manipulated my conscious self to imagine that it was discovering these things. But in the early spring of 1973, an event occurred which is the perfect proof that something larger than my unconscious, seemingly larger even than the total collective consciousness of the human race, was at work. This was the discovery of the comet Kohoutek, supposed to be the largest comet in human history, supposed to dwarf even Halley's Comet. Brightest comet ever headed toward Earth was the headline in the San Francisco Chronicle, and as I scanned the article, I actually let out a shout. The comet would make its nearest approach to the sun on the 23rd of December. A non-periodic comet, unknown to anyone on Earth until early March of 1973, was hurtling toward a rendezvous with the Sun within 100 hours of the solstice and the eclipse over the Amazon. It was a large coincidence, if we define that as a coincidence that deeply impresses its observer. It is not diminished by the fact that Kohoutek really never lived up to expectations, for the expectations alone were to become a wave of fringe millenarianism and apocalyptic restlessness that would die only as the comet itself returned to the darkness out of which it had emerged. Did anything happen in Belim on the day of the eclipse? I do not know. I was not there. But I do know that the compression of events that occurred around that date and the way in which the charts revealed in the UFO encounter predicted this was uncanny. It was not long after that December that I realized how to completely quantify the time graph, and was thus led to an understanding of the way that the cycles operate, so that I saw the immense difficulties involved in predicting a concrescence. That was my last attempt. Since then I have been content to understand the theory, but have abandoned serious efforts to apply it specifically to predicting the course of human events. I do not personally doubt that the charts can and do chart the course of future novelty, but years of working with them leads to abandonment of the distinction between past and future, and preference for a kind of whole system understanding that revels in the complete pattern with less stress on specific prediction. Was the above series of events the first intimation that I had ever had that something of importance was connected with a specific date in time and the city of Belim? Strangely, no, it was not. In the spring of 1970, I was in Taipei, Taiwan, adjusting to city life after a long butterfly-connecting ramble through the outback of Indonesia. I was killing time awaiting a traveling companion who I had last seen in Bali several months before. I had a very peculiar dream, which occurred, though I did not know it, on the very day that my father and Dennis were told that my mother was dying of cancer. That was something I would not learn until nearly a week later. My journal records the following dream, 24 May 1970. X and I were walking up a gentle grassy slope. Below us, on all sides, the valleys were filled with scudding white clouds, tops brilliantly reflecting the sun back into the depthless azure. Ahead of us, the steeply rolling hills ascended many miles away, as I remarked, into the main range of the Rockies. We were, in dream geography, somewhere in western Colorado, where I was born and lived until I was 16. As we continued upward, Herr B., an Indonesian acquaintance, came to meet us wearing white tennis shorts and drew our attention to several small meteorological balloons whose dangling nylon cords had fouled in nearby wind-bent trees, and to our left, upon a crest, deeply dimpled, blazing white, and perhaps 30 feet high, was a large balloon, perhaps 3/4 filled with gas. The ropes enclosing the gas bag cut deeply into it, sectioning it as though it were a great bleached orange. As we gazed, Herr B. depressed a lever that had appeared from somewhere, and the apparatus rose simultaneously with my query, would not the wind whipping over the hill cause it to falter? Its white bulk rushed over us, perhaps only 20 feet above our heads, and then, passing higher, it met the wind and the fate I had anticipated. Turning on its side, it gently came to earth. We ran toward it, and other people, the impression was of children, appeared from the opposite direction, also running toward the rippling white of the now deflated machine. Amid our laughing examination of the balloon, we were invited into B's house, now visible as a sprawling ranch-style house nearby, a house not unlike the house in which I spent my childhood. As we entered the house, I paused to examine a large map of the Amazon Delta on the wall, published, the legend informed me, to commemorate a conference of a French archaeological society which convened on a small island there in 1948. When I rejoined X, she informed me that the children of B had told her that one of the densest rainforests in the world was nearby. I, familiar as only a native can be with Colorado geography, was incredulous. I returned to the bookcase under the map and, taking out a large atlas, sought the rainfall and forest map of Colorado, opening instead upon Assam, not without first rejecting a topological rendering of Bengal. I heard myself say that Shalimar was the logical jumping-off place. Then all faded. Chapter 17. Say, what does it mean? A world construct is a way of seeing. A way of seeing is a set of concepts which, when they exist in one's mind, reconstruct all of one's inputs to make it different. To assimilate the theory that was forced upon us is to see the world differently. My approach has been to grant the possibility that the theory is true, since it hasn't been disproven. It may be possible to disprove it. If it is not, then I must believe it. Perhaps others will make this shift if the idea is given a hearing. Many ideas may be very good and simply perish for lack of a context. But this idea causes a fundamental reconstruction of reality, and it can be taught. It fulfills my spiritual aspirations because it is understanding, simply understanding, not a hallucination or an ability to cure or levitate. It is a way of understanding, and when one understands this way, it appears as though one has ended the program of understanding. It does not deny any body of knowledge, it simply augments. There is an argument for it on the physical level. The idea is very complicated, touching as it does on areas involving quantum physics, submolecular biology, and DNA structure. Though the idea that I developed may not have been caused by what Dennis did in the Amazon, I assume that it was, that he did something and I got a kind of informational feedback off my DNA or some other molecular storage site of information. The feedback consisted of this stored information, which seemed without limits. The task became to create a symbol structure that would make the information coherent. One must create structural categories for a new world of infinite variety. One must organize it into a mandala. The DNA is playing. It is one's life, but one must have a concept so that as it plays, one may understand the melody. This theory is a concept which, when it plays in my head, I understand the melody. I am interested in disproving the theory. A good idea can withstand a lot of pressure. But what then is the so-called flying saucer? What does it really represent? It is the ingression of a higher dimensional epoch which reverberates through history. It is a shock wave being generated by an eschatological event at the end of time. In other words, natural laws are not universal constants. They are slowly evolving flux phenomena. For instance, the speed of light, which is taken as a universal constant, has only been measured in the last 100 years. It is entirely induction to extrapolate the principle of the stability of the speed of light to all time. Any good scientist knows that induction is a leap to faith. Science is founded on the principle of induction. That is what this theory challenges. It says that the fact that one did A and B resulted does not mean that whenever one does A, that B will be the result. This cannot be proven. Before Einstein, space was thought to be a dimension where one put things. Space was visualized as somehow analogous to emptiness. But then Einstein pointed out that space is a thing which has torque and is affected by objects. In other words, from an idea, a place where you can put things, to a thing. Space is a thing. It is affected by gravitational fields. Light passing through a gravitational field in space will be bent because the space through which it travels is bent. What we are proposing in a nutshell is that time, which was also previously thought of as a place where one put things, is also a thing. And time changes. There are different kinds of time. And as these kinds of time come and go in their cyclical progression on their many levels, situations evolve which are the responses of matter to the conditioning imparted to it by time and space. These two things condition matter. It was always matter that was thought to be real. But actually matter has a quality more nearly like thought, and matter thinks what it thinks according to two flux phenomena which are in interrelationship, the space-time continuum. This idea does have axioms. A major one is taken from Leibniz. Leibniz talked about monads, monadic space. He envisioned the monads as being like tiny particles which were infinitely reduplicated everywhere in the universe. These tiny particles contained all places within themselves. They were not here and now. They were everywhere, all the time, in each place. They were all identical, but in the way they interconnected, they built up a larger continuum. Memory is similar to this in its principle of operation. Destruction of up to 90% of the brain does not impair memory function. It is as though memory is not stored anywhere. It is as though it is like a gas and permeates the brain throughout. Like a hologram, all of the memory is in each part. One can take a holographic plate of Mount Fuji and cut it in half. When half is illuminated, the entire image is present. One can do this again and again. The holograph is made up of a nearly infinite number of tiny images, each of which, in combination with its fellows, presents one image. Quantum physics makes similar statements, saying that the electron is not somewhere, sometime. The electron is a cloud of probabilities, and that is all one can say about it. A similar quality adheres to my idea of time and the comparison of time to a thing. The obvious question to be asked of this is, what is the smallest time that a thing can be made of? The scientific approach would be to divide toward the small, to find out if it is discrete. So what one is looking for is a chronon, a particle of time. My hunch is that the chronon exists but is not distinct from the atom. The atoms are chronons. Atoms are simply far more complicated than had been suspected. There may be atoms and chronons. Chronons may not be reducible to atoms, but I suspect that what we are looking for is one particle that makes matter, space, time, and energy, but not the electron in the Heisenberg-Bohr description that describes the properties of the electron which account for physical matter. But the electron must be more complicated than that because it exists in a universe where minds and organisms arise. So we have to describe the atomic properties that would allow a particle in certain stages to coalesce into a living organism or a thinking organism. Even a bacterium like E. coli is a staggering accomplishment for the Heisenberg-Bohr atom. The Heisenberg-Bohr model explains the physical universe. It doesn't explain organism or mind. We have to overlay that atomic model with qualities. We must imbue the atom with qualities that will let us understand how we could exist, how we could arise out of its substratum. I do not claim that we have done this, but we have stumbled upon the intellectual avenue that will have to be followed to achieve this understanding. The key lies in cyclical units, in hierarchical structures, generating various kinds of continui that move toward different kinds of closure. The person who has actually laid the firmest foundation for understanding this sort of thing philosophically is Alfred North Whitehead. Nothing we have suggested is beyond the power of his method to anticipate. Whitehead's formalism accounts for minds and organisms and a number of things poorly resolved by the Cartesian approach. Other visionary thinkers are probing these areas. General systems theory is the idea that any process can be related through a mathematical equation to all other processes, simply by virtue of all processes being part of a common class. The overthrow of a dictator, the explosion of a star, the fertilization of an ova, all should be describable through one set of terms. The most promising recent development in this area have been the emergence of the new evolutionary paradigm of Prigogine and Jansch. With their work, nothing less has been achieved than a new ordering principle in nature. This is the discovery and mathematical description of dissipative self-organization as a creative principle underlying the dynamics of an open and multi-leveled reality. Dissipative structures work their miracle of generating and preserving order through fluctuations, fluctuations whose ground is in quantum mechanical indeterminacy. If we had a perfect philosophical mirror of the universe, I would be able, by applying our philosophical method, to tell a person how much change he had in his pocket. Since he actually has whatever amount of change he has in his pocket at that moment, it is an accomplished fact, and so should be possible to calculate. What is important is to understand the necessities of occurred existence, not the necessities of existence about to occur. Although there too boundary conditions operate, but they are boundary conditions, not absolutely determined fact. We assume that 10 minutes hence the room we are in will exist. It is a boundary condition which will define the next 10 minutes in our space-time coordinate. But we cannot know who will be in the room 10 minutes hence. That is free to be determined. One may ask if we can really know that the room will exist. This is where induction enters the picture, since in truth we cannot know with certainty. There is no absolutely rigorous way of establishing that. But we can make the inductive leap to faith that has to do with accumulated experience. We project that it will be a boundary condition, but in principle, in the next 10 minutes there could be an earthquake and this building might not be left standing. However, for that to happen, the boundary condition will have to be radically disrupted and in some unexpected manner. The thing that is so curious is that such a thing could occur. That is where our map of the chronon would allow one to predict. There is, however, a problem with it. Because we suggest a model of time with a spiral structure, events keep gathering themselves into tighter and tighter spirals, which lead inevitably to a final time. Like the center of a black hole, the final time is a necessary singularity, a place where something happens which breaks down the physical laws established in the previous epoch. Imagining what would happen in that condition has caused science to shy away from such an idea, although Western religions have no trouble whatever embracing the concept of a final time. We would say within the context of our theory that millenarians argued for apocalypse because they were getting a reflection back through time, a ricochet as it were, a distorted image of an apocalyptic event. The view of science is that final time means simply a time of no change. All processes run down. Entropy is maximized. The idea of entropy makes an assumption that the laws of the space-time continuum are infinitely linearly extendable into the future. In a spiral time scheme, this assumption is not made. Rather, final time means passing out of one set of laws which are conditioning existence and into another set of laws conditioning existence. To see time through the eyes of our theory is to see one's place in the spiral scheme, and to know and anticipate when the transition to new epochs will occur. One sees this in the physical world. The planet is 5 or 6 billion years old, the first turn of the spiral. Then life appears. What is happening if one examines this planet, which is the only planet we can really examine in depth, is one finds that processes are steadily accelerating in their reaction speed and complexity. A planet swings through space 2 billion years before life appears, and the instant life gets started, a mad scramble is on. Species appear and disappear. This goes on for 1.5 billion years, and then suddenly thinking species appear. From the dumb confrontation with the chipped flint to the starship is 20,000 years, tops. What could that be but the ingression of a new set of laws? Laws that are allowing our species to manifest very peculiar properties. Humanity is made by DNA like rattlesnakes and poplar trees, but we trigger the same energies that light the stars. We do this on the surface of our planet, or we can create a temperature of absolute zero. We do these things because though we are made of mush and mud, we have minds, and we know about the detour through tools. So we can build tools which can unleash energies that in any other situation in the universe occur under very different conditions. The center of stars is the usual site of such processes, but we do such things using mind. And what is mind? Who knows? 20,000 years from the stone flint to the starship and still accelerating. There are yet more spirals to concrete. From the Model T Ford to the starship, 60 years. From the fastest human on Earth being able to move 30 miles an hour to the fastest moving 9 miles per second, 60 years. Human culture is a curve of expanding potentiality. It has reached asymptotic vertical gain. Man threatens every species on the planet. Because we have stockpiled radioactive materials, they are everywhere. Every species on Earth can feel that. The planet, as an ecological entity, can react to that kind of pressure. It is 3 billion years old. It can deal with this. Dualistic talk about man not being part of the natural order is foolish. We could not have arisen unless there was purpose of ours which fit into the planetary ecology. It is not clear what it is, but it seems to have to do with our enormous research instruments and crises. By stockpiling atomic weapons, we have claimed the capacity to destroy the Earth like a stick of dynamite in a rotten apple. And why? We do not know why. Surely not for the political and social reasons that are given. We are simply a tool-building species that is itself the tool of a planetary ecology that has this perception of a higher dimensional mode. It knows what the boundary constraints are and is organizing life to transform itself. Our story is fairly peculiar, very peculiar as a matter of fact. It is hard to know what to think, because a phenomenon of all kinds of mental illness is visions of some kind, of a fantastically complicated thing which happens to put you in the very center of everything. And this theory does that. So does immediate experience. It is important to have recourse to the scientific method. If the theory is real, it can be proven in the calm confines of the laboratory. And if it is not real, that should be made explicitly clear through careful experiment. To empathize with the visions at La Chorrera, one must imagine what one can imagine. Imagine if wishes were horses, how beggars would ride. The ideas were so compelling because with fourth-dimensional matter one can do anything. One can spread it out and climb on it and take her up to any altitude, adding oxygen by the act of noting the need for sane. It's the flying saucer again. One can climb inside it. Since it is oneself, it is like putting on your mind like a wetsuit. The flying saucer is the perfected human mind. It waits warmly humming at the end of human history on this planet. When it is perfect, there will be an ontological mutation of the human form, the resurrection body that Christianity is all about. It is the genius of human technology to master and to serve the energies of life and death and time and space. The UFO holds out the possibility of a mobile mind, a ship that can cross the universe in the time that it takes to conceive it, because that is what the universe is, a thought. Then humanity, the masters of thought, would set out. Or we may discover that it is not done that way. The future may reveal that there is something out there that is calling us home. Then it will be our technology and the call of the other that will move toward meeting. The saucer is a good metaphor for this. When Jung suggested that the saucer was the human soul, he was right. He simply didn't know what he meant. It is not so far away. That is the other thing. The last shift of epochs gave us relativity theory and quantum mechanics. Another epoch looms, but whether or not it is the final epoch is hard to tell, because when one is part of the process, the uncertainty principle interferes with prediction. All these themes are woven around DMT, perhaps because DMT seems to illuminate the regions beyond death. And what is death? We find ourselves in such a peculiar situation. Having been born, being autonomous open chemical systems which maintain themselves at a point far from equilibrium through eating, and we think. And what is that? What are the three dimensions? What is energy? We find ourselves in the strange position of being alive, having been born, going to die. A lot of thinking says that this is not so strange, that this happens in the universe. Living things appear, and yet our physics, which can light the fires of the stars in our deserts, cannot explain the strangeness of the phenomenon of our being alive. Organisms are completely outside the realm of physical explanation at this point for science. So what is it for? Spencer and Shakespeare, quantum theory, and the paintings at Altamira. Who are we? What is history? And what does it push toward? Now we have atomic weapons, and so should soon address these questions, because we have unleashed processes potentially fatal to the planet. We have triggered the final crisis for the planet. We have done this, but we do not control it. No single one of us, no leader or state can call a halt to the fact of our being trapped in history. We are moving toward the unimaginable as information piles up about the real nature of the situation we find ourselves in. To paraphrase J.B.S. Haldane, our situation may not only be stranger than we suppose, it may be stranger than we can suppose. Chapter 18. The Coming of the Straphariad. Such were the concerns through which I navigated the intervening years to the present. No definitive condensation of the thing we sought has yet occurred. What did occur was the continued elaboration of the theories both of hypercarbylation and of the nature of time. In late 1975, The Invisible Landscape was published and our ideas made publicly available. But since the manuscript of that work had been nearly 2 years finished, we had not been idle. The conclusion of myself and my brother was that when all was said and done, the truly novel element and the candidate for being the causal element in the situation at La Chorrera was the mushroom. It was Stropharia cubensis which stood behind all of the effects that we had experienced, and as this realization grew, so did the understanding that if this was the case, then new expeditions into the unimaginable could be launched only if a supply of the mushrooms could be secured. Now it happened that on that second trip to La Chorrera, the mushroom had been much less abundant than the first time, and this scarcity had impelled me to take a number of spore prints from the few specimens that we did run across. Those spore prints had been kept refrigerated over the years while my brother and I pursued academic careers and wrote our book. During those intervening years, we dabbled with the thought of cultivating Stropharia cubensis, but the only work on the subject was Wasson and M's work in French, and it seemed somehow a remote and technically difficult thing to attempt. In the spring of 1972, we had already isolated the mycelium of the mushroom and had it growing on agar in petri dishes, but it was not until the early spring of 75 that we encountered an article detailing a method for growing commercial mushrooms on rye in canning jars under very carefully controlled conditions. Perhaps this method would also work for Stropharia cubensis and get our stalled exploration of the invisible moving again. Working in close consultation with my brother in Colorado, we determined within a matter of weeks that the hardy Stropharia not only grew and fruited with the new method, but that it was less fragile and easier to grow than the agaricus species sold in grocery stores as food. The implications of all this were not lost upon us. From the spring of 1975 onward, I was not without a continual supply of Stropharia. Ev and I had parted earlier in the year. I was living alone and finishing up an academic career that had lasted far too long, what with 7 years of wandering around the world scheduled in. It was a time of loneliness, self-examination, and work pressure. Into that world came suddenly the perfected method for growing the same organism that had been the means to opening up the dimension of contact 4 years before. The very spores gathered at La Chorrera were now furiously producing mushroom psilocybin in my home. During the spring, I experimented with low dosages several times. The sense of peace and lightness that I associated with the halcyon days at La Chorrera was definitely there. So too was the sense of a teaching voice and a return to close consultation with a cosmic agency of complex intent. Throughout the spring and summer of that year, I took the mushroom at doses of 5 grams dried or 50 grams fresh as often as I felt was prudent, which worked out to about once every 2 weeks. Each of these experiences was a lesson, a chilling and exhilarating plunge into an ocean of noetic images. I discovered my own mind like a topological manifold lying before me, inviting me to rove and scan the reflective knot of past and future time that I am. Alien presences and translinguistic elves bent near to me in those trances. The mushroom stressed its age, its vast knowledge of the ebb and flow of historical forces in many civilizations with which it had been associated through the millennia. Images of the past and future abounded. Once I found myself on a hill with a crowd of people. The view looked out over a curved plain. It was the interior of a cylindrical space colony, miles in extent. Vast sweeps of windows alternated with farmlands and towns scattered along the floors of the valleys between each set of windows. I knew somehow that in the future I was seeing hundreds of millions of people lived in such cylindrical worlds. The teeming worlds that populate the galaxy in the minds of our science fiction writers had been recreated inside a sphere only 12 light hours in diameter and with the sun at its center. Within that sphere, thousands of independent societies pursued their destinies and their evolution. Thousands of independent cylinder worlds swarming around the infinite energy furnace of the sun. What a rich and endlessly creative force humanity had become in escaping the confines of the planet. Through the vast windows I could see more advanced machinery being made ready. A starship. It was the departure of an experimental starship. Copeland's Fanfare for the Common Man was being played. Again I saw alternative futures where the knowledge of the mushroom was not fused with humanity's restless expansionism. I saw a planet covered with a society of slave worker machine symbiotes. I saw the life of North American society running through several hundred years of upheaval and political change, an image like a great animated war planning board. The dualism of fascism and democracy hung around America's neck like the albatross. Again and again, nightmare police-state fascism would sweep like a foul tide over the aspirations of the people, and again, the subtlety of the people would organize around the stupidity of the oppressor and rise in wild and bloody revolt to again secure the space of a few generations in which to inaugurate attempts at democratic social justice. The mushroom always returned to the theme that it was wiser in the ways of evolution and sympathetic, therefore, to a symbiotic union of the technical control of matter possessed by humanity and its own sense of the how-ness of things that had been developed over millions of years of conscious experience as an intelligent organism radiating through the galaxy. From its own point of view, it is an elder life form, and as such it offers its tempering experience to a vibrant but naive child race that stands for the first time on the brink of the stars. As our imagination has striven outward to attempt to encompass the possibility of the intelligent other somewhere in the starry galaxy, so the other, observing this, now reveals itself to be among us as an aspect of ourselves when in the psilocybin trance. In the phenomenon of Stropharia cubensis, we are confronted with an intelligent and seemingly alien life form, not as we commonly imagine it, but an intelligent alien life form nevertheless. It is only an anachronistic lack of modern self-reflection that would lead any thinker on the subject of extraterrestrial life to suppose that any intelligent alien would be even remotely like ourselves. Evolution is an unceasing river of forms and adaptive solutions to special conditions, culture even more so. It is far more likely that an alien intelligence would be barely cognizable to us as such, rather than that it should overwhelm us with such similarities as anthropoid form and an intimate knowledge of our gross industrial capacity. Star-traveling species would have a sophisticated knowledge of genetics and DNA function, and therefore would not necessarily bear the form which evolution on a native planet had given them. They might well look as they wished to look. In the late summer of 1975, Dennis and I decided that the world we were exploring required a wider audience so that some consensus concerning what was going on could be established. To that end, we wrote and published a guide on the method we had developed to cultivate the Stropharia. At the beginning of that little book, I introduced what we had personally learned about the world of the mushroom. The mushroom speaks, and our opinions rest upon what it tells eloquently of itself in the cool night of the mind. I am old, older than thought in your species, which is itself 50 times older than your history. Though I have been on earth for ages, I am from the stars. My home is no one planet, for many worlds scattered through the shining disk of the galaxy have conditions which allow my spores an opportunity for life. The mushroom which you see is the part of my body given to sex thrills and sunbathing. My true body is a fine network of fibers growing through the soil. These networks may cover acres and may have far more connections than the number in a human brain. My mycelial network is nearly immortal. Only the sudden toxification of a planet or the explosion of its parent star can wipe me out. By means impossible to explain because of certain misconceptions in your model of reality, All my mycelial networks in the galaxy are in hyperlight communication across space and time. The mycelial body is as fragile as a spider's web, but the collective hypermind and memory is a vast historical archive of the career of evolving intelligence on many worlds in our spiral star swarm. Space, you see, is a vast ocean to those hardy life forms that have the ability to reproduce from spores, for spores are covered with the hardest organic substance known. Across the eons of time and space drift many spore-bearing life forms, in suspended animation for millions of years until contact is made with a suitable environment. Few such species are minded. Only myself and my recently evolved near relatives have achieved the hypercommunication mode and memory capacity that makes us leading members of the community of galactic intelligence. How the hypercommunication mode operates is a secret that will not be given lightly to humanity, but the means should be obvious. It is the occurrence of psilocybin and psilocin in the biosynthetic pathways of my living body that opens for me and my symbiotes the vision screens to many worlds. You as an individual and mankind as a species are on the brink of the formation of a symbiotic relationship with my genetic material that will eventually carry humanity and Earth into the galactic mainstream of the higher civilizations. Since it is not easy for you to recognize other varieties of intelligence around you, your most advanced theories of politics and society have advanced only as far as the notion of collectivism. But beyond the cohesion of the members of the species into a single social organism, there lie richer and even more baroque evolutionary possibilities. Symbiosis is one of these. Symbiosis is a relation of mutual dependence and positive benefits for both of the species involved. Symbiotic relationships between myself and civilized forms of higher animals have been established many times and in many places throughout the long ages of my development. These relationships have been mutually useful. Within my memory is the knowledge of hyperlight drive ships and how to build them. I will trade this knowledge for a free ticket to new worlds around suns less forsaken and nearer galaxy center. To secure an eternal existence down the long river of cosmic time, I again and again offer this agreement to higher beings, and thereby have spread throughout the galaxy over the long millennia. A mycelial network has no organs to move the world, no hands, but higher animals with manipulative abilities can become partners with the star knowledge within me, and if they act in good faith, return both themselves and their humble mushroom teacher to the million worlds all citizens of our star swarm are heir to. What has been my own reaction to the mushroom's claims concerning the extraterrestrial origins of tryptamine hallucinogens and the visions they bear? I am of many minds. I think that it is possible that certain of these compounds could be seeded genes injected into the planetary ecology eons ago by an automated space probe arriving here from a civilization somewhere else in the galaxy. Such genes could have been carried along in the genome of a mushroom or other plant, awaiting only the advent of another intelligence and its discovery of them to begin reading out a message that opens with the bizarre dimension familiar to shaman everywhere. The point of such a message could only be made clear when we had advanced to a sufficient level of technical achievement to appreciate it. The exponential growth of analytical tools and methods may indicate that we are now approaching such a level. I speculate that the final content of the message and its raison d'etre will be instructions, it will be called a discovery, of how to build a matter transmitter or subspace radio so that we can have direct contact with the civilization that sent the message-bearing hallucinogen genes to the Earth so many eons ago. The trances imply that such a civilization has a faster-than-light technology for information, if not for matter itself. But they require a receiver at the arrival point, else they are as bound by the constraints of general relativity as are we. The mushroom alien may have seeded the stars with automatic biomechanical probes, immensely sophisticated by our standards, able to tailor-make message-bearing hallucinogens for the special ecological conditions that the probe may encounter, and to release virus-like pseudo-organisms that can carry the artificial genes into the nucleoplasm of the target species. This is a far more enduring form of message than a solid-state monolith on the moon or an orbiting monitor. The artificial genes may be carried along in the stream of evolution for literally hundreds of millions of years without substantial degradation of the message. The information carried by the probe and broadcast by the hallucinogens is modulated by the modalities of the evolving intelligence of whatever planet is contacted, but slowly the emphasis of the information available from the probe shifts. Predictions of good hunting, finding of lost objects, and the provision of medical advice is slowly superseded by the revelation of the extraterrestrial source of this information and the telos behind it, the star antenna and the entry into the hegemony of galactic civilization that it will bring with it. Speculative ideas indeed, but strangely enough, many of the most current calculations and ideas about the density of life and intelligence in the galaxy confront xenobiologists with the dilemma of why we have not been contacted. I will not go into details, but Ponampurama and Cameron's scientific perspectives on extraterrestrial communication gives an excellent overview of current thinking on the subject. R.N. Bracewell's contribution, printed in the same work, was the basis of my own ideas about interstellar probes. I will summarize the state of the art thus. Current thinking concludes that the peak of the emergence of intelligence in the galaxy was achieved 10 to 100 million years ago, that most races in the galaxy are very old and very sophisticated. We cannot expect such races to appear with a trumpet blast over every city on Earth. Such an entry into history is tantamount to crashing into someone's house completely unannounced, hardly the sort of thing that one would expect from a subtle and ancient galactic civilization. Rather, they have always been here, or rather, their presence has always been here in the hallucinogens. When we understand this on our own, we will be signaling to them that we are now ready for the contact. We can send that signal only by following the instructions of the seeded genes and building the necessary apparatus. When that is done, somewhere in the galaxy, lights will flash the message that yet another of the millions upon millions of seeded planets in the galaxy has achieved the threshold of galactic citizenship. Current estimates are that even in a galaxy teeming with intelligence, such a threshold is passed by an intelligent species only every 100 or 1,000 years. It is a joyous moment even for the galactarians. If such a speculation has any validity at all, then its very articulation signifies the final moment of the pre-contact phase, and signifies also the pressing need to attempt to explore the psilocybin trance and to understand the role that Stropharia cubensis is playing in the psychology of the human species. Recently, a new light has been thrown on the phenomenon of voices heard in the head and the role that they may play in the evolution of consciousness. Julian Jaynes of Princeton has written a most provocative book, The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. Jaynes uses 445 pages to lay out his ideas concerning the role that hallucinations, especially audio hallucinations, have played in the structuring of mind. Briefly, Jaynes believes that until the time of roughly the Iliad, around 1400 BC, nothing at all like modern ego-centered and individuated consciousness existed. Instead, he argues that people behaved like automata or social insects, unconsciously going about the tasks of the hive. Only in moments of great stress and personal danger was this regimen broken. In such moments, an impersonal mind, outside the usual experience of the world, became manifest as a voice. According to Jaynes' theory, such voices were the guiding lights of human society, perhaps for millennia, whether they were understood to be the voice of an absent but living king, or a dead king, an omnipresent god, or a personal deity. Migrations and the breakdown of the cultural insularity of the early human civilizations brought an end to man's relations to the bicameral mind, which is Jaynes' term for the cybernetic godlike presence felt behind the hallucinated voices. Selective pressures and social prejudice against having a relationship with the bicameral mind in a modern context have made hearing voices into a mystical phenomenon or a serious mental aberration. In any case, something very rare. The interested reader should study Jaynes' case carefully, although his book is exasperating, since in a treatise on the role of hallucinations in human history, he fails to offer any serious discussion of hallucinogenic plant use at all. This is a serious failing, especially if the effect triggered by psilocybin is not, as I have suggested, a contact with an intelligence entirely distinct from ourselves. Jaynes' theory opens up the possibility that psilocybin returns one to rapport with the personified other in a way that duplicates on some level the state of mind that was characteristic of early human civilizations. It is reasonable to suggest that a voice in the head, interpreted by ancient man as a god, might be interpreted by a naive modern person as a telepathic contact with extraterrestrials. Whatever facts may eventually be known, psilocybin offers a tool that allows direct experience of this voice that explains all things, this logos of the other. Chapter 19, The Hawaiian Connection. The fall of 1975 was a time of personal change and consolidation. Kat, my old friend met years before in Jerusalem during my opium and Kabbalah phase, became at last my lover. Tide pool traveler, the mushroom had made good its promise to send a partner to share the ongoing journey through the interior world. In October, we went to Hawaii to write and to plan a trip to the Peruvian Amazon in early '76. We had rented a house on the remote and desolate Kau district of the Big Island of Hawaii. It was an area of twisted lava flows of all ages. Kapukas, islanded areas of ancient forest, were the only vegetation and were surrounded by frothy seas of hardened rock that had killed all low-lying and less fortunate life. Slowly, nearly imperceptibly, Mauna Loa rose up to 14,000 feet in the distance behind us. We were at about 2,500 feet ourselves. Our small house fronted the vast and forbidding cinder fields, but the lot ran back into a kapuka whose enclosing shade and many birds and insects provided welcome contrast to the primal devastation that stretched in all directions for miles. Our life was leisurely. I wrote and did some experiments with further aspects of mushroom cultivation. Kat was immersed in doing the line drawings for the book on Stropharia cubensis growing. We were isolated as we both loved to be, and we took mushrooms together and often. It was during that time in Hawaii that I determined to return again to the Amazon, to track down Banisteriopsis caapi in its native setting, and to satisfy myself as to the role that it and the beta-carboline hallucinogens it contains played in the experience at La Chorrera. I was especially interested to know if other chemically different aboriginal hallucinogens provoked the same experience as did the mushroom psilocybin. I wanted to determine if our experiences were part of the general phenomenology of hallucinogens or were unique to psilocybin. Throughout that October and November in Hawaii, we took the Stropharia that we had grown at weekly or 10-day intervals. This was an amazing series of experiences. The psilocybin definitely conveys the impression that sometimes the hallucinations one is seeing are being seen with equal clarity by the other people around one. Kat and I satisfied ourselves that this was true by describing in turn the images in which we were immersed. At those times when the flow of images had a certain electric intensity, there was no doubt that we were seeing the same things. The relationship of the psyche to the surface of the body, the skin, is amazing under the influence of psilocybin. By having large areas of skin in contact, we seem to somehow obviate the usual psychic individuality and integrity of the body, and would melt into each other's minds in a way that was immensely pleasant and full of unplumbed potential for human growth and parapsychological studies. It was wonderful to have someone to share the mushroom with, for until Kat had joined me, most of my mushroom experiences had been entirely alone, one soul adrift in the cosmic ocean. Happily, there were now two of us navigating together through the billows of jeweled and synesthesic geometries. Two of those mushroom trips stand out as especially memorable. The first occurred the evening of the 28th of November, 1975. We each ate 5 dried grams of stropharia, and then sat inside by the fire watching the slow upwelling of hallucinations from behind closed eyelids. I seemed to see fleeting but prophetic images of the trip that we were planning into the Amazon. Campfires and trails filled my head, and the sound of nearby crickets seemed transformed into the roar of night jungle sounds that awaited us in Peru. We talked together of our plans and our future. The future seemed enormous and open before us. It was in that evening that we both became committed to a family and a life together. It was a large turning point for me, I have no doubt. We walked together outside and stood beneath the stars near the sheds and gardens where we daily pursued the yet more perfect cultivation of the mushroom. The night was uncannily still and the sky blazing with stars. Looking to the southern sky, I thought, if you are out there, if you approve the course we have set our lives on, if the mystery is real, then give a sign. I stepped toward Kat, who was walking in front of me, to say I asked them for a sign, but before I could speak, the sky was rent from mid-heaven to horizon with a crimson streak of meteoric fire. The depth of attunement of psyche and world must be very great for such synchronisms to occur. Such meteor burns occur but once in all time, came the mushroom's comment, clear and unbidden, into my mind. We sat down then on the warm, receptive earth and abandoned ourselves to the waves of vision and the vistas. At one point, a revolving night wind whipped the leaves of the otherwise perfectly still trees. The district was a remote one, but borne on the still air over miles and miles, from neighbors and ranches scattered far, we could hear the mournful howl of every dog in that whole part of the island. For hours they moaned and howled in eerie, wavering ululation. We could not imagine what it meant, but took it as a coincidence as inexplicable as the sky sign on our future. Hours later, in the time of the false dawn, and at 4:49 local time, according to seismic instruments scattered around the planet, the earthquake struck, a low, grinding roar moving through the lava fields, stretching for miles all around and beneath us. Tidal waves and volcanic activity at Kilauea near the epicenter and 30 miles away from us followed fast on the first shock. An hour later, another smaller shock wave would occur. Now the reason for the hours of howling were starkly explained. So it is a fact that meteoric signs and a great earthquake, the most intense in Hawaii in 100 years, attended our mushroom trip and our intensified exploration of the psilocybin depths, just as we attended them. The second, and in many ways more puzzling major mushroom experience that we shared in Hawaii, brought to an end any further exploration of mushroom psilocybin until after our return from the Peruvian Amazon. It was the 23rd of December, a day before Dennis would arrive to spend the Christmas holidays with us. Cat and I each again took 5 grams and settled down before the fireplace to await the first wave of images. Soon we were deep out into it. The mushroom was showing me a watery blue-green planet with no land except a globe-girdling archipelago at the equator, a kind of super Indonesia. Accompanying the views of the planet was a narration explaining that this oxygen-rich world was within 100 light-years of Earth and was totally uninhabited by higher animals. As the implications of this last bit of data came home, I felt a wave of acquisitiveness that seemed to come right out of my primate roots and a million years of nomadism and restless swelling of human populations. The narration was explaining that when the symbiotic fusion of humanity and the Stropharia was completed, man would be free to claim many such planets for the Strophariad. The narration had become personified into the inner voice that attends the mushroom trance, and with it I began a discussion of the view of the watery planet and the technology such views implied. I wondered after the technology of star travel and whether the mushroom, for all the extravagant images it is able to bestow, could produce any effect in the normal continuum. I had the idea that we should go outside, as we usually did at some point in our trips, and had a vague intimation that we might see some continuation of the cloud-related phenomena that had been a part of the experience at La Chorrera. Cat complained of being very hot and agreed we should go outdoors. We were very unsteady on our feet, and though Cat said very little, I felt considerable alarm for her, even though when she said that she was hot, I assumed that going outdoors would be sufficient to cool her off. Outside we stood unsteadily in the front yard. The night was overcast. Cat seemed to be lapsing in and out of consciousness. It was becoming harder and harder to rouse her. She kept saying that they were burning her, but that she thought she could hold them back. Finally, she collapsed altogether, and I could not get any response. My first thought was to realize how isolated we were, and how impossible it would be to get any sort of outside help. It would take hours to get anyone there, and doubtless there was no one who knew more than we did about psilocybin on the entire island. Besides, the overwhelming gestalt of the situation was somehow that we had been placed by something in the scales of life and death, and that whatever was to be done, it was to be done by us alone, and in the next very few minutes. I remembered then that at the back of the house, near where we were accustomed to taking sunbaths, there was a large tub of water that held the overflow from our catchment system. I remembered then that at the back of the house, near where we were accustomed to taking sunbaths, there was a large tub of water that held the overflow from our catchment system. It required, even in the face of a mortal threat, which I recognized this to be, a complete organization of my consciousness to think of emptying the water over Cat. But as soon as I thought of it, it seemed to give the swirling world a direction. I picked her up in a single sweeping motion and carried her, us lurching through the dark, past the spiky palm, fantastic in the darkness. I laid her on the ground and began to empty can after can of clear black and silver silken water over every inch of her. It was immediately apparent that we had found the limiting factor of whatever was making her feel a burning sensation and forcing her into unconsciousness. Cheerfully and joyously embraced there in the water and the mud, both sensing that this very uncharacteristic effect of the mushroom had been a close call. As we knelt together with the realization that we had surmounted the difficulty that had risen to confront us, a wild peal of unearthly sound, a howling laughter, split the air from the direction of the ancient wood behind the house. Neither of us mentioned it then, but later we agreed that it had been very real and unsettling. We stumbled back into the house, and I made a tea while Kat talked to me and candidly confided that she was experiencing what must be like being insane. She described having very frank hallucinations with her eyes open, strange, tangible fern and orchid-like forms growing and twisting out of every available surface. The previous sensation of heat was now resolved down into a field of white-hot potential energy that could be held away from burning contact with her body by allowing the hallucinogenic energy to spend itself in a chaos of weird and explicit images. Only by applied concentration could she hold the burning plasma at bay, a few feet away from her, where it became a skin of vision and encompassed everything else. After a few minutes of this, Kat again seemed to be fading, and so we drew a cold bath, and she lay in that for a while until the symptoms again abated. As we talked, it became apparent that her experience had dimensions for her that had not been apparent to me. When we had first stepped out of the house, she discovered that the sensation of heat had not diminished but only grown stronger. Then she had noticed that directly above her was a disk of light and color, a giant tinker toy assemblage of softly glowing rods of light with jewel-like connectors emanating every color. I understood, she told me, that the relationships of the pieces, their lengths, their angles to each other, was infinitely complex and also the embodiment of perfect truth.
By seeing it, I was understanding everything. But there were creatures inside the vehicle, mantis-like and also made of light, that didn't want me to know. Bending over their instrument panels, the more I understood, the more they burned me with their ray. I couldn't stop looking, but I was being vaporized. I felt you pick me up, and as you carried me, I thought, I hope he hurries. I am becoming a cloud. For a moment I was floating above, looking down at us, people bigger than life, out of time. Then I felt the water on my skin, redefining the limits of my body, condensing me again.
Kat's impression of the situation was that this was not a threat conveyed by the mushroom, but a force inside the continuum that the mushroom makes available, a force that is seemingly morally ambiguous. Kat was having a UFO close contact experience while I was seeing nothing. It was a contact fraught with danger and the threat of extinction. It had abruptly terminated when I had taken her back to the water. We sat up all night discussing what had happened. It served to accentuate other odd things that we had noticed when taking psilocybin in that remote environment. We had particularly noticed small scratchings and rustlings at the periphery of sense and vision during the trips. Not unlike the activation of a classic poltergeist phenomena, these small movements and noises were so regular a feature of these experiences that I came to simply accept them. We also noticed waves of organization or anti-entropic swells that seemed to sweep through animate and inanimate matter alike during the mushroom voyages. For instance, after a prolonged period of near trance in contemplation of the visions, if we were to draw away from it in a collective motion to stretch or talk, then the fire would suddenly flare and burn brighter and the rustling at the periphery increase. We were definitely at the brink of the same dimension that I had been plunged into at La Chorrera, again brought there by the agency of the mushroom. This time, however, we took our threat-laden brush with the thing as an admonition to ease up for a time. We formed the determination to go to Peru and to take ayahuasca, whose chemistry and reputation might, we thought, be helpful in giving some perspective on the nature of psilocybin relative to other psychochemicals. Our walks in the rainforests of Hawaii were pale but real prefigurement of Amazon trails once followed in the past and in a few months to be traveled again. It was during one of those walks, reflecting on her UFO experience, that Kat pointed out that a lens is the natural result of the overlapping of two spheres. Is there more than a pun involved in applying this idea to the lens-shaped UFO? Perhaps some topological truth is implied in the thought that the lens is caused by the overlapping of one continuum with another. Lenticular clouds were a part of the UFO contact that I was caught up in at La Chorrera in '71. This theme reemerged during those psilocybin experiences in the desolate landscapes of rural Hawaii. On yet another mushroom trip, when Kat and I stepped outside late at night, we beheld the stars through the moving interstices of a high lacework of thin clouds. Yet hovering only a few hundred feet above and slightly in front of us was a very dark, dense lenticular cloud. It grew more solid appearing even as we watched. Then suddenly this tendency was reversed and it began to thin and fade very quickly. Then it was gone. Years go by and there is little intrusion of the peculiar into things. Then suddenly it is with us again, effecting coincidence and appearing to channel the flow of events towards some end, sensed but not understood. The current wave of paranoid fiction, Gravity's Rainbow, Illuminatus, Ratner's Star, etc., make feedback from the collective difficult to evaluate. Man is always a creature in transformation. This imparts to every moment deeply felt a sense of the mystery of any future unrealized. Is the present situation any different from many others in the past? Novelty is always in the process of emergence, but does it ever emerge explicitly, suddenly, from the events in which it is embedded, suddenly enough for us to recognize it as a true flux of the temporal continuum? It does, I believe, in miracles and ecstasy and in situations where forces are seen at work that are undescribed by today's physics. It is necessary to reiterate these familiar threads of thought, for if this is not done, then no record exists of whatever steps we have taken toward understanding psilocybin and its relation to the UFO, the knot of anomaly that seems to haunt time like a ghost. Chapter 20. The Oversoul as Saucer. There is building in global society an increasingly intense expectation of the intervention into human history by UFOs. It is very similar in tone to the build-up of messianic expectation in the Hellenistic world in the several centuries preceding the birth of Christ. The leaders of Roman society may have been caught off guard by the appearance of Christ, but they had no one to blame but themselves, since millions of people in the ancient world were expectantly awaiting some kind of Messiah. So today, science and government pooh-pooh the idea of world contact with the UFOs, while the contact cults grow ever larger and more insistent that contact is about to occur. Imagine, therefore, what you may never have seriously imagined before. Imagine what would happen if the UFOs were to appear. Imagine a spaceship of the Close Encounters of the Third Kind variety suddenly appearing in orbit around the Earth. Television and mass media would carry its image to every man, woman, and child on the planet. Governments would be paralyzed. Science would be helpless to explain where it came from or how it got here. Millenarian hysteria would break out everywhere. The UFO would be hailed as savior and denounced as Antichrist. The end of the world would appear imminent, and all this would occur before the contact was more than a visual image. Then the UFO would begin its revelation. Vast displays of beneficent power can be expected. Perhaps it would mysteriously neutralize all weapons of mass destruction, or it might use some sort of ray to cure all terrestrial cancer. Whatever it does, one may be sure that its actions will be impressive. Its actions will convert millions to the UFO religion in a space of hours. Indeed, its actions will be specifically designed to overwhelm us with the reality of its power and presence. That will close the first stage of the revelation. The second stage will be the teachings. Telepathically imparted, the specifics of the teachings cannot be anticipated, but they will urge love, voluntary simplicity, concern for one another, renunciation of war, perhaps renunciation of the destructive application of science. Whatever the teachings, the UFO will promise immense reward to those who follow them and dire consequences for those who do not. And the teachings will be delivered in so poetically perfect a way, so rich in understanding and appealing nuances, that no one will doubt their origin in a being wise and good and immensely superior to ourselves. The delivery of the teachings will set the stage for the third and last and most shocking phase of the revelation, the departure. The saucer, promising vaguely to return, will simply disappear. The entire process could take less than a month. If this seems a short time, recall that the entire public career of Christ lasted only 3 years. Christ's career occurred in a world where information could move no faster than a horse's gallop. Yet 3 years in one small part of the world was all that was necessary to launch a world religion that was vital for 1,500 years. In a world of electronic communication, the impact of the saucer's arrival, miracles, teaching, and departure would be incalculable, even if it all occurred within a month. The saucer would leave in its wake a science utterly unable to provide any answers to the important questions concerning what had gone on. The vast majority of people would be fanatical converts to the teachings of the saucer, and any institution in opposition to those teachings could expect to be swept away almost overnight. The departure of the UFO would create a sense of abandonment, the agony of which could be expected to echo in the human psyche for centuries. The only panacea would be the religion of the saucer, the religion left behind. Science would be discredited and soon abandoned in favor of 1,000 or more years of exegesis of the Saucerian message. Is it not a familiar pattern in the light of our discussion of Christ and Rome? What will never be said in the wake of such an event, and so must be said now, while there is still time, for all of the above could occur and yet still be deception. A benign deception, designed to save us from our advanced science and infantile ethics, but a deception nevertheless. The saucer, no matter how alien it appears, no matter how advanced its demonstrations of power, is not a vehicle from some other star system. It is the oversoul of humanity up to its oldest trick. If one knows this, one can live through the revelation and the destruction of our scientific world, and yet evade the immense power of this most powerful of all transference phenomenon, and thereby maintain the integrity of one's own soul and spirit. Remember, I am not a debunker of flying saucers or a defender of science. I am a contactee, and this book is the painstakingly told story of my own involvement with the UFOs. I am one of those Vallée has pinpointed as being a carrier of ideas that pave the way for the scenario I have just described. Yet from it all I have learned that there is no religious revelation more satisfying than the hard-won fruits of simple understanding. And there is no liberation to compare with freeing oneself from the illusions and delusions of the age in which one lives. I reached these conclusions through my use and familiarity with psilocybin and other psychedelic drugs. They immerse their user in the world of the oversoul and make one privileged to at least a part of its mechanics of operation. They allow a private dialogue with the oversoul that is outside the context of the struggle between science and revelation, that leaves no choice between the alienation of the rationalist and the tired formulas of the fanatic believer. Psychedelic drugs hold out the possibility of healing the breach between science and morality at the level of the individual, thus freeing one to evolve independent of the chaos and transformation the UFOs may soon bring to humanity. Vallée's recent book, Messengers of Deception, vibrates with fear of the unconscious and alienation from the matrix of the larger psyche out of which rational thought has emerged. He fears the destruction of rationalism and scientific thought, yet never once does he mention the potential world-wrecking crisis that the undirected development of science and technology has brought into being. He paints himself as an open-minded investigator of UFOs, yet never questions the motives of the retired and unnamed intelligence officers in which he places so much faith. It is impossible that the CIA is unaware of the social impact belief in UFOs is having. If they were unaware of it before, then surely the recent writings of Vallée himself must have alerted them to the potential challenge UFO beliefs pose to orthodox institutions. Based on Vallée's own ideas of an informational struggle between rational and irrational elements, how was he able to ignore the possibility that the mutilations which he is so eager to connect with UFOs are nothing more than a government agency's clumsy attempt to discredit the genuine UFO phenomenon? It is a typical method of the intelligence community to discredit human groups it opposes by faking atrocities in such a way that they appear to have been committed by the group whose discrediting is sought. Vallée gives examples of this, but never suspects that some government agency might be using this technique to impede the transfer of loyalties from political institutions to the UFOs. He mentions the proximity of animal mutilations to high-security government installations, but never suggests this might be because such installations are the source of these mutilations. Few UFO sightings involve confusion among witnesses over whether or not what they saw was a UFO or a helicopter. Yet in the animal mutilation cases, many witnesses insist a helicopter was involved. Vallée is at pains to say no physical evidence of a UFO has ever been collected, yet later he passes over the fact that a quite ordinary surgical scalpel was found at one cattle mutilation site. It seems possible to me that some people in government have read Vallée and are familiar with his theories regarding UFOs as a factor introducing shifts in belief systems and institutional loyalties on a global scale. Without knowing what UFOs really are, these persons and agencies have launched smokescreen operations designed to cast doubt on the motives and harmlessness of UFOs and so to retard or halt the shift of loyalties and beliefs now reaching epidemic proportions. I suspect that Vallet's book may be the opening shot in a media war whose purpose will be to connect the occult, right-wing fanaticism, and animal mutilations to the UFO, all in an effort to cast doubt on the vast power and benign intent of the saucer phenomenon. Vallet's title, Messengers of Deception, bears a curious resemblance to J. Edgar Hoover's Masters of Deceit. There, the boogeyman was communism. In Vallet's book, we are told the new boogeyman is UFO phenomena. Who chose the title for Vallet's book? Was it Vallet or the mysterious Major who is so helpful in guiding Vallet down these new avenues of speculation? I believe that Vallet, whether wittingly or unwittingly, is himself a messenger of deception and has become the spearhead of a conscious effort to sow even deeper confusion in society regarding UFOs. We might say it is an effort foredoomed to failure. The collective overmind of our species is the source of the UFO, and its designs cannot be deflected or turned aside. Its viewpoint is one of thousands of years, and its means, visionary and charismatic belief systems which act to restore the balance between understanding of and reverence for the universe, is a message more powerful than any offered by the profane materialist societies that have grown so foolish as to imagine themselves the stewards of human destiny. Humanity alone, and each of us individually, is the steward of human destiny. This is the real meaning of the UFOs and the experiment at La Chorrera. Chapter 21, Open Ending. My own ideas concerning the mechanics by which the Oversoul creates the UFO encounters might take the following form. Dimethyltryptamine, when smoked, snuffed, or injected, induces a brief and extremely intense psychedelic experience whose overwhelming sense of contact with the other is unparalleled. For the last decade or so, this extraordinary property of DMT has made it seem to many who sought a chemical basis for schizophrenia to be a likely candidate for the long-sought schizotoxin. Studies have proved inconclusive, however. DMT concentration has not been proven to differ significantly in schizophrenic and normal controls. Studies have established the presence of DMT in the human body. However, the origin and significance of the DMT is unknown. Although it may reflect endogenous synthesis, it could also result from diet, bacterial byproducts, human laboratory error, or other sources. Bearing in mind the bizarre power of the DMT experience, its presence and unknown role in human metabolism, add one more fact. The strange aura of suggestibility that can precede the onset of the intense hallucination phase of the DMT experience. This period of suggestibility may last 15 seconds to a minute and is a time during which the assumptions which the experiment projects concerning the unusual shift of sensory input acquires enormous power. A few moments later, the power of the now numinous assumption overwhelms the consciousness of the observer with a scenario that, while totally bizarre and outré, nevertheless is somehow a complete psychological fulfillment of the expectations formed in the few minutes of transition that preceded the visionary engulfment. What I am proposing is that something like this happens during a UFO close encounter, and the cause may very well be something which must be partially sought in the human organism. Imagine a person wandering alone in unfamiliar country. Suddenly there is a hackle-raising sense of weirdness, then a feeling of numbness in the limbs, followed by a clearing of vision and a loud crackling sound. At this point, the sense of strangeness within and without the body would trigger a fear reaction in most people. The fear reaction causes a rapid and automatic search for a culturally validated explanation of what is going on, and an explanation will always be found. It may range from, "I am being bewitched by a demon," to, "Surely it is a visitation of the Holy Mother," to, "My God, it must be a UFO." In each case, the abandonment of the ego to a culturally prescribed explanation of the experience of the other causes the experience to exfoliate, exploit, and elaborate all the themes that the culture's current myth of the other entails. It is known that DMT binds preferentially to certain tissue when introduced into the human body. Is it not possible that we human beings are occasionally susceptible to a kind of visionary seizure when, for reasons of stress or diet, these factors combine with psychodynamic factors to initiate a sudden dumping of accumulated DMT? Pheromones may play a part in this experience, and isolation may be its trigger. Whatever its cause, our conditioning as individuals causes the experience to plunge us into a numinous scenario that reflects the deepest concerns and yearnings of the current culture toward the other. In our own time, this has given rise to the hope of friendly visiting extraterrestrials. As late as 1917, the miracle at Fatima was interpreted worldwide as a manifestation of the Virgin Mary. Today, it would surely be hailed as an extraterrestrial contact. If my suggestion regarding DMT were found to be correct, it would provide insight into the way in which the cultural feedback thermostat explanation of UFOs put forth by Vallée and others actually works. Those people who experience the DMT seizure and are plunged into the current myth of the other actually return as apostles of that myth, able to clarify and refine it, and by those means to exert the tuning and control of historical development that may be the purpose of the agency behind the UFOs. Stress, generalized as an impending sense of historical crisis, may be the factor that induces the UFO close contact experience. As the historical crisis deepens, the number of contacts will increase until the atemporal portion of the mass psyche has affected enough individuals that there is actually a turning away from the stress-inducing course of action. How well is the superego able to play the role of God? Can it come in Saussurian splendor to save the world from the flames at the end of time? Or can it only beckon and warn with visions and dire prophecy? These are questions that we might answer if we diligently explored the states of mind that DMT and psilocybin make available. Perhaps the UFO encounters involve nothing more than an autonomous and negative psychic complex able to emerge during the situation of unusual energy dynamics induced in the psyche by psilocybin. However, a different explanatory approach merges psyche and world by involving a continuum whose modalities bisect each other with equal ease. This is the approach which grants the phenomenological existence of the constructs seen in the Stropharia trance and in UFO encounters. Indeed, the vast and dreamy world that we call imagination or the unconscious may merge imperceptibly into autonomously existing worlds we would call hyperdimensional, indicating the paradox of their simultaneous invisibility and their here and nowness in the psilocybin trance with a presence that belies the term hallucination. Ahead of us lies the future, where we can expect the ingression of the alternative dimension to intensify. It is therefore important for us to have a sense of the powers in that other world and their shifting allegiances. In a traditional society, our exploration of these matters would be firmly embedded in the extant shamanic mythos concerning these forces. Techniques tried and true would be available to fortify our psychic constitution. Since we are members of a profane society whose relation to the unconscious is one of estrangement, we have no such consolation, no dispelling ritual or words of proven self-empowerment. By reason and intuition we must attempt to conquer the fears that attend journeys into the unknown. But reason and intuition need data with which to construct maps of reality. If we outdistance the inflow of fact, we move beyond the safety zone of the conjuring rod of intuition and reason. For these reasons we move slowly and steadily. We are human factors in a multivariable equation where the shift of unseen parameters can trigger large perturbations and resonances of unexpected types. Knowing this, and knowing how little we do know, we should be excused for this defense of caution when taking to ourselves the visions which the Stropharia brings. Carl Jung's Mysterium Conjunctionis reminds us of the reality of the situation that ensues once the psyche is hooked into making the transference to the alchemical or Saussurian goal. Jung, citing Gerhard Dorn, stresses that the materialization of the stone is only a prologue to the experience of the perfected self qua self in the state of illumination. Jung wrote, "Though we know from experience that psychic processes are related to material ones, we are not in a position to say in what this relationship consists or how it is possible at all. Precisely because the psyche and the physical are mutually dependent, it has often been conjectured that they may be identical somewhere beyond our present experience." Of what does this relationship consist? My own hunch, and it is only a hunch, is that an explicitly spatial dimension of a codimension inclusive of our continuum allows a hologram of other realized forms of organization far distant to become visible at certain levels of quantum resonance in the synaptic field. These levels have been damped by selection in favor of more directly relevant lines of information relating to animal survival. Evolution does not reinforce selectively the ability of an organism to perceive at a distance, since such an ability has no selective advantage unless the information it conveys falls upon the receptors of an organism already sophisticated enough in its use of symbols to abstract concepts for later application in different contexts. Thus, these quantum resonances carrying intimations of events at a distance only begin to acquire genetic reinforcement once a species has already achieved sufficient sophistication to be called conscious and mind-possessing. The use of hallucinogens can be seen as an attempt at medical engineering, which amplifies for inspection by consciousness the quantum resonance of the other parts of the spatial continuum holographically at hand. This experience is the vision which the UFOs and psilocybin impart, visions of strange planets, life forms, perspectives, and societies, machines, ruins, landscapes. The hierophanies all unfold in the nunc stans that has all space standing in it like a frozen hologram. Thus, experimentation with hallucinogens by human beings and the rise in endogenously produced hallucinogens as one advances through the primate phylogeny could both be due to a slow focusing on the phenomenon of imagination, imagination being the deepening involvement of the species with things beheld but not actually existing in the present at hand. The conclusion such an idea makes necessary is that it is upon the ideological content of specific visions that empirical attention should center. What are the working details of the worlds whose presence impinges on ours so strongly? What of the beings sometimes confronted, often furtively sensed, who seem to have some existence in a world of their own revealed by the psilocybin and in UFO contacts? There may exist a vast communication network in the topological nature of things, a network that becomes a fact only for those species or individuals who will but have the intelligence enough to seek this vision. It will by them be found to be persistent in the nature of things. Alchemy thrives in a climate of such ideas. To validate the idea of the worth of the visions of worlds at a distance, one must emerge with some idea spawned by the visionary other, but with a utility in the here and now. The wave quantification of the I Ching is the only idea of this sort that I personally have glimpsed in completeness. It took years to elaborate, and its relation to the here and now is still elusive. Fragmentary themes abound, symbiosis, saucer lens vehicles whose possessors navigate the higher topological oceans in our heads. All this could be transference and fancy. In the classical sense of the word, the experimenter with hallucinogens pursues gnosis, privileged knowledge concerning nature, and vouchsafed by her in ecstasy. The history of consciousness is the halting exploration of the once irrational images and processes met in dreams and trance. Such images become concepts and discoveries as information flows through the multiple continuum of being, seeking equilibrium, yet paradoxically carrying everywhere images of ways the flow toward entropy was locally reversed by this being or that society or phenomenon. We are immersed in a holographic ocean of places and ideas. We can understand this to whatever depth we are able. The ocean of images and the intricacy of their connections is infinite. It is perhaps why great genius proceeds by apparent leaps, because the revolutionary idea which inspires the genius comes upon one complete, entire by itself, from the ocean of mind. History is the story of the search for the intuitive leap that will reveal the very mechanism of that other dimension. The need for such a leap for humanity will grow as we exhaust complexity in all realms save the microphysical and the psychological. My own method has been immersion in the images and self-examination of the phenomenon of tryptamine hallucinogenesis. This means taking the Stropharia psilocybin and pondering just what this all may mean, with confidence that as more people come to share this experience, time will deepen our understanding, if not answer all questions. For psilocybin argues that hallucinogens are windows into higher dimensions, that even as a cone can yield circle, ellipse, or parabola to an act of two-dimensional sectioning and yet remain intrinsically a cone, so reality is something that changes according to the angle of regarding. It argues that human beings are many forms over vast scales of time, that all life is unified at some level, and all intelligence in the universe are but facets of the mystery called humanness. In probing the other, we shall always come back with images of ourselves. In probing ourselves, we shall return with images of the other. In the phenomenon of being itself, no less than in the phenomenon of the UFO encounters, we are merely privileged observers of a relationship between what is naively called the world and the transpersonal portion of the human psyche. How this relationship came to be and what its limitations are, we cannot know until we gain access to the transpersonal and atemporal part of the psyche. Of what this consists, we do not know, and no hypothesis can be ruled out. My hunch is that if we could really comprehend death, then we could understand the UFO, but that neither can be understood unless they are looked at in the light of the question, what is humanness? I believe that the transpersonal component of the human psyche is not distinct from matter, and that therefore it can literally do anything. It is not subject to the will of any individual. It has a will and an understanding that is orders of magnitude more sophisticated than any one of the individuals who compose it, as cells compose a body. It has a plan, glimpsed by individuals only as vision or religious hierophany. Nevertheless, the plan is unfolding. There will be many more UFO sightings, many more close contacts. Our belief systems are undergoing accelerated evolution via increased input from the other. Somewhere ahead of us, there is a critical barrier where we will at last have enough data to obtain an integrating insight into the riddle of humanity's relation to the UFO. I believe that as this happens, the childhood of our species will pass away, and when this is done, we will be free to use the staggering understanding that humankind and the UFO are one.
We wish to express our grateful appreciation to the many friends who aided this project. In South America, we were assisted by Michael Lasky, Erica Neatfeld, Sarah Hartley, and by the Naval del Sur de Colombia, whose vessels were often our only means of transportation. The Witoto people of La Chorrera and the mission of La Chorrera were most hospitable, the former providing invaluable access to local psychoactive plants. Special thanks to Jerry Young for her flexibility. Thanks to Paul Herbert, Roy Tuckman, and Will Noffke for putting Terence on the air. Ernie Waugh, Chris Adam, and Kat McKenna helped fine-tune the manuscript. We appreciate Faustin Bray for her focusing energy and for conceptualizing the talking book, Brian Wallace for his perseverance, and both of them for their good taste. Finn again McKenna provides the mythology and mirror. We thank Clea McKenna for being very smart and funny. Thank the mushroom. Terence is his own voice. Dennis plays himself. Kat remembers herself. Bertram Davies is Guzman and plays piano. Witotos speak Witoto. Philip Porter plays sitar and electric guitar. Roy Tuckman plays synthesizer. John Cluett provides laughing and aha. Chris Jackson does aha. Makeup by Theophrastus Fonich. Note, Para McKenna. Norbu Samgyal plays the Damien. Bilbo Bowen on drums. Jeffrey Lipner on bass and tabla. Faustin Bray and Brian Wallace play sarod, guitar, bells, glockenspiel, electronic effects, viola, percussion, ocarinas, zither, synthesizer, flute, shakuhachi, swinette, tambura, chimes, and perform the vocals. The songs are highly intellectual, Who's Ever Doing It song, and Fantasy. Lyrics by Brian Wallace. Arrangements by Nomad Band. Many effects were recorded on location throughout the world. Thank you, Terence. Thank the book for being a vehicle. Thank the machinery. Thank the weather. Thank the ancestors. Thank the listeners. Thank your lucky stars.
Helpful equipment was supplied by David Reichart and by Bananas at Large of San Rafael via Tim Fritz. The excerpt of Clean for the Common Man is from Columbia Records, Copeland Conducts Copeland.
Here's a light-hearted version of a partial bibliography or reading list for True Hallucinations, in alphabetical order, more or less. Burroughs, William, and Ginsberg, Alan. The Yahé Letters, City Lights Books, 1960, Take a Stab. D. John, The Hieroglyphic Monad, translated by J.W. Hamilton Jones, London, 1947. DeLillo, Dawn, Ratner's Star. Evans Vance, W.E., The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries. And then, of course, the famous article by S. Gosal, S.K. Dutta, A.K. Sanyal, and A.K. Bhattacharya, Arundo Donax, Graminae, Phytochemical and Pharmacological Evaluation, in the Journal of Medical Chemistry, Volume 12, 1969, page 480. Graves, Robert, The White Goddess, New York, 1948. Hardenberg, W.E., The Putumayo, The Devil's Paradise, London, 1912. Harner, Michael, The Sound of Rushing Water, Natural History, July, 1968. Huxley, Aldous, The Doors of Perception. Joyce, James, Finnegan's Wake, London, 1939. Ulysses, ditto, slightly earlier. Jansch, Eric, The Self-Organizing Universe. Jung, Carl Gustav, Flying Saucers, A Modern Myth of Things Seen in the Sky, and Mysterium Trinunctionis, New York, 1963. Leibniz, Wolfgang von, Monadology, in The Philosophical Works of Leibniz by Duncan G. Martin, translator, New Haven, Tuttle, Morehouse and Taylor, 1890. Lewis, Wyndham, The Human Age. Ludlow, Fritz Hugh, The Hashish Eater. Meyer, Michael, Atalanta Fugians. Nabokov, Vladimir, Pale Fire, New York, 1963. Os, O.T. and Oniric, O.N. Psilocybin, The Magic Mushroom Grower's Guide, Berkeley, 1975. Ponampurama and Cameron, Scientific Perspectives on Extraterrestrial Communication, Boston, 1974. The Works of Ilya Prigozhin. Pynchon, Thomas, Gravity's Rainbow, New York, 1974. Rilke, Rainier Maria, The Duino Elegies. Schultes, Richard Evans, Varrola as an orally administered hallucinogen, Botanical Museum Leaflets of Harvard University, Volume 22, Number 6. Stapleton, Olaf, The Star Maker. Templeton, Alex, The Sirius Mystery. Valentine, Basel, The Triumphal Chariot of Antinomy. Vallée, Jacques, The Invisible College. And Messengers of Deception. The Complete Works of Gordon Wasson. Wells, Herbert George, The Time Machine. Whiffen, Colonel Henry, Explorations of the Upper Amazon. Whitehead, Alfred North, Process and Reality. Wilson, Robert Anton, Illuminatus. And I might add, Valus by Philip K. Dick. proximity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.